Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter manifested the ancient Arthurian magic? Under his bare feet the stone felt steady and rough, cold even through the thin layer of dirt on his skin. Harry closed his eyes because Amir had told him to, because arguing never helped, and because the strange pulse under the rock was easier to notice when he shut the rest of the world out. Again, Amir said behind him. His voice came from a little distance, low and patient and tired all at once. Name what you feel. No guessing. No pretty words. Just truth. Harry breathed in through his nose. The air tasted of wet moss and sheep and smoke from the small cottage below. He focused on the contact points, the balls of his feet pressing into the stone, the slight tremble in his calves. It is moving, Harry said softly. Slow. From the valley up toward the ridge. It is thicker under my left foot. There is a dip near the right edge, like something drained there a long time ago. Amir was quiet for a moment. And beneath that, the man asked, what sits under the movement itself? Harry frowned. Sweat slid down the back of his neck despite the cool morning. The hillside above the valley was still, the sky gray and heavy, bracken brushing his ankles when the wind shifted. Nothing else moved. Wait, Harry said. Something heavy that does not care whether I stand here or not. It just is. Better, Amir said. He stepped closer and Harry could hear his boots scrape on the stone. You are listening instead of forcing. Hold it. Harry held it. The pulse in the rock timed itself with his breath, slow in and slow out, and for a moment it felt easy. He did not reach for the power that lived below the hill, the thing Amir called the vein. He only noticed it. Then something buzzed at the back of his skull. A flicker like a remembered shout. An image tried to push in. Green light on a small street. A woman screaming his name. A high laugh that always returned in his worst dreams. His jaw clenched. The pulse under his feet jolted. Harry, Amir warned. The boy's eyes snapped open. The world came back too fast. Sky. Bracken. A thin line of road far below, where a distant lorry moved past like an insect. He could not hold the memory and the hill at the same time. Both demanded attention. I am fine, Harry muttered. His voice came out sharper than he meant. Amir shook his head. He was a lean man in a worn brown coat and battered boots, silver in his hair but steady in every movement. His face had the kind of lines that came from frowning at weather and idiots rather than smiling at parties. You are angry, Amir said, and the hill is listening. You cannot lie to either of us. Harry's hands curled into fists, though he was not sure if he wanted to punch the air or himself. I am tired, he shot back. We have done this every morning this week. Stand on the rock. Listen to the rock. Speak to the rock. I know where the stupid vein runs. Amir, a vein that feeds a country, Amir said. And you call it stupid. Good. Hold that temper and tell me what you want instead of stomping it into the stone. Harry stepped down from the flat boulder. Pebbles dug into his bare soles when he left the smooth surface. That made him more aware of where his weight went, which annoyed him further. I want to use it, Harry said, turning to face Amir. You say it is power. You say it saved me. You say it can crack spells and make storms. Then let me actually do something. Not just stand there naming ridges and hollows like a survey map. Amir did not answer at once. He looked past Harry at the valley, at the thin river that cut through green fields and scattered stone walls. His gaze wandered along the ridgeline as if he could see more than hedges and sheep. He probably could. Do you remember the first time the earth answered you on its own? Amir asked. Harry remembered. He could still feel the taste of dust in his mouth, gritty and sour, and the way his chest had hurt from a scream that never made it into the air because he had been too shocked. He also remembered a cupboard under stairs, a locked door, a small boy trying not to cry because crying made things worse. That part came with the memory like mold on a damp wall. I remember, Harry said. You were 5. Amir went on, still looking out over the valley. Locked in that cupboard. Hungry. Scared. Your magic reached down without guidance. It found a small crack in the house's foundation and widened it. The whole kitchen floor shifted. Do you recall what happened after that? The table slid, Harry said. Aunt Petunia dropped the gravy. Uncle Vernon shouted. I heard wood break and glass. I stayed under the stairs until you pulled me out. He forced himself to meet Amir's eyes. And you told me it was not my fault. Because it was not, Amir said simply. You were a child. The land felt your terror and tried to move you out of danger. No control, only instinct. That instinct is still in you. All this training is to stop it tearing both you and the hill apart. Harry bit down on the urge to say that he was not 5 anymore. That at nearly 11 years old he deserved more than bare feet and lectures about patience. The words felt childish even before they reached his tongue. Instead he said, You promised I could try a ward today. A real one. Amir finally looked at him. I did, the man said. Go and fetch the staff. Harry's annoyance thinned. He turned and jogged down from the boulder, crossing the short stretch of grass that sloped toward the low stone cottage. The structure sat half tucked into the hillside, as if someone had cut a square out of the earth and set a roof on top. Smoke rose from a short chimney. A stack of slate leaned against the wall near the door. Inside, the cottage smelled of porridge, tea, and damp wool. A simple bed sat under the single window, a table with 2 chairs in the middle, shelves packed with books and jars along the far wall. A battered kettle hissed on the stove. The staff rested against the far corner. It was taller than Harry by a little and made of smooth dark wood, carved with shallow grooves from top to bottom. When his hand closed around it, the familiar hum ran up his arm, steady and deep. Do not drag it, Amir called from outside. It is a conduit, not a broom handle. I know, Harry muttered. But he lifted the staff clear of the floor all the same. He balanced it with both hands and stepped back into the pale light. Amir nodded once. We will start simple, he said. A skin ward. A firm layer around your body. No more than an arm's length out. You listen, then ask. You do not shove. We are not trying to crack the ridge, only thicken the air. Harry pointed the end of the staff down, just touching the stone. It felt like dipping a finger into a slow river. The pulse under the boulder rose through the wood, up his arm, into his chest. The sensation was not like wand magic, which he barely knew except from a few glimpses in Diagon Alley years ago. This was heavy and steady and aware. He drew a breath. Ground, Amir said quietly. Name it. Harry set his feet with care, shoulder distance apart, weight balanced. He pictured roots pushing down from his ankles into the stone, not breaking it, only resting with it. He did not say the word roots out loud. Amir hated when he drifted into stories instead of facts. The node beneath us, Harry said, is calm, flowing north and south along the hill. I can feel a fork toward the east. Good, Amir said. Now ask for a layer. Then, around you, offer to hold steady for a count of 20. No more or it will grip back. Harry closed his eyes again. His fingers tightened on the staff. He did not command. That had taken him years to learn. A sharp order made the ground bristle, as if offended. So he shaped a request in his own mind instead. A gentle push that went down through the staff into the stone. He promised steadiness. He promised not to yank. The response came up from below like a deep breath. The skin on his arms prickled. The air around him grew denser, as if water had thickened into gel. His ears popped. Good, Amir said again. There was pride in it this time, thin but real. Hold. Count. Harry counted in his head. 1, 2, 3. The layer around him pressed close, firm but not crushing. He could move his fingers, but lifting his arms would take effort. The sensation made his heart beat faster. Felt like power, not just practice. By 12 his shoulders ached. By 16 the pressure started to slip as his focus wavered. At 18 the layer thinned at his back. At 19 his left side faltered. Release, Amir said sharply. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. The pressure vanished. His knees shook. The staff kept him upright. Not bad, Amir said. He walked around Harry, checking the invisible space as if he could still sense the ward. He probably could. You held more evenly along the right this time. The back still lags. You like to defend the front more. That is where things attack, Harry said, then shrugged. At least in stories. This is not a story, Amir replied. Turn. Harry turned. The hill and valley spun around him in a wide arc. Far below, the river flashed dull gray. A bird called from the heather. You held that layer without tearing the node, Amir said. You did not overreach. That means we can go further. But you must remember this feeling. The point just before it slips. That is your line. Cross it and the land will push back. Harry rubbed his sore arms. I get it. Amir gave him a flat look that said he did not believe that for a second. You understand it, Amir said. You do not get it yet. That is why we repeat. Understanding feeds the mind. Repetition feeds the bones. Harry grumbled under his breath. What was that? Nothing. Amir sniffed. Liar. Come. Porridge before you faint on my rock. They walked down toward the cottage together. Harry carried the staff upright, careful not to let the end scrape. The grass was wet and clung to his ankles. The air had warmed slightly, though clouds still smudged the sky. Will we ever go down there? Harry asked suddenly, nodding toward the valley. To the village. Amir did not answer at once. His gaze followed Harry's nod, taking in the small cluster of houses, the faint line of road, the distant glint of cars. You have been to the village, Amir said after a moment. You were small. We needed bread and oil. You were bored out of your mind and complained about the smell of the butcher's shop for an hour. I do not remember that, Harry said. Good, Amir muttered. You also almost pulled a lamp post out of the ground because a boy pushed you. The land reacted. The lamp shook. The boy wet himself. His mother screamed witch. It was not a calm morning. Harry stopped in the path. You never told me that part, he said. You did not need more guilt, Amir replied. The point stands. You and busy places are not a kind mix yet. That is why we stay on the hill. That is why we listen before we act. Harry began walking again, slower this time. I am not a child, he said. No, Amir agreed. You are a young man who can accidentally fold a road if he sulks in the wrong mood. That is not safer than a child. That is worse. In the cottage they ate in easy silence for a while. The porridge was thick and bland, dotted with a few raisins Amir had bartered for months ago. Harry added a spoon of honey to his bowl. He had brought the jar back from a farmer's market the last time Amir risked a trip beyond the valley. The small comforts made the stone walls feel less like a cave and more like a home. A worn quilt thrown over the bed. A battered chest set on the shelf. A chipped mug with a stag painted on it. Amir drank his tea and watched Harry over the rim. You are restless, he said. Harry scraped his spoon along the bowl. You keep saying there is a war coming, Harry said quietly. That the Dark One who killed my parents is not gone. That the land still hurts because of him. You say I am tied to it, bound to it, that I have to be ready. For what? Standing on rocks and naming flows, that is not enough. Amir set his mug down. You want to fight, he said. I want to know what I am being prepared for, Harry shot back. You told me stories about old kings and knights, about witches who healed forests and wizards who commanded storms. You said they treated the land as a partner. That sounds like more than standing here while you tell me to breathe. Amir's jaw worked. His eyes were sharp when they fixed on Harry. Those stories end in blood, he said. Kings die, knights fall, forests burn. The land endures when people do not. You hear the grand parts and forget the cost. I remember the cost, Harry said. His voice dropped. I remember that my parents died because someone wanted to tear the world apart. I remember a cupboard and a belt. I remember your stories about villages that vanished into bogs because someone cut into a node without care. I am not asking you to let me run around throwing rocks at people. I am asking you to stop treating me like glass. Amir looked at him for a long moment. You are not glass, he said finally. You are a stone that insists on rolling down the hill before its shape is set. That is a metaphor, Harry pointed out without thinking. Amir snorted. Do not get cheeky, I am just saying. You tell me not to use pretty words, and then you call me a rolling stone. You are missing the point, Amir said. But there was a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth that might have been amusement if it had been allowed to grow. Finish your porridge. We will try something heavier. If you can listen without tilting the whole ridge, you may get your wish sooner than you think. Harry's pulse jumped. He gulped the rest of his porridge, scraped the bowl clean, and set it in the sink. Outside, Amir said. They returned to the boulder. The sky had brightened more, though the sun remained behind the cloud cover. The wind picked up, tugging at Harry's worn shirt. He grabbed the staff and took his place on the stone without being told. This time, Amir said, you will attempt a shield along the hill, not the full length. We are not guarding the entire valley yet. Just here, from the path on your left to the thorn bush on your right. A simple wall along the topsoil. Nothing dramatic. No pillars. No arches. No theatrics. A wall. Harry nodded. The idea sent a thrill through him. Protecting the hill. Making a barrier. Remember, Amir added, you do not own the flow. You borrow. You guide. If you grab at it, it will shake you off. Harry breathed in. He grounded himself as before, feeling for the calm under the stone. The node. The slow surge of energy that had always been there, long before he learned the name for it. He let his awareness spread out along the hill, not as a wave, but as a careful line. Left along the slope to the narrow path where sheep sometimes wandered. Right to the thorn bush Amir had pointed at. He traced the outline in his mind. He asked. Nothing moved at first. For a moment Harry thought the hill was ignoring him. Then the familiar hum rose, stronger than before. It slipped up through his feet, along his spine, out through his arms and into the staff. The ground along the rim of the hill gave a faint, deep sound that only someone trained to listen would notice. A small crack. A shift. Grass shuddered without a breeze. Tiny stones rolled a short distance, then settled. Harry felt the energy gather under the topsoil. He pulled it up, gently at first, forming a low swell in his mind, a ridge of dense air just above the grass. Good, Amir called. His voice sounded thin across the strange pressure building around Harry's ears. Hold it low. Let it thicken rather than rise. Harry tried. He truly did. He spread the wall across the section he had marked. The power wanted to move higher, to form a visible stone line, a spectacle. That urge tugged at the back of his thoughts like a child begging to run. His chest burned. Sweat ran down his temples. His hands ached where they gripped the staff. Steady, Amir said. Steady. You are not a king yet. You are a keeper. Harry gritted his teeth. Something in him bristled at the word yet. The hill felt ready, eager. Why should he keep it low when it could be more? He could feel the potential for a real wall. A structure that would stand against any spell, any curse, any invader. He pulled. The response was immediate. The ground lurched under his feet. The low swell he had been shaping shot up, overwhelming the careful line he had drawn. It tore free of his guidance and surged through the soil in both directions. The stone beneath the top layer groaned. Cracks spidered across the surface of the boulder where he stood. Harry's stomach dropped as if he had stepped off a cliff. Release, Amir shouted. Harry tried. He really did. He shoved the command down into the flow, begging the hill to stop. But he had already crossed the line. The land was moving now, shaking off his grip. The top layer of the hillside burst upward in front of him. Clods of earth and stones flew into the air. Grass ripped by the roots. A jagged ridge of rock thrust itself out of the ground, taller than Harry, rough and uneven, tearing through the green like a broken tooth. The shock knocked him backward. The staff flew from his hands. His back hit the boulder hard. Air left his lungs in a painful rush. Spots danced at the edges of his vision. Something warm ran from his nose. He tasted iron on his tongue. The earth shuddered once more, then settled. Loose stones tumbled down the newly formed ridge and pattered against the grass. For a long second there was only the sound of Harry gasping, and the faint hiss of disturbed soil sliding back into place. Then Amir was there, one hand on Harry's shoulder, the other pressed against his forehead. "Look at me," Amir snapped. Harry forced his eyes open. Amir's face swam in front of him, lined with more worry than anger for once. "How many fingers?" Amir asked, holding up his free hand. "3," Harry croaked. His voice scraped his throat. "Head hurts." "I am not surprised," Amir muttered. He glanced toward the new ridge. His mouth flattened. "You overreached. Exactly as I warned." Harry tried to sit up. Pain flared down his spine. He clenched his teeth and forced his elbows to lock. "I could feel it," he said. "It was ready. It wanted to rise." "It always wants to rise," Amir said sharply. "The land is not meant to be quiet. It shifts. It buckles. It falls. Your task is not to let it do what it wants. Your task is to ask it to work with you without tearing everything apart." Harry pressed a hand to his nose. Came away red. The sight made his stomach twist. "I am sorry," he said. Amir sighed. Some of the sharpness left his expression. He helped Harry swing his legs around and set his feet back on the stone. "I know you are," Amir said. "But sorry does not mend cracked rock. We will have to settle that ridge later, or at least smooth the edges. The sheep will cut themselves if we leave it like this." Harry stared at the new wall of stone. It jutted out of the hillside, rough and uneven, but solid, real, a sign of what he could do. "I made it," he said quietly. "Yes," Amir replied. "You also nearly knocked yourself out and shook the node. Look at the lines." Harry closed his eyes and reached down as he had done earlier. The calm flow beneath the hill now carried a faint tremor, a quiver where it had been smooth. The vein felt irritated like a muscle after a strain. He swallowed. "I did not mean to hurt it," he whispered. "I know," Amir said. "That is why we start small. Power without control is not glory. It is damage." Harry sat in silence, breathing slowly until the pounding in his head eased. The ridge of stone in front of him cast a new shadow across the grass. "We can shape it later," Amir said more quietly. "Make it part of a proper ward. That is the only reason I am not making you knock it down right now. It will remind you what happens when you pull instead of guide." Harry nodded. "I wanted to prove I was ready," he admitted. Amir gave him a long look. "You wanted to be seen," he said, "by someone other than me, by a world that has ignored you or used you. I understand. That does not change the rules of the hill." Harry almost asked how Amir could possibly understand that, hidden away as he was. But he stopped himself. He had seen the way Amir's gaze went distant when old names came up, useless to poke at scars that were not his. He wiped his nose on his sleeve and steadied his breathing. "Again," he said hoarsely. "We can try again." "Not today," Amir replied. "You will rest. You will drink water. You will breathe with the hill until the tremor smooths out. Then we will talk about the next step." Harry wanted to argue. His pride bristled, but his skull hurt and his limbs felt heavy, full of sand. He nodded instead. They made their way back to the cottage. Harry leaned on the staff more than he wanted to. Each step jarred his head. The small structure had never looked more inviting. Inside, Amir set a cool cloth on Harry's forehead and made him drink bitter tea that tasted faintly of metal and soil. Harry swallowed it without complaint. The warmth settled in his chest. He drifted in and out of sleep on the narrow bed. In his dozing he dreamed of walls rising from the earth in smooth lines instead of jagged spikes, of rivers bending around them without flooding, of lights flickering at the edges of fields where people he had never met walked and laughed. He woke to the sound of tapping. For a moment he thought it was part of the dream. Then the tapping came again, sharp and insistent, against glass. Harry blinked and pushed himself up on his elbows. His head still ached, but the pain had dulled to a throbbing behind his eyes. The cottage window rattled. A shape fluttered on the other side of the glass. "Amir," Harry called. No answer. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood carefully. The room tilted for a second, then steadied. The tapping continued. An owl sat on the narrow ledge outside the window. Its feathers were brown and speckled. Its beak rapped the glass with impatient precision. A thick envelope was tied to its leg with a bit of rough string. Harry stared. They had had owls before, of course. Amir used them when he needed supplies he could not get from the valley. But those birds usually dropped parcels and flew away. This one waited, golden eyes fixed on Harry as if judging him. He stepped closer. The owl rapped the glass again, harder. "All right," Harry muttered. "Stop that. You will break it." He unlatched the window and pushed it open. Cool air spilled into the room. The owl hopped inside without waiting for an invitation, landed neatly on the back of the chair, and stuck out its leg. The envelope was thick, made of heavy parchment. Harry untied the string with numb fingers. The paper was addressed in green ink, letters looping and formal. Mr. H. Potter, the bed by the single-window hillside cottage above the valley. Harry's chest tightened. Seeing his name written that carefully felt strange. He had seen letters before, of course. Bills. Notices. One time a charity appeal. All printed, all meant for Amir. Nothing had ever arrived addressed to him like this. The owl hooted in a tone that sounded suspiciously close to impatience. "I suppose you want payment," Harry said faintly. The bird tilted its head. Harry reached into the small jar of owl treats on the shelf and offered one. The owl snapped it up with neat efficiency, then flew to the window frame and settled to watch. The envelope felt heavy in his hands. A small slice of wax sealed the flap. It bore a crest, a lion, a badger, a raven, and a snake arranged around a large letter H. He had seen that crest once before, years ago, on a book cover Amir had thrown into the fire. Hogwarts. Every hair on his arms stood up. "Amir!" Harry called again, louder. This time the door opened almost at once. Amir stepped in, holding his staff, eyes already sharp. "What have you done now?" he demanded. Then stopped when he saw the owl and the letter in Harry's hand. His shoulders stiffened. "Of course," he muttered. Harry swallowed. "It knows my bed," he said. His voice sounded thin even to his own ears. "It knows this cottage." "How?" "Magic likes lists," Amir said curtly. He closed the door behind him and leaned his staff against the wall. "The school keeps records of children born with magic in Britain. They draw lines on maps. They send letters. They expect obedience when the parchment arrives." He said parchment with a twist of distaste, as if the word tasted sour. Harry looked down at the envelope again. "You knew this would come," he said. "I knew they would try," Amir replied. "They tried before. The hill kept the letters out. The wards were not ready today, thanks to a young idiot who shook the node." Guilt stabbed through Harry's chest. "So this is my fault," he said. "This is not about fault," Amir snapped. "This is about timing. The school was always going to insist. Today they got lucky. Or you got unlucky. Sit." Harry sat on the edge of the bed, the envelope still in his hands. "What is Hogwarts exactly?" he asked. "I know it is a school. I know it teaches wand magic. I know my parents went there. You have told me that much. But you never wanted to say more." Amir rubbed his temple. "It is a tower," he said finally. "Not only a building, a way of thinking. Magic as something caged and channeled into narrow forms. Spells like recipes, wands as handles. It has its uses, keeps children alive while they flail. It also cuts them off from the land that feeds their power." Harry traced the crest with his thumb. "They want me to go," he said. "Of course they do," Amir said. "You are famous to them. The child who survived. The boy who lived. They will have plans. Portraits. Speeches. They will want to put you into their story. Their neat pattern of house colors and school songs. They will not know what to do with a boy trained to speak with stone." Harry's stomach nodded. "What do you want?" he asked quietly. Amir was silent for a long time. The owl rustled its feathers on the windowsill. Wind pushed at the open pane, carrying the smell of damp earth and heather. "I want you to live," Amir said at last. "I want the land to heal. I want the man who tore your family apart to lose the grip he still has on the bones of this country. I wanted to prepare you here, away from their noise, to give you tools they have forgotten, to keep you out of their games for as long as possible. That sounds like you do not want me to go, Harry said. It also sounds, Amir replied, like I know you cannot stay here forever. Harry looked up sharply. You are always saying the land needs a champion, he said. Someone who can speak for it and fight for it. You said that is what you were training me to be. How am I meant to do that if I never go where the others are? You are meant to decide what kind of champion you will be, Amir said. His voice had gone softer, which made it more frightening. If you go there, they will try to make you their hero, their symbol. They will put you in robes and give you a wand and expect you to forget the feel of stone under your feet. Harry glanced at the floorboards. He could still feel the pulse of the hill under them, smoother now than it had been after his mistake. What if I do not forget? He asked. Amir's mouth tightened. Then you will be pulled in two directions, he said. By the tower and by the hill. That is not a comfortable way to live. Harry turned the envelope over in his hands. The wax seal caught the light. What if I need both? He murmured. If there is a war coming in that world, and the land is hurting here, do I not need to understand both sides? Amir did not answer at once. He walked to the window and looked out toward the valley. From this angle only a slice of the new ridge was visible, but his gaze lingered there all the same. When I was young, he said slowly, I believed the tower could be changed from inside. I thought I could take what I knew of the land and fold it into their walls, make a new pattern. I was wrong. They feared what they did not control. They called it wild, dangerous. They were not entirely wrong either. He turned back to Harry. You are stronger than I was, he said. Your bond is deeper. You feel the veins with every step. If you walk into that tower, you will shake it even if you do nothing. That may be exactly what is needed. Or it may break you. Harry swallowed. His hands shook around the envelope. What happens if I ignore it? He asked. They will send more letters, Amir said. Then people. Then eventually someone will arrive with authority and try to force the matter. That will not end quietly. I would rather you walk in by choice than be dragged as a prize. Harry looked at the owl. It watched him with patient, unblinking eyes. And you? Harry asked it. What do you think? The owl blinked very slowly, then pecked at a loose feather as if bored. Do not expect wisdom from delivery birds, Amir said dryly. Harry let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Almost. He slid his thumb under the edge of the wax and broke the seal. Inside were several sheets of parchment. The first carried the formal message. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class. Grand Sorcerer something something. Harry stopped reading the titles. His head was not clear enough to care about awards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Term starts on the 1st of September. We await your owl no later than the 31st of July. The letter went on about subjects and houses and rules. Attached was a list of required books, robes, a wand, and various other supplies. Harry read it all, then read it again. Each word settled on his tongue like a small stone. 1st of September, he said. That is not far. Amir folded his arms. You do not have to decide this moment, he said. But you will need to answer before the month ends. That is their way. Their schedule. You said once that the land does not care about schedules, Harry said. It does not, Amir agreed. But people do, and you are going to be dealing with many people if you go. Their habits matter. Their fear matters. Harry set the letter down on the bed beside him. The list of books and equipment stared back at him. Names he did not recognize. Potions. Charms. Defense against the dark arts. Do they teach anything like what you do? He asked quietly. Amir pulled a face. They have earth magic on the walls, he said. Stone that listens. Stairs that move. Wards tied into the land the castle stands on. Most of the staff never think about how any of it works. They wave their wands and trust it will hold. A few might be curious, but curiosity is not the same as respect. So I could learn things there, Harry said slowly, and bring them back here, to help, to fix what he broke. Amir's gaze sharpened. You are already thinking like a bridge, he said. Is that bad? It is dangerous, Amir said. Then he sighed, shoulders dropping a fraction. But perhaps necessary. He walked to the shelf, took down a small wooden box, and set it on the table. Inside lay a short knife with a dull gray blade, a smooth stone that fitted into Harry's palm, and a strip of cloth the color of clay. When I pulled you out of that ruined house, Amir said softly, the earth reached for you without guidance. It wrapped you, kept you alive. I promised it I would teach you to answer that gift with care. I have done what I can here. The rest you will have to learn by standing where the tower meets the hill. Harry slid off the bed and stood straight, though his head protested. You think I should go, he said. I think, Amir replied, that if you stay, the war will still come. It will just come here instead of there. At least in the school you will see it forming. You will hear the whispers. You will know what the Dark One is doing to the young minds before they march out and trample more of this country. The words settled heavy and clear. Harry looked at the letter again, at his name written in green ink, at the list of books and robes and wands. Then he looked past it, through the open door, to the ridge he had raised. The stone wall caught the light, rough but undeniable. I do not want to be their symbol, he said. Then do not, Amir replied. You are not a story they wrote. You are a boy who talks to the land. Remember that. Remember your feet on the stone. Remember the pulse in the hill. Let that be the measure of every choice. Harry nodded slowly. I will go, he said. The decision ringed through him like a clear note. I will answer. I will learn what they teach. And I will not forget what you taught me. Amir's shoulders eased, though his eyes stayed hard. Then we will prepare properly, he said. You will need clothes that do not make you look like a wild hedge. We will need to visit Diagon Alley again. I will have to speak to someone I had hoped never to see again. Who? Harry asked. An old man who loves towers, Amir said. He thinks they keep the world tidy. He is not entirely wrong. But he has never trusted the ground beneath them. That is where you come in. Harry thought of the titles on the letter. Dumbledore, he said. Amir's mouth twisted. Of course it is, he said. The owl hooted once, as if satisfied. Harry walked to the table, picked up a quill, and dipped it in ink. His hand shook only a little as he wrote. Professor Dumbledore, thank you for your letter. I will attend. That was all. No promises. No bowing phrases. He tied the reply to the owl's leg. Take it back, he said. The owl stared at him, then launched itself into the air. Its wings beat close enough that Harry felt the rush of air on his face. It skimmed out through the open window and climbed into the gray sky, shrinking to a speck. The cottage felt quieter after it left. Harry closed the window and leaned his forehead briefly against the cool glass. The pulse of the hill reached him even there. Amir stood in the middle of the room watching him. Tomorrow, the man said, we go back to the ridge. We smooth the lines. We anchor the new stone. If you are going to stand between the tower and the land, you had better start by mending what you already cracked. Harry turned and met his eyes. I will, he said. He looked down at his hands, still faintly stained from earth and blood. Then he looked out toward the valley again. Somewhere beyond those fields, a school waited. A castle full of children who thought magic began at the tip of a wand. A headmaster who loved his tower. A world that spoke his name without knowing who he was. Under his feet, the hill pulsed once, steady and slow. Harry breathed with it, for now he was still on the ridge. Still the boy who could feel the veins of the earth. Soon he would walk into the tower. He promised himself he would come back with more than scars. The wall did not want to move. Harry felt that before anyone touched a brick. The surface of the courtyard behind the dingy London pub was old stone and older ground, all shoved down under pavement and soot. The air sat heavy, full of smoke and city noise. Somewhere beneath it all, a faint line of power crawled like a tired snake, trying to remember when it had been a river. Amir placed a hand on his shoulder. Breathe, he murmured. Let the ground in, even here. Harry drew air through his nose. It tasted of stale beer from the open kitchen door and something sour from the alley. Under the brick and rubble, he found a thin hum, not like the clean, steady pulse of the hill at home. This felt cramped and bruised, as if someone had boxed the land in and told it to behave. A tall man in bright blue robes stepped in front of the wall. His beard reached his belt. Half-moon glasses perched on a crooked nose. His magic touched the air before his fingers did. Harry could feel it as a prickle across his arms. A tidy, tight pattern that wrapped around the courtyard like an invisible net. "Ready, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, voice mild. Harry swallowed. "As I will ever be." He still did not know how he felt about the man. Dumbledore had arrived on the hill 2 days after the owl, walking the path as if he had every right to be there. The land had not liked him, but it had not rejected him either. Harry remembered the way Amir's jaw had clenched at the sight of the headmaster, the clipped words between them about towers and children and choices. Now, in the backyard of the leaky cauldron, Dumbledore smiled as if none of that tension existed. "Watch closely," the headmaster said. He tapped a specific brick with his wand. The magic that pushed out of the wall was sharp and mechanical. Harry winced. It did not ask the bricks to move. It told them. The stone obeyed with the stiff, offended shudder of someone shoved in a crowd. Lines glowed faintly. The pattern changed. The bricks slid aside, unfolding into an arch that revealed a street that should not fit behind such a small wall. On the other side lay a riot of color and sound. Shop fronts leaned against one another like gossiping neighbors. Cauldrons hung from hooks. Owls shifted on perches. A stall shouted about quills that never ran dry. The whole street buzzed with magic, bright and quick, humming over the dull ache of the earth like a layer of static. "Welcome," Dumbledore said. "To Diagon Alley." Harry stepped forward. The ground under his boots shifted, trying to sort itself out. Spells had been carved into the cobbles long ago and layered since then so many times that the original stone barely remembered what it had been. His stomach turned. Amir noticed. His hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. "Steady," he murmured. Harry forced his jaw to unclench. "It is like walking on cramped lungs," he muttered. Dumbledore's head tilted a little. "You feel it that clearly?" Harry did not answer. He did not trust the way the man's eyes sharpened when he spoke of magic. He moved forward instead, letting his gaze jump from sign to sign. Madame Malkin's, Flourish and Blots. A shop window full of gleaming broomsticks that every child on the street seemed to be staring at. Noise rolled over him in waves. Laughter, shouts, the crack of spells from a distant demonstration. The air itself felt full of moving patterns, all sliding over and around each other without much care for what lay below. He felt cut off. Not fully. The ground still held him, but the connection was thin, as if he listened to the earth through a closed door. "This is horrible," he muttered before he thought better of it. Amir snorted softly. "Welcome to the Tower's Market." Dumbledore heard anyway. Of course he did. His hearing was far too sharp when it suited him. "Many young witches and wizards find Diagon Alley overwhelming," the headmaster said. "There is a great deal of magic in a very small space. You will adjust." Harry wanted to point out that it was not the amount that bothered him. It was the way it had been nailed into place. But explaining that here, in front of strangers and a headmaster who had chosen to leave him with the Dursleys in one timeline and a cupboard in another, seemed foolish. "First stop," Dumbledore went on. "Your funds at the bank, then your wand, then robes. After that we can see what time allows." "I will handle the bank," Amir said. His voice had a rough edge. "You handle your sticks." There was history in those words. Harry could taste it even if he did not know the details. Dumbledore's smile did not slip. "Very well. Meet us at Ollivander's when you are done." He touched Harry's shoulder lightly, then nodded toward a narrow shop front further down the street. The sign above the door read Ollivander's in peeling gold. Harry and Amir walked in the opposite direction, toward the white building that loomed over the rest of the alley. Gringotts sat on the end of the street like a stone tooth. Its steps were worn by thousands of feet. Its pillars carried old, deep wards that wrapped around the structure and sank into the ground. Those at least felt more honest. The goblins had carved their magic into the rock itself with clear lines and firm intent. It matched the way they stared down at them when they approached, sharp-eyed and measuring. Amir handled the talk inside. Harry watched the goblins, watched the rail tracks that vanished into the depths, and tried not to lean too hard into the tug of the earth below. The vault carts rattled along metal rails that did not fully fit the old stone. The tunnels carried echoes of broken veins, sections where greed had torn the flow and redirected it. "Deep, is it not?" Amir said as they rode. Harry rubbed his palms on his trousers. They dug through a node and did not even bother to talk to it. The goblin driving the cart glanced back once, eyes narrowing. Amir gave Harry a sharp look that said save it. Harry pressed his lips together. They collected a bag of coins and left with the guards glaring after them. Outside again, Dumbledore waited near Ollivanders, his robes making him stand out in the crowd like a bright banner. Harry wondered whether he did that on purpose. Probably. "How was the bank?" the headmaster asked. "Intact," Amir said. "For now." Dumbledore ignored the edge in that reply. "Good. Then we can ensure Harry receives his wand." He gestured to the shop door. Ollivanders was narrow and dim. Dust floated in the air. Thin boxes lined the walls in teetering stacks. The wood in the place hummed with old magic, all cut away from its roots and forced into neat lengths. Harry felt a dull ache just stepping inside. Amir stayed near the door. His expression was unreadable. An old man appeared between two stacks as if the shadows had shaped themselves into him. Pale eyes, pale hair, a smile that did not reach his gaze. "Ah," Ollivander breathed. "I wondered when I would see you here, Harry Potter." Harry stiffened. "You know me." Ollivander's fingers twitched as if plucking at an invisible thread. "Of course," he said. "I remember every wand I have ever sold. And there is the matter of the wand that chose the one who left his mark on you." His eyes flicked to Harry's forehead. They did not find a scar. Amir had done something to it years ago, smoothing the angry lightning mark into a faint raised line that looked more like an old scrape. Still, Harry felt the phantom twinge. Dumbledore stepped in smoothly. "Harry has been warded quite thoroughly," he said. "The mark is not as it once was. I imagine the wand will still remember." "Perhaps," Ollivander murmured. "We shall see." He glided closer. Harry barely saw his feet move. The man reached for Harry's arm, bony fingers surprisingly strong. "Which is your wand hand?" he asked. Harry blinked. "My what? Which hand do you favor for delicate work?" Ollivander clarified. "Writing? Stirring? Holding a focus?" Harry hesitated. On the hill he used both hands. Staff work required balance. Rune carving depended on where the stone sat. Amir had always told him not to have a weak side. "Right, usually," he said. Ollivander measured his arm with a tape that moved on its own, muttering about length and flexibility. Harry endured it with the same patience he gave to rain that refused to stop. At last, the wand maker stepped back and plucked a box from one of the stacks. "Holly, phoenix feather, 11 inches, he said. "A classic. Try this." He placed the wand in Harry's hand. The wood felt wrong at once. It was not angry. It was not eager. It was empty. A smooth, polished stick that sat on his palm like a polite stranger. When he reached for the ground out of habit, to let power move, the wand blocked the sensation. A neat wall between his skin and the pulse below. Harry's throat tightened. "Well, go on," Ollivander prompted. "Give it a wave." Harry lifted his arm and flicked his wrist. Nothing happened. No spark. No sound. The air did not shift. The wand remained a dead weight. Ollivander made a thoughtful noise. "No," he said. He took the wand from Harry without ceremony and reached for another box. "Try this. Ash and Dragon Heartstring." The second wand bit at him. The moment it touched his fingers, a sharp static sting jumped up his arm. He jerked, teeth clacking. "Absolutely not," Amir snapped from the doorway. Ollivander's pale eyes cut to him. "Interesting. You feel it as well." "I feel a bad match," Amir said. Harry shook his hand until the pins and needles faded. The sting had not come from the earth. It had been a clash between the wand's narrow path and the wide channel that ran through him. They tried another. Blue sparks burst from the tip the moment he closed his fingers around it, wild and directionless, hitting the ceiling and bouncing off the walls. Boxes toppled. Ollivander snatched it away before anything caught fire. Better, the man mused. But still not right. Your magic presses far too hard against the core. It is not his magic that is pressing, Amir muttered. Dumbledore watched, hands folded. There was no cheerfulness in his eyes now. Only calculation and that strange sadness Harry had noticed on the hill when Amir talked about towers. Box after box came down. Wand after wand passed through Harry's hands. Some did nothing. Some spat sparks. One shattered in his grip with a loud crack, showering the floor with splinters that smelled faintly of seawater. Sorry, Harry said at once, heart racing. Ollivander did not seem angry. If anything, he looked delighted. Remarkable, the wand maker murmured. You are not drawing through the wood at all. You are pushing, as if the wand is a cork in a river. That is exactly what it is, Amir said. He pinched the bridge of his nose. His power does not sit in his chest. It runs through the ground and up. You are asking a root to drink from a cup instead of the soil. We work with cups here, Dumbledore said quietly. That is the point. Harry stood in the center of the cramped shop, surrounded by shelves and dust and two old men who argued about him as if he were not present. The air felt thin. The dead wood in his hand with each attempt made his skin crawl. He wanted his staff. He wanted the boulder on the hill. He wanted open sky. At last Ollivander stopped. Enough, the wand maker said. We are wasting cores. The boy is not empty enough. Dumbledore's brows rose. Empty. Wand magic expects someone hollowed into the right shape, Ollivander said. Channels inside the mind and nerves rather than outside. This one is full. The currents that run through him do not want to travel inside a stick. They have their own path. Harry had never wanted anyone to put things in those terms less. So you are saying he cannot use a wand? Dumbledore asked. I am saying, Ollivander replied, that any wand I give him will either sit in his hand and sulk, or shatter when he tries to do something serious. Neither outcome is desirable in a classroom full of children. Silence hung for a moment. Dumbledore looked at Harry. How does it feel to you? He asked. Harry licked his dry lips. Wrong, he said. Like wrapping my hands in cloth and then trying to hold onto the hill. I can sense the ground, but the wand gets in the way. It is like a plug in my palms. Thank you for being clear, Dumbledore said. He turned back to Ollivander. Is there no compromise? He pressed. Something that will at least let him fit into a class on the surface. Ollivander considered Harry for a long moment. Eyes narrowed. Perhaps, he said slowly, if he does not expect the wand to do anything. A focus that is treated as a prop instead of a source. A shell. It will look right from the outside and not interfere as much. But I will not promise anything. Do it, Amir said before Dumbledore could respond. Harry stared at him. You just said these are cups, not roots. Why push this? Because walking into that school without a wand will paint a target on your back, Amir said bluntly. They are used to judging worth by what is in someone's hand. Better an empty stick than an empty place. The words hit harder than any lecture. Harry closed his mouth on the reply that wanted to come out. Ollivander moved with new purpose. He pulled a narrow box from a shelf near the floor and opened it carefully. Inside lay a wand that looked plain. No shine. No elaborate grip. Just straight, dark wood. What core? Dumbledore asked. None, Ollivander said. A failed experiment. The wood refused to bond with any heart. I kept it out of curiosity. It may serve here. He handed it to Harry. This time, when the wand touched Harry's fingers, nothing pushed, nothing bit, nothing blocked. It lay there, as present and neutral as a length of branch on the forest floor. His awareness of the thin ground beneath the shop stayed clear. Lift it, Ollivander said. Harry raised his arm. The wand moved with him. That was all. No sparks, Ollivander observed. No reaction. Perfect. Use it for show. Do not expect it to help you. Your power will travel around it instead of through it. Like water around a stone, Harry said under his breath. Exactly, Amir said quietly. Dumbledore looked as if he wanted to argue, but he did not. Thank you, he said to the wand maker. This will have to do. They left the shop. The alley hit Harry's senses again full force. He swallowed hard, clutching the empty wand. Outside, Amir turned him by the shoulders until they faced each other. Listen to me, Amir said. His voice had dropped into the tone that meant no jokes. That stick is not your power. It is a costume for their comfort. Do not forget the feel of the hill under your feet. Harry nodded. I will not. Dumbledore watched them both. Your school schedule will expect wand work, the headmaster said. You may have to pretend more than you like. You will also have access to knowledge you cannot find on the hill. You will need both. Tower and ground, Harry said. Bridge, Amir added. The word sat heavy in his chest. They bought robes at Madame Malkin's. The measuring tape tangled around his legs and made him swear, which made the seamstress laugh. They collected books at Flourish and Blots. Harry ran his fingers over the covers, searching for texts that smelled older than the ink. Ancient runes, magical theory, a thin volume on Celtic sites that made his fingertips tingle. By the time they reached the end of the alley, Harry's head hurt. The constant buzz of weave spells pressed against his skin like static. The thin pulse of the earth beneath it all felt weaker with every step. At the pub door, Amir stopped. This is as far as I go, he said. Harry turned fast. What? You know this was coming, Amir said. You will board the train from here with the others. You will arrive at the castle with them. The ground will be different there. Thicker. The school was built on purpose. You will not be alone, even if it feels like it. Harry's chest tightened. You could come with me, he said. As staff. As something. You know more than any of them. Staff in that place are chosen by the tower, Amir said. I am far too old and far too stubborn to serve a staircase. My work is here, and at other nodes, and you know it. Dumbledore shifted his weight, beard shifting with him. It would raise questions I am not ready to answer, he admitted. Harry looked between them. So you will just send me in and hope I do not crack anything important. On the contrary, Amir said, I expect you to crack many things, just not the foundation of the country in your first week. Dumbledore actually smiled at that. Harry wanted to be angry. Instead he felt the tiredness under the nerves, the weight of the empty wand in his hand, the pull of the future and the faint ache of the hill behind him. Fine, he said. His voice came out hoarse. I will go. I will learn. I will try not to knock down your tower. He took a step forward, then stopped. Amir held out his hand. Harry gripped it. Remember your line, Amir said quietly. The point before the hill pushes back. Do not cross it just to impress a class. I know, Harry said. Amir squeezed once, then let go. Harry turned to Dumbledore. Train, he said. Where? The headmaster's eyes were very bright. Platform 9 3/4, Dumbledore said. Do not worry. The wall will move for you. Of course it will, Harry muttered. They love walls that move when told. Dumbledore pretended not to hear. The barrier at the station felt different from the one in the alley. Less tight, more playful. The stone between platforms 9 and 10 had been taught to let certain people pass. The magic thrummed as Harry approached, a ripple that reached down into the tracks and up into the iron framework above. Best to walk straight and firm, Dumbledore said. A bit of confidence helps. I have a bag full of books and an empty stick, Harry said. Confidence is not really the problem. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. You will do fine. Now through you go. I must follow behind at a more dignified pace or the parents will panic. Harry rolled his eyes but stepped toward the barrier. People streamed past on either side, hurrying to their ordinary trains. No one spared a glance for the boy walking straight at a brick wall. He reached out with his senses at the last moment. The stone ahead held a specific pattern now, a gate shaped in magic that wrapped around his chest as he moved. It was not natural, but it was neat at least. Less forced than Diagon Alley. He walked. The impact never came. The air changed. Smoke and diesel and shouted announcements faded into the hiss of steam and the chatter of children. The station on the other side smelled of coal and owls and excitement. A scarlet engine waited by the platform, thick with spells that ran along its frame. The tracks below it had been strengthened with old runes etched into the metal and hammered into the sleepers. Whoever had built this place had respected the strain of moving so many children at once. Harry let out a slow breath. The ground here still felt boxed, but the box was wider. He shifted his trunk higher on his grip and stepped aside to get his bearings. Families crowded the platform. Children in new robes darted through the swirl of adults. Cats yowled from baskets. Someone laughed loud enough to carry. Someone else already cried. For a moment, Harry felt more alone than he had on the quiet hill. Then a voice nearby said, "Air, you all right there?" Harry turned. A lanky red-haired boy stood a few paces away, dragging a battered trunk behind him. A small gray rat peered out of his pocket. The boy wore hand-me-down clothes that had been patched near the knees. His freckles stood out against pale skin. He stared at Harry with open curiosity, eyes flicking from the plain clothes Amir had given him to the empty wand tucked behind his ear. "Fine," Harry said. "Just trying not to get run over." The boy snorted. "Yeah, fair. It is like a zoo, only noisier." His gaze drifted again, this time settling on Harry fully. His brow furrowed. "Do I know you?" he asked. "You feel a bit weird." "No offense." Harry's shoulders tensed. "Weird how?" The boy squinted, as if trying to see something on the air. "Dunno," he said. "Feels heavy near you. Not in a bad way. Like before a storm, sort of. I am Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley." Harry blinked. Most people did not notice the pressure around him unless he was doing something very obvious. The Hill called it resonance. Amir said it was what happened when someone carried a node path inside their skin. "Harry Potter," he said. Ron's eyes went wide. "No way." "Yes way," Harry replied. Sadly, he braced for the usual reaction. The awe, the questions, the staring at his forehead. Ron did stare, but then his gaze dropped to Harry's trunk and the lack of owl. "Blimey," Ron said. "I thought you would, I dunno, arrive in a golden carriage or something. Mum keeps telling Ginny you are just a boy. But you know how it is." "Terrifying," Harry said. "Do I need a golden carriage to get on the train?" Ron laughed. "Nah, just legs." He shifted his own trunk and nodded toward the carriages. "Want to share a compartment?" he asked. "All my brothers have buggered off already. I do not fancy sitting alone listening to Percy talk about how he is a prefect every 5 minutes. The offer settled something in Harry's chest. "Yes," he said. "I would like that." They hauled their trunks onto the train together. The corridor shook with the movement of others finding seats. Harry followed Ron to a compartment near the middle. They shoved their trunks under the seats and sat opposite each other. As soon as Harry sat, the faint pulse of the land shifted. The tracks carried a focus line of power that connected this platform with the one near the school. Someone had shaped it with care. The train felt like a bead sliding along thread. Ron stared out the window for a moment, then turned back. "So," he said, "you really do not remember anything from that night?" Harry stiffened. "What night?" Ron looked uncomfortable but pressed on. "You know," he said, "the night you know who tried to kill you. Everyone talks about it." "I was one," Harry said. "Even if I remembered something, it would be flashes. And no, I do not. Except what people tell me." Ron grimaced. "Sorry. Stupid question." "It is not stupid," Harry said. "Just old. Everyone seems to think I have a script, and I do not. I grew up on a hill in Wales with a grumpy man and a lot of rocks." Ron blinked. "Seriously, very seriously," Harry said. "We had a boulder and everything. It was very exciting." Ron snorted. "You are taking the mickey." "A little," Harry admitted. "But there were a lot of rocks." Ron leaned forward, elbows on knees. "So you did not grow up with muggles?" he asked. "I always heard Dumbledore dropped you with your aunt and uncle." "Amir intercepted that plan," Harry said. "He thought the tower would ruin me if I went too early. I learned a different kind of magic first." Ron's curiosity brightened. "Different how?" he asked. "Like what they teach at Durmstrang or something?" Harry shook his head. "No," he said. "Less wands. More ground." "That is the vaguest answer in history," Ron complained. Are you doing that on purpose? A little, Harry said again. It is hard to explain. Wand magic feels like water in neat pipes. What I do is more like rivers and wells. It is messy. Ron's eyes widened slowly. That is why the air feels like this around you. Harry thinned his lips. You really feel it? He asked. Ron shrugged. To know if feel is the right word, he said. It is just different. My family is all magic, so I am used to that buzz you get off people. You feel like that, but mixed with something else. It is like standing near the Burrow Garden after Dad has been messing with the wards. Thick, sort of. Harry had not expected a description that accurate. I am going to be rubbish at wand work, he said bluntly. Just warning you now. If you want to sit with someone who can blow things up on command, pick someone else. Ron's mouth twisted. I am rubbish at most things, he said, except chess and eating. Mum says my appetite is a disgrace. Maybe we will balance out. Harry snorted. That sounds fair. They spoke for a while about families and food. Ron told him about his brothers, rattling through names and stories until Harry's head spun. Harry told him small pieces about Amir and the hill, leaving out nodes and tremors. It felt strange, talking about the boulder and the valley as if they were quaint details instead of the bones of his life. At some point, the door slid open. A girl stood there with a bush of brown hair and an anxious expression. She had already changed into school robes. A badge with the Hogwarts crest gleamed on her front, although she was too young to be anything official. Has either of you seen a toad? She asked briskly. A boy named Neville has lost one. I told him I would help look. Ron groaned. Trevor again. Figures. Harry straightened. No toad here, he said. But we can keep an eye out. The girl nodded once, then lingered. You are Harry Potter, she said. It was not a question. So people keep saying, Harry replied. She studied him with a thoughtful frown. You do not look like I expected, she said. I thought you would be dressed fancier. Also, you have dirt on your sleeve. Harry glanced down. There was indeed a faint smudge where he had leaned against the platform wall. Occupational hazard, he said. At least you have a wand, she went on, spotting the stick tucked near his hand. I got mine at Ollivander's last week. It is very responsive. I tried a few spells already, but we are not really supposed to. Ron muttered. Of course you did. The girl caught that and lifted her chin. I like to be prepared, she said. I read all the set books already. Twice. It is important to have a foundation. Harry had a flash of Amir telling him to feel the hill before asking anything of it. Foundations mattered everywhere. I am Hermione Granger, she added. Are either of you the least bit worried about exams? We have not even started term yet, Ron said weakly. Exactly, Hermione said. Which is why we should care now. Harry liked her at once and wanted to throttle her in the same breath. I am sure there will be plenty of time to panic later, he said. Right now there is a toad going missing which seems more urgent. Hermione looked torn between arguing and returning to her search. You are right, she said finally. I will check the next carriage. If you see him, tell Neville he is looking for him. She shut the door and moved on. Ron let out a long breath. That is Hermione, he said. She helped on the platform when some idiot almost ran into his trolley. I think she might try to teach the professors. Harry smiled faintly. I suspect she will succeed. Hogwarts Castle rose out of the dark like a carved spine. Harry stood in a small boat with Ron and two nervous boys he did not know, watching the outline of towers and battlements reflect in the black water. The lake held a low, steady hum. The castle above carried a more complicated pattern. Layers of spells wrapped around stone that was itself part of a node. He felt the shift the moment they passed under the shadow of the cliff. The land here remembered what it had been before the walls went up. Old power threaded through the bedrock, tied into the school's foundations in knots that had been set carefully then patched badly over centuries. This place is wrong, he murmured under his breath. Ron looked over. What? Nothing, Harry said. Just thinking out loud. The boats bumped against the shore. Hagrid led them up to the front entrance. The huge doors thrummed with wards that crawled into the hinges. Inside, stone corridors stretched, their floors polished by generations of feet. The weight of the castle pressed down from above. The sorting felt like standing in a current that flowed sideways. The hat dropped onto his head, ignored the hill under his feet entirely, and went straight for his thoughts. Well, well, a voice drawled in his ear. Plenty of power in here. It is not coming from the usual places, though. That is interesting. Harry fought the urge to rip the hat off. Get out of my head, he thought back. You came to a mind-reading hat and did not expect conversation, the voice said. That is rich. I did not come, Harry thought. You were shoved on, the hat chuckled. You have a point. Let us see. Brave and stubborn, that is obvious. Very protective. Plenty of curiosity, but you do not care about rules for their own sake. You would do well in Gryffindor. The name rang with echoes of stories about old kings and burning fields. Harry swallowed. Fine, he said. Just get off. Ah, the hat said, sounding amused. Not even pretending to consider the others. Yes, better be Gryffindor. He shouted the last word aloud. The hall exploded into applause. Harry removed the hat quickly and handed it back, skin crawling. As he walked to the Gryffindor table, the ground trembled under the rhythm of the clapping. It was not a real tremor, just the echo of so many moving bodies. The castle absorbed it and sighed. He sat between Ron and an older girl with a prefect badge. She introduced herself as Percy's sister and told him the password to the common room. He nodded, half listening, as he scanned the hall. Dumbledore sat at the staff table, eyes twinkling too much. Hagrid loomed at the end, beaming. A tiny wizard perched on a stack of books waved enthusiastically at the first years. Harry guessed that must be Professor Flitwick. The food appeared. Platters full of roast and potatoes and vegetables and things Harry had never seen before materialized on the table. The magic that made them appear drew on something distant and deep. Not the hill, but related. Someone had woven a call into the wards that pulled from a node far away. He ate until his stomach hurt. Ron ate more. Hermione, across the table, lectured a boy about floating candles. Harry listened with half an ear and tried not to feel like the castle itself was watching. Later, in the Gryffindor common room, the fire burned with a charm that made the flames throw no sparks. The room buzzed with talk. Harry lay in bed that night listening to the old tower breathe. The stone held more voices than the ones in the dorm. Whispers of spells, echoes of footsteps, memories of children before him. He slept badly. Charms class took place in a room that jutted from the side of the castle, with high windows and rows of paired desks. The floor was made of wide stone flags carved from the cliff. The magic in the walls rubbed against the ground like cloth against skin. Harry sat beside Ron. Hermione had taken the desk in front of them. Ink bottle lined up perfectly with her quills. The feather they were meant to levitate lay in the center of each desk, light and innocent. Professor Flitwick bounced onto a stack of books at the front of the room. Welcome, welcome, he squeaked. I am Professor Flitwick. Today we will attempt one of the most basic charms. Do not be nervous. Magic likes confidence. Ron shot Harry a sideways look. Guess you are doomed, he whispered. Harry snorted softly. Flitwick explained the theory. He drew the wand motion in the air, a smooth swish and a flick. He pronounced the incantation carefully, stressing the syllables. Wingardium Leviosa, he said. Remember, emphasis on Gar and Levi, not on the ending. Hermione mouthed the word under her breath. Her wand held tight. Harry gripped his empty wand. It sat against his palm like a piece of dried branch. He could feel the stone of the floor under his boots, the muted hum of the node the castle clung to. The power there tugged at his bones, wanting attention. Flitwick went around the room, correcting grips and pronunciation. Feathers trembled. Some rose a few inches. Some did nothing. When he reached their row, Hermione's feather floated a full foot above the desk, spinning with smug precision. Excellent, Miss Granger, Flitwick said, clapping. Hermione's cheeks flushed with pride. Ron's feather lay flat. His wand swished with more enthusiasm than accuracy. Wingardium Leviosa, he tried. Hermione twisted in her seat. It is Wingardium Leviosa, she said sharply. Not win-wing. and you are flicking too much. Thanks, Ron muttered. Because I love being corrected. Harry tuned them out. He stared at his own feather. Sat there, light and fragile. He could lift rocks heavier than a house if he allowed a node to fill his spine. This should have been simple. He raised his wand. The moment he went through the motion Flitwick had shown them, everything felt wrong. The gesture cut across the quiet link he had with the floor. The word caught on his tongue. The empty stick in his hand blocked the easy flow of power. Wingardium Leviosa, he said. Nothing happened. He tried again, slower. The wand dragged. He could feel the pull of the ground pressing against the soles of his boots, puzzled by this strange attempt to lift something without asking. Frustration prickled at the back of his neck. He set his jaw and reached down the way Amir had taught him. Not too deep, just a touch. Enough to make the air under the feather a little lighter. Enough to nudge, he asked. The floor answered. The power did not travel up the wand. It went straight through his feet, along his legs into the stone flags. They were thin compared to the hill, but they were still part of the cliff. The node under the castle woke a little, curious and impatient. The feather jerked once. Then the flagstone under it shifted. The stone rose a fraction of an inch, as if someone had tried to push a plate up from below. Cracks spread along the mortar lines. The desk bounced. Ron yelped as his ink bottle tipped, black liquid sloshing onto his parchment. What the Ron blurted. The movement rippled out in a small circle. Nearby feathers jumped. One flew into a girl's face. She shrieked. A boy on the other side of the room swore as his desk tilted. The whole disturbance lasted only a second. Harry slammed his focus shut, snapping the connection before the node could really wake. The stone settled with a low, annoyed groan that only he heard. Silence followed. Every head turned toward him. Harry's heart hammered. Blood roared in his ears. His wand hand shook. Professor Flitwick stared at the hairline cracks that now traced the outline of Harry's flagstone. His tiny face went slack for a moment, then schooled itself into something brisk. Well, he said, that is certainly not standard casting. A faint chuckle drifted from the doorway. Harry turned his head. Dumbledore stood there, half hidden behind a tall student who must have arrived late. The headmaster's eyes took in the cracks, the settled feather, the empty wand in Harry's hand. His mouth pressed into a line that might have been worry. Professor Flitwick, Dumbledore said. My apologies. I did not mean to interrupt. I wanted to observe first-year progress. It seems I have chosen an interesting moment. Flitwick drew himself up. Nothing we cannot smooth out, Headmaster, he said. Mr. Potter simply needs to remember that we are working with the wand, not the floor. A few students snickered. Harry's cheeks burned. I was trying, he said. Flitwick's expression softened. I know, the professor said. We will discuss it after class. He clapped his hands. Back to your feathers, he called. Magic is not a spectator sport. Well, not in this room. The class slowly turned back to their work. Whispering picked up. Harry caught his name hissed between desks more than once. Ron leaned in. That was mental, he whispered. You did that without even touching the feather. That was not the point, Harry muttered. Hermione glanced over her shoulder. Her eyes darted to the cracks, then to his face. She bit her lip, clearly fighting the urge to ask questions in the middle of the lesson. Harry gripped his wand and did nothing for the rest of class. He refused to reach for the ground again. The stone sulked under the ban. He felt it like a living thing offended at being called and then ignored. When the bell rang, Flitwick asked him to stay. Ron hesitated in the doorway. I will wait in the corridor, Ron said. Unless I get eaten by a staircase. Try not to, Harry said. Hermione lingered as well, pretending to rearrange her bag. Flitwick hopped down from his pile of books and waddled over to the damaged flagstone. He knelt, tiny hands tracing the cracks with surprising care. You did not break it outright, he said. You just lifted it. That is something. Sorry, Harry said again. Flitwick shook his head. I am not angry, he said. Concerned, perhaps. You are not channeling through the wand at all, are you? Harry hesitated. It feels wrong, he admitted. like shoving water into a pipe that is already full. The power wants to go through the floor. Flitwick's eyes gleamed. You are one of those, he murmured. Interesting. I read about this in an old paper. Geomancers. Very rare. Very little research. Most of my colleagues think the stories are exaggerations. They are not, Harry said. The hill taught me. Amir taught me. This place does not like it. Flitwick straightened. The castle will adjust, he said. Eventually. It is old. It knows more than it lets on. In the meantime, you and I will have to find ways for you to pass your exams without tearing up my classroom. You are not going to tell me to stop? Harry asked. Flitwick smiled faintly. I would be a very poor academic if I asked a student to ignore a whole branch of magic, he said. I will not pretend it will be easy. The curriculum is built around wand work. But there is always room in theory for exceptions. We will talk about it. Privately, Harry let out a breath he had not realized he had been holding. His shoulders dropped a little. Thank you, he said. Do not thank me yet, Flitwick replied dryly. You still have homework. Harry almost laughed. He left the classroom to find Ron and Hermione waiting. Ron fell into step beside him. So, Ron said. Floor 1, feather nil. Harry groaned. Please never say that again. Hermione walked on his other side. What exactly did you do? She asked. That was not a simple mispronunciation. You shifted the rock. I know, Harry said. I was there. You reached down, Hermione pressed. I saw your stance change. Your shoulders dropped, your knees bent. That is not how we were taught. Harry frowned at her. You noticed all that in 1 second, he asked. I notice things, Hermione said, sounding almost offended. Ron snorted. That is an understatement. Harry shoved his hands into his pockets, feeling the faint vibration under his boots. It was an accident, he lied. Hermione gave him a skeptical look. Accidents do not usually produce perfect, circular cracks. That looked structured. Can we talk about this somewhere that is not in the middle of the corridor? Harry asked. I would rather not give the whole school more to gossip about. Hermione hesitated, then nodded. Library, she said. Later, after dinner. They close it eventually, but we will have time. Ron groaned. Of course you want to go to the library. Where else would we look up strange magic? Hermione demanded. Ask Hagrid, Ron suggested. You are ridiculous, Hermione said. They bickered all the way to the common room. Harry listened with half an ear, feeling the castle settle around his earlier slip. The node below had quieted, but it remembered his touch. The library at night felt different. During the day, it hummed with the quiet noise of turning pages and whispered arguments. At night, the candles burned lower. The shelves cast longer shadows. The wards around the books woke up, their lines stretching through the floor and into the walls. Harry slipped between the rows, a stack of borrowed parchment under his arm. He had drawn runes after dinner, tucked in a corner of the common room, until the noise drove him here. Hermione had spotted the notes at once and dragged him along. Now she moved beside him, clutching 3 heavy volumes to her chest. You did not tell me you knew the script, she said in a fierce whisper. Harry glanced down at the top sheet in his hand. The rune pattern snaked across the page, lines of phonetic marks Amir had drilled into him until he had carved them in his sleep. It is what I learned first, he said. It matches the way the land speaks. Hermione stopped dead. The land does not speak, she said. That is not how that works. It does, Harry said. You just do not hear it. She glared at him, then looked down at the rune again. I recognized some of these shapes, she said. From a book on Old Welsh charms. Caeldfulch, I think it was called. The original name for Excalibur. This is older though. Pre-Roman. Where did you even get this? Amir, Harry said. Hermione huffed. I need to talk to this Amir, she muttered. He is sitting on whole libraries. Get in line, Harry said dryly. The hill comes first. They reached an empty table near the back. The candle there guttered as they sat, then steadied. Hermione spread her books out with practiced ease. Hogwarts, a history, an atlas of magical Britain, a thin volume about ancient sites with a grainy picture of standing stones on the cover. Harry laid his runes in the space between them. Hermione leaned over, brown eyes scanning the lines. These are not just random symbols, she said. They have structure. Repeats. You have a pattern for flow here and one for direction. This mark looks like a sign for cut. She tapped a small cross shape. This one appears each time you talk about binding. Harry blinked. You got that from one glance, he asked. I am good at patterns, Hermione said. Also, you wrote notes in the margins in English. Harry blinked again. Oh, she rolled her eyes. You are ridiculous, she said. How old were you when you started this? 6, Harry said. Maybe 7 when the shapes stopped looking like angry worms. Hermione made a strangled noise. That is not fair, she said. I only got my letter in July. You have been doing this for years. It was not optional, Harry said quietly. The hill would have crushed me if I did not learn to listen. She sobered at once. What do you mean, she asked. He stared at his hands. If you grab a river, he said, it pulls you in. If you learn to swim, you can move with it. Amir taught me to swim. Hermione sat back slowly. And now you are trying to learn how to drink through a straw, she said. Harry huffed a laugh. That is one way to put it. She drummed her fingers on the table, thinking. You are going to struggle in some classes, she said. The whole structure assumes you want to do things through the wand and nothing else. But there are subjects like ancient runes and arithmancy, things that care about patterns and structures. You could, I do not know, translate. Translate what into what, Harry asked. Whatever this is, Hermione said, tapping his parchment. Into something the tower understands, not to change the hill, to explain it, or at least map it. If the wards on this castle tie into the land, there must be records. Harry frowned. Why does that matter to you, he asked. You could just learn the spells in the books and be the best in class. You already are. Hermione flushed. I like knowing how things work, she said. Not just that they do. And if there is an entire type of magic that the modern curriculum ignores, that bothers me. Also, you are clearly going to blow something up if no one helps you take notes. That is a fair point, Harry admitted. She chewed her lip. I have been reading ahead, she confessed. There are mentions of ancient rites and standing stones, but the books treat them like quaint history. Nothing practical. No proper translations. It is sloppy. I hate sloppy. I noticed, Harry said. Hermione glared at him, then sighed. If I focus only on charms and transfiguration, I will be one more witch with neat handwriting and tidy spells, she said. If I help you record this, I might be the first person in centuries to properly write down what the land is doing under our feet. Her eyes shone. Harry had seen that look on Amir when he felt a node settle. It was the expression of someone who knew they had found the edge of a map and were about to step off. You want to archive it, Harry said. I want to understand it, Hermione said. And yes, write it down. Not to tame it. To stop it being forgotten. Ancient lore archiving. I like the sound of that. Harry imagined shelves full of runes and diagrams. Not to put the hill in a box, but to give others a way to see it. Amir will have opinions, he said slowly. I am sure he will, Hermione replied. He can write me a furious letter if he likes. In runes. I will translate it. Harry snorted. You are terrifying, he said. Thank you, Hermione said primly. They bent over the parchment together. Hermione pointed out repeats and structures. Harry explained what each mark felt like when carved into stone. Between them, the strange script began to look less like nonsense and more like a language. Time slid by. The candles burned lower. The castle settled around them, its own hum syncing with the shifting lines on the page. Potter. Granger. The voice made them both jump. Madame Pants loomed at the end of the aisle, thin and severe. Her eyes narrowed at the books on the table, then at the scattered parchment. The library closes at 9, she said. You are past time. Sorry, Hermione said at once. We lost track. Out, Madame Pants said. And no ink on the tables. They scrambled to pack up their things. Hermione hugged her books to her chest. Harry stacked his runes carefully, feeling the weight of what they had just begun. In the corridor outside, the noise of the castle returned. Footsteps, distant laughter, the faint whoosh of a ghost drifting through stone. Hermione slowed. You know, she said, most people would be scared of what happened in Charms. I am, Harry said honestly. She nodded. Good, she said. That means you will be careful. But I am also curious. I want to see what happens when someone who listens to the ground walks through a place like this. You will probably see cracks, Harry said. Then I will take notes, Hermione replied. Ron appeared at the end of the corridor, hair sticking up, tie loose. There you are, he said. I thought the books had eaten you. Filch was muttering about students lurking. We should get back before he catches us past curfew. On our way, Harry said. They walked together toward the common room. Ron talked about a chess match he had just lost to one of his older brothers. Hermione complained about first-year essays being too short. Harry listened and felt the castle under his feet. The connection that had felt severed when he stepped into Diagon Alley tugged at him now in a new way. The hill was far. The node here was different. The weave pressed in from the walls. His empty wand sat in his pocket, light and pointless. But beside him walked a boy who felt the weight of his presence and did not flinch. In front of him walked a girl who looked at his runes and saw work to be done instead of nonsense to mock. The tower and the land might not fit together yet. They might grind against each other and throw sparks. Harry did not know whether he would be the thing that broke or the thing that bridged. For the first time since leaving the hill, he thought that maybe, just maybe, he would not have to find out alone. The stone beneath Harry's boots thrummed again. Not loud. Not enough for anyone else to notice. Just a steady, deep vibration in the bones of his feet, as he and Ron hurried down the stairwell into the common room, Hermione fast on their heels. Slow down, Hermione hissed. You are stomping like trolls. Ron threw a look back at her. We are about to sneak past a three-headed dog. I think Subtle has already left the building. Harry reached the last step and paused. The fire in the common room was low, embers more than flame. A few first years were still awake, huddled near the hearth over a game of exploding snap. They looked up when the three of them came in with wet hair and damp cloaks from their trip back from detention in the forest. Act normal, Ron muttered out of the side of his mouth. Define normal, Harry muttered back. His skin still crawled from the memory of the hooded figure they had seen over the dead unicorn, and the way the earth had recoiled under that thing. The forest soil had felt wrong. Sore, as if something had clawed through it and left a stain behind. Hermione walked past the younger students with a stiff, polite nod. She went straight to the notice board, pretended to read it, then glanced back at them. Everyone is still up here, she said quietly. Good. No stray prefects. Brilliant, Ron said. Let us commit several school rule crimes while we are still shaking from detention. That seems smart. Harry walked to the fire and held his hands out. He did not feel cold, not really. The chill under his skin was not about temperature. It was the echo of that thing in the forest. The way the ley line under the trees had tried to pull away from it. He swallowed. Harry, Hermione said softly. You feel it too, right? He looked at her. Her eyes were faintly red at the edges, more from strain than from crying. She still had dirt on her cheek. Yeah, he said. The forest. The ground under that thing. It hurt. Ron dropped into one of the armchairs with a heavy exhale. It hurt, he repeated. You say that like the floor has nerves. Harry glanced down at the rug, at the flagstones under it. The hum under his feet was steadier now that they were back inside the tower, away from the forest. It does, he said. Not the way we do, but yes. And something out there was feeding on it. Hermione folded her arms. And it was headed away from the castle. That means the thing in the forest is not just random. It is connected to whatever Dumbledore is hiding on the third floor, which keeps coming back to the same question. Ron put his head back and stared at the ceiling. You mean the one where we ask why we do not just pretend we saw nothing and live long lives? Hermione ignored him. The question of what exactly is being guarded and how someone could get to it. Harry watched the fire. A log shifted and dropped, sparks snapping up and vanishing. The hum of the tower wrapped around his ankles and climbed his legs. Familiar now. Hogwarts was not a quiet place. Not if you listened with the part of yourself that reached for stone. Someone already tried, he said. Gringotts. Hagrid said so. And then whatever was in that vault came here. Hermione nodded. Which fits with the legend of the Philosopher's Stone. Immortality. Wealth. Power. If you were Voldemort and you had failed once and you were half whatever he is now, you would try again. Ron groaned. Can we not say his name so casually? Feels weird. Like calling a storm by its first name. Harry gave a short, tired smile. Storms are easier to deal with. Harry, Hermione said, voice sharp. Focus. You felt something under the third-floor corridor that day we peeked at the door. You said it felt like a knot in the ley line. If Voldemort is after the stone and the stone is hidden there, that means the protection is tied into the castle wards, which are tied into the lines. So this is not just about school rules. This is about the land too. The embers glowed against Harry's face. That was the real part. The part that made his chest tight. It is a wound waiting to happen, he said. If someone tears at those wards wrong, it will hurt more than Hogwarts. Ron pulled himself upright. Right? Fine. Serious talk time. If we accept all that, the next thing is obvious. Harry raised a brow. What? We get there first, Ron said. We beat whoever is trying to steal it. Or we at least stop them messing with all the spells that are holding it in place. Which means we need a plan. Not just Harry stares at the floor until magic happens. Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. I am almost afraid to ask. But you have one, do you not? Ron gave a small, reluctant grin. I might. Harry looked between them. He could feel the fatigue in his muscles. The slow ache from standing in the forest mud for hours. He could also feel the slow, restless shiver under the stones. Like a drawn breath. The stone, he said quietly. The ley line under the corridor. The thing in the forest. They are all the same story. So yes, we go. But we do it smart. Ron's grin widened. I like it when you say that and then the earth shakes. Hermione shot him a look that would have cut marble. Tomorrow night, she said. We gather what we need, and tonight we sleep. Properly. We will not be useful half dead. Harry nodded. He could still feel the echo of the unicorn's blood soaking into the soil. The line had flinched when that had happened. He did not want to feel that again. He also did not want to lie in bed awake, knowing there was a crack in the world under his feet and he was ignoring it. Tomorrow night, he agreed. Ron sighed. Brilliant. I always wanted to commit treason against the school with a proper schedule. The next evening the common room was louder. Homework chatter, chess games, the constant pop of the fire. Exams were still far off, but first years had started to realize that Hogwarts did not care if they were tired. The castle had a rhythm of its own. Harry sat at a corner table with Hermione and Ron, a pile of normal textbooks in front of them that made a neat disguise. Under Harry's charms book, hidden from view, there was a sheet of parchment that Hermione had filled with notes and tiny diagrams. Ron had produced a stolen map of the upper floors that he had acquired from one of his older brothers, who had smirked in a way that suggested more trouble than help. He had smoothed it out on the table and weighed it down with an ink bottle. All right, Ron said. We start here. He tapped a point on the map. Gryffindor Tower exit, he said. We go down the staircase, through the portrait of the knights, past that weird suit of armor that whistles, cut through this corridor, then up this back staircase here, and we arrive near the third-floor corridor. That avoids the usual patrols. The prefect on duty usually does rounds near the main staircases, not the back ones. Hermione peered over the map. How do you know his route? Ron shrugged. I get caught a lot. Harry snorted. Ron pointed to another bit of parchment. On it he had drawn simple symbols, each standing for a teacher or a caretaker and their habits. Filch checks near the trophy room on even nights, Ron said. On odd nights he starts near the kitchens. Tonight is even, so we are safer on the tower side. The biggest risk is Peeves, but he mostly sticks near the main stairs too. Now, he looked up. You two need to promise me one thing. Hermione raised a brow. If this is about not panicking, I am going to stab you with my quill. No, Ron said. If I say run, you run. I will distract whatever it is. You two are the ones who actually do something about the stone. I play the piece that gets taken so the others reach the other side. Harry stared at him. The chess image was obvious even without Ron spelling it out. The way Ron said it made the back of Harry's neck prickle. You are not a piece, Harry said. Ron shot him a flat look. In chess, you sacrifice a knight so the queen and king do their job. You know this. You watched me. This is the same. You bring the power. Hermione brings the brain. I am the distraction. That is my job. Hermione's jaw clenched. I do not like that job title. Tough, Ron said, then softened a little. I am not saying I want to get hurt. I am saying if someone has to stand in a doorway and shout and wave a wand so the other two can finish whatever ridiculous rock ritual you are going to do, that is my part. That way we all actually use what we are good at. Harry looked down at the map. Ron's finger still rested near the corridor marked with the warning that Dumbledore had given at the feast. 3rd floor. Out of bounds. Dangerous. The castle hummed in his bones again. A slow wave of awareness. Fine, Harry said. But if you try to be a hero, I am dragging you back by the ear. Ron grinned. You will have to catch me first. Hermione jabbed a quill at the other parchment. Right, she said. My part. I went back to the library this afternoon. Ron groaned. Of course you did. She ignored him. I found references that matched the protections on the 3rd floor door. Ancient layered warding. Multiple charms and curses woven together. That makes it weave-based. All regulated spells, stacked. It explains why Dumbledore did not just dump the stone in a box under a mountain. He trusts the weave and the wards built from it. But something bothered me. Harry leaned closer. The parchment under Hermione's hand was covered in neat lines of runes and translated notes. His eyes picked out the parts that mattered. Nodes, flows, pressure points. I checked the books on Arthurian warding that you showed me, she said to Harry. The ones that talk about geomancy anchors. When you touched the floor outside that corridor, you said it felt wrong. Not just strong. Wrong. So I looked for mismatches. Places where weave spells had been laid over old geomancy anchored lines. She tapped one cluster of runes. This is the part near the final chamber, she said. There is a structural anchor that is not weave-based. The books call it a root. Connects directly to the ley line under the castle. The rest is weave. That means if someone tries to break through with normal magic, they are fighting the part that is balanced on top of the line. That is dangerous. If you push too hard, you tear the root too. That would be bad. Harry pictured it. A net of delicate spells hung over a single thick rope that ran through the ground. Snap the rope and everything changed. So we do not push, he said slowly. We go under it. Hermione nodded at once. Exactly. We do not fight the weave from inside it. You go outside. You talk to the line directly and ask it to open a gap. Like moving a stone out of a river and letting water flow a different way. The ward cannot do anything about that, because it is built assuming the line is fixed. Ron blinked. So you are telling me the big fancy protection spell is actually perched on top of the thing Harry talks to when he has headaches? Yes, Hermione said. Which means for once we are not the ones at the disadvantage. Harry rubbed his palm across the table. The thought of manipulating the line directly under Hogwarts made his stomach tighten. Amir had warned him kinds of power like that were not toys. Can I do that without breaking the castle? He asked quietly. Hermione's gaze softened. You hold back every single day, she said. You did not even realize you were stabilizing that broken pillar in Amir's Valley last year. You can do this. Just focus on a small patch. A narrow ring under the ward. You are not tearing anything. You are asking it to bend for a moment. Ron snorted faintly. I cannot believe I am about to break into a death corridor and my job is the simple one. Harry looked up at him. Simple but important. If someone is already there when we arrive, you keep their attention off me. By me time. Ron leaned back, expression serious now. Yeah, he said. I can do that. Near midnight the dormitory was quiet. The other boys slept. Soft snores and the rustle of sheets. Moonlight leaked through the curtains and painted pale strips across the floor. Harry slid from his bed and dressed in the semi-dark. Trousers, shirt, jumpers that still faintly smelled of the mountains, stubbornly resistant to Hogwarts soap. He pushed his feet into his shoes and picked up the old leather strap Amir had given him, the one with a single smooth stone threaded on it. He wrapped it around his left wrist and pulled the knot tight. The stone settled against his skin, warm. He paused by Ron's bed. "Oi!" he whispered. Ron jerked, flailed for a moment, then blinked up. "Was? Harry, it is time." Ron let out a long breath through his nose. "Right? Brilliant. Fantastic. Breaking into deadly corridor tonight. Great life choices." He rolled out of bed, rummaged for his wand and pulled on his clothes, muttering under his breath. By the time they eased the dorm door open, his hair was sticking up in more directions than usual and his eyes were awake. They met Hermione at the bottom of the boys' staircase. She wore an old jumper over her uniform and had a satchel slung across her body, bulging with books and parchment. A small coil of rope hung from one side. She had braided her hair back to keep it off her face. "You took long enough," she whispered. "Ron forgot which shoe went on which foot," Harry whispered back. Ron scowled. "My feet are identical. It is confusing." They slipped out through the portrait hole after convincing the fat lady that they were going to the bathroom together. She sniffed loudly but did not stop them. The moment they stepped into the corridor, the air changed. Daytime Hogwarts was a steady background hum for Harry. At night the castle was clearer. The ley lines that ran through the foundations sang more openly when there were fewer people stomping on them. The staircases had a slow, creaking rhythm as if they were breathing in their sleep. The stone walls under the torches felt cooler, less distracted by footsteps and chatter. "Harry," Hermione murmured. "You are frowning." "Listening," he said. "The line under the third floor is tense." Ron squinted down the corridor. "I cannot hear anything." "You are not a walking earthquake," Hermione said. They moved quickly, keeping to shadows when they heard the distant shuffle of Filch in another hall. Twice Ron tugged them into alcoves just before a light swung past. Once they had to flatten themselves behind a suit of armor while Peeves drifted by, humming and throwing bits of chalk at the walls. Ron only let out a stream of very quiet curses after the ghost passed. "How do teachers deal with him?" Ron muttered as they crept down the last side corridor. "If I tried to run a school and that thing kept dropping ink on my head, I would move to another country." "Focus," Hermione breathed. "We are almost there." The third-floor corridor felt different even before they reached the locked door. Harry felt the change first in his teeth. A faint pressure there. The stones ahead carried a different weight. It was like stepping from solid ground onto a platform that hung over a deep drop. Everything was still under him, but the air felt thinner. Hermione's hand brushed his sleeve. He glanced at her. "Do you feel it?" she whispered. "Yes." Ron looked between them and rolled his eyes. "Magic nerds," he muttered, not unkindly. They stopped at the heavy door that barred the way to the forbidden section. The wooden panels were dark and old. A thick, ordinary lock sat under the handle. Above it, only barely visible, delicate lines of light ran across the frame, tracing knots and loops in the air. Hermione dug in her satchel and pulled out a small notebook. In it she had sketched the ward pattern from memory. The glowing lines matched. "Here," she whispered, pointing. "See that twist? That is the root anchor. The rest is the weave lattice. Once we get through the obvious parts, the real problem is the chamber after the defenses. That is where the main ward sits. That is where you will need to talk to the line." Harry nodded. His fingers brushed the stone wall beside the door. Felt warm. Too warm. Energy built up there and had nowhere to go. The wards were holding it in place. Ron pulled out his wand. "So," Ron murmured. "First problem. Locked door. Classic." Hermione rolled her eyes in a way that said she had been waiting for this all week. "Alohomora," she whispered, flicking her wand. The lock clicked. The glowing knots along the frame flickered once, then settled. No alarm sounds. No explosions. Ron did a tiny air punch. "Sometimes normal spells do work, you know?" Harry eased the door open. "Stay close," he said. The floor here touches the root. I want to feel how it reacts. The corridor beyond smelled of dust and old magic and animal. The moment they stepped over the threshold, low growls rumbled in the dark. The three-headed dog they had seen once already rose from its spot near the trapdoor, chains clinking. Harry felt the rumble in the stone more than in the air. The dog's weight pressed into the floor. The ley line under the corridor shifted. Annoyed. Music, Hermione hissed. Oh right, Ron said. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a battered flute that Hagrid had given him weeks ago. He set it to his lips and started to play. The sound was rough but steady. The growls faded. The dog's eyes drooped. One head yawned. Another leaned against the stone. The third gave a half-hearted glare at them before its lids fluttered shut. Harry crouched by the trapdoor. The wood here is not anchored, he whispered. The line runs under the floor below. Lovely, Ron said through the flute. Just open it before my luck runs out. Hermione knelt beside Harry. Together they eased the trapdoor up. Cold air rushed up from below, smelling of damp and plants. Hermione peered down, then pulled back at once. That is a long drop, she said. Harry flicked his gaze around. Rusted chains on the wall. Loose bits of rope. Hermione, he murmured. The rope you brought. She handed it over. They tied one end around a ring bolt and dropped the rest down. I will go first, Harry said. Ron lowered the flute for a moment. Of course you will. You are the one who can talk to rocks. If something sharp is down there, it will talk to you first. Harry gave him a flat look. Play, he said. Do not stop. Ron put the flute back to his lips and started again. The dog's snores deepened. Harry swung his legs over the edge and slid down the rope. For a moment his stomach lurched at the sudden drop. Then his boots thudded into something soft. Not ground. Plants. Thick cords wrapped around his ankles before he had time to swear. Hermione, he called, already trying to pull free. Do not jump. Climb. It is some kind of plant. It moves. The words were hardly out of his mouth before the vines climbed his legs. Cold, damp tendrils squeezed his calves, his knees, his thighs. He staggered, tried to keep his balance in the dim light. Above, Hermione's head appeared at the edge. I am coming down, she called. Slow, he said through his teeth. It is aggressive. Ron's muffled voice drifted down after her. Why is it always plants? Hermione descended, careful but quick. The moment her feet sank into the massive vines, they lunged at her ankles as well. Devil's snare, she gasped. It hates light and heat. In the book it said fire spells work best. She tried to lift her wand, but the vines were already climbing her arms. Harry heard her breath hitch as they squeezed. Ron dropped beside them a second later and cursed loudly when the plant wrapped around him too. Get off, Ron grunted, struggling. Harry, can you? I do not know. Order the floor to eat it. Harry tried to move his arms. The plant tightened around his chest. It was strong, stronger than rope. Every struggle made it grip harder. His ribs ached. In the cold dim under the trapdoor, his eyes adjusted slowly. He saw the walls, rough stone. The floor, hidden under a carpet of dark coils. The plant did not just sit on the ground. It had grown out of cracks in the rock itself. Stop fighting, Hermione gasped. It squeezes harder if you move. Ron stilled with effort. I am not dying because of an angry vine, he said through his teeth. That is embarrassing even for me. The vines crept higher. One brushed Harry's face, damp and cold. He shut his eyes against the urge to panic. Fire spells. Heat. Light. He could not move his wand arm enough to cast anything. Even if he could, he had never been good with fire charms. His magic did not want to flow through thin wood. It wanted rock. Rock. Harry let his head fall back against the mass of vines and focused instead on the stone under them. He reached down, past the plant, past the cracks, into the bedrock beneath. The awareness came at once. The ley line here was thin but present, a small branch that ran under this room, linked to the larger current under Hogwarts. It was slow, steady. He let his mind sink into it. The cold of the plant faded under the deeper, solid presence of the stone. Heat moved through rock in a patient way. stored, held, released when needed. Amir's voice rose in his memory. Do not think of fire as a thing that appears out of nowhere. Think of it as a pattern in the dance of warmth. You are not creating heat. You are moving it. Harry breathed in as much as the plant would allow. Every rib complained. He ignored it. He found the warmth in the stone. The slow, deep heat from the layers of earth below. The tiny spark of warmth in each vine where it touched the floor, trying to draw life. He did not push power up in a blast. That would shake the room apart. Instead he pulled. He pulled the heat out of the air in the small space. Out of the stone surface. Out of the plant itself. The effect was immediate. The temperature dropped in a rush. Harry felt it on his skin, a sharp bite in the air. His breath fogged in front of his mouth. The vines tightened for one frantic second. Then they convulsed. Cold burned through them where they wrapped around his legs and arms. The moisture in their flesh hardened. Ice spread along their length, white crust crackling under the surface. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. It is freezing. Hermione shivered hard enough that the plant around her rustled. Harry, she rasped. What are you doing? Taking the heat, he said. Hold still. He pulled again. The air turned even colder. His fingers went numb. The stone under the plant groaned as a thin sheen of frost spread out from where his boots pressed. The vines stopped moving. They stiffened, brittle. The ones near his chest broke with soft cracks where he clenched his muscles. He felt the energy he had stolen from the room building in him. It was not light and bright the way wand magic felt in class. It was heavy. It sat in his bones and behind his eyes and in the scar on his forehead, hot as a fever under the skin. That part scared him. He swallowed hard, then pushed. Instead of shoving the heat back into the plant, he directed it down. Into the rock below, deeper than the little ley line branch, into an older layer that could store it. The pressure eased. He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. The room was still cold, but the danger in the air ebbed. The plant no longer writhed. Its vines hung stiff around them. Try to move now, he said. He flexed his arms. The frozen vines cracked and fell away in pieces. Hermione tore hers aside and stumbled free, teeth chattering. Ron kicked his off with a string of colorful words that would have earned him a week's detention if McGonagall heard them. They stood together on the bare stone that had been hidden under the plant, panting clouds into the chilled air. Hermione hugged herself and stamped her feet. I hate that thing, she hissed. I am adding it to my list. Right under trolls. Ron stared at the dead plant. You froze it, he said to Harry. Without fire, without a spell. You just stole the warmth out of the air. Harry wiped his hands on his trousers. His fingers still tingled. His head buzzed. I moved it, he said. Into the stone. It is safer there. That was not first-year magic, Ron said faintly. Hermione turned toward Harry. Her eyes were wide. There was fear there, but there was also something else. Oh, localized temperature manipulation, she said softly. That is what the book called it. Geomancers could change the climate in a small area. You just did that, Harry. On purpose. He felt a strange mix of pride and unease. We are not done yet, he said. Save the lecture for when we are not standing in a murder plant's grave. Ron snorted. Fair point. They crossed the room and pushed through the next door. The next challenge turned out to be enchanted keys. Swarms of them, all buzzing in the air on little wings. Ron glanced up once, swore, then looked at Harry. Let me guess, he said. You are going to ask the floor to climb up and grab one. Tempting, Harry said, eyeing the flitting shapes. But I think this one is your turn. Ron blinked. Mine. Hermione pointed at the far side of the chamber, where a heavy, locked door waited. The lock is complex, she said. Multiple sets of wards, none of them geomancy anchored. That means it expects someone to fight it with spells. We do not have time for that. A more direct approach is hitting the right key with the right force. Ron's expression shifted. Harry knew that look now. It was the same one Ron wore when he studied a chessboard. Not lazy at all. Sharp, focused. Ron watched the keys for a long moment. His eyes followed their paths, traced patterns in the air. Those 4 move slower, he murmured. They keep circling close to the door. One of them is heavier. That will be the main key. See how its flight wobbles more from the weight. The others are decoys. Harry squinted. He had not noticed. You are sure? Hermione asked. Ron nodded. Pretty sure. He picked up a broom from the rack at the wall, mounted it with a grimace, and pushed off. He was not as smooth as some of the older students Harry had seen in the distance during flying lessons, but he kept his balance and used good angles. He did not chase the keys. He cut across their paths, forced them into narrower loops. After a few passes, he swung hard at the one he wanted. The key smacked against the broom handle and dropped. Ron caught it with a whoop and dove back down. He landed hard, almost fell, then laughed breathlessly. See, he panted. Diversion and positioning. That is me. Hermione took the key, checked the teeth, and slid it into the lock. It turned with a deep click. The wards on the door flared and then settled. Harry could feel the weave-based spells there. They brushed against his skin with a prickly sensation, then recoiled when they met the calm field of earth magic that still clung to him from the earlier work. They moved on. The chest chamber nearly broke Ron. The huge stone figures stood in neat ranks on the floor. Each piece hummed with magic. The ley line under this room felt twisted around them, directing energy into their limbs, anchoring them in place. Ron stared at the board, went pale, then squared his shoulders. All right, he said. This one is mine too. Hermione opened her mouth to argue. He held up a hand. No, he said. His voice was steady. I know this game. I can see the pattern. You two have to play pieces. I will guide. When it gets nasty, I will step in. Harry could see the tightness around Ron's eyes. The boy was terrified. He stepped closer and squeezed his arm. You do not have to throw yourself in front of a queen for us, Harry said. Ron gave him a quick, crooked smile. Yes, I do, he said quietly. That is how we win. The game was brutal. Stone pieces smashed into each other. When one was taken, it was taken properly. Limbs shattered. Heads rolled. Dust filled the air. Harry played the role Ron told him to play. Knight, moving where he was pointed. Hermione played bishop. Ron directed them with sharp orders. Harry there. No, not that square, the other. Trust me. Hermione flinched every time a piece fell. She muttered calculations under her breath. Near the end, Ron went quiet. His eyes moved back and forth over the board. If I move there, I get taken, he said. If I do not, we are blocked. We are trapped unless one of us goes. Harry saw it too. The position that would open a path for the king piece Harry had been guiding. Ron! Hermione started. He shook his head. This is my job, he said. My mum always says I never think things through. For once I am thinking it through and I am still going to do the stupid thing. So that must mean it matters. He stepped onto the square he had pointed at. The opposing queen advanced. Her sword came down in a clean arc. The crash when it struck him rang in Harry's teeth. Ron fell hard, hit the floor, and stayed there. Ron! Hermione cried. Harry's heart lurched. For a second everything in him screamed to run to his friend. But Ron's earlier words echoed in his head. If I say run, you run. Harry forced his eyes back to the board. The path was open. One last move. He swallowed hard, then guided his piece forward. Checkmate! Ron rasped from the floor. The enemy king bowed and stepped aside. The far door swung open. Harry rushed to Ron's side. Hermione was already there, hands on Ron's shoulders. You absolute idiot, she whispered, voice shaking. You could have been crushed. Ron grinned weakly up at them. Worth it, he said. Told you. Distraction. That is me. Harry pulled him into a sitting position. Ron winced but stayed conscious. Can you walk? Harry asked. Ron nodded slowly. If someone helps. They each took one of his arms and supported him toward the next door. The final chamber felt different the moment they crossed the threshold. There was no obvious trap. No plant. No pieces on a board. Just a wide, empty stone room and a single object at its far end. A tall mirror. Its frame was ornate, carved with lions and serpents and eagles and badgers. Runes wound between them in bands of light. The glass itself reflected the three of them standing at the entrance. Harry saw his own face, pale and tired. Hermione at his side. Ron between them, leaning on them and scowling at his reflection. But beneath that simple image something else moved. The air in the chamber was thick. Harry felt the weave ward at once. It was not subtle. Someone had poured a remarkable amount of standard magic into this space. Layers of charms, protections, detection spells. They formed a complex pattern that hung in the air around the mirror, invisible to normal sight but bright and painful to Harry's earth-tuned senses. And under all that, down in the stone, the root anchor hummed. Hermione let go of Ron carefully and stepped forward a few paces, eyes fixed on the symbols carved into the mirror's frame. She whispered to herself as she read. Old Brythonic, she said. Latin on top. That is actually very arrogant. Ron leaned against the wall and rubbed his ribs. Can we complain about Dumbledore's sense of style later? He said. What does it say? Hermione swallowed. It says, she read slowly, that only one who seeks the stone with pure intent may touch it. The rest is about reflection and desire. The weave part takes your wish and tests it. If you want the stone for selfish reasons, it hides it. If you want it to protect, it offers it. That is what the mirror does. That is the smart part. She moved her gaze from the frame to the empty air between them and the mirror. But the Real Ward is not that. The Real Ward is the web holding this entire room together. It is self-sustaining. Any spell that touches it will get woven into it. That means if someone tries to blast it apart, the ward will eat the energy and grow stronger. If they try to sneak around it with illusions, it will taste the illusion and adjust. It is built on the weave. It assumes everything that touches it is weave magic. She turned to Harry. Which is its weakness? She said. Harry took a slow breath. Because I am not, he said. She nodded. The root anchor is under the floor stones in front of the mirror, she said. I can see the pattern now. It ties the ward into the ley line so it can draw energy forever. That means if the line moves, the ward loses its foundation. It will wobble. Just a little. Enough for you to slip something through. Harry stepped forward. The weave pattern made his skin itch. The wards recognized something about him and flared, then hesitated. They did not know how to classify him. He crouched and placed his palm flat on the floor. The stone here felt different even from the earlier rooms. Cooler, denser, old. The ley line under it pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Can you do it without breaking everything? Ron asked, voice a bit strained. I would prefer to make it to second year with a roof over my head. Harry shut his eyes instead of answering. He sent his awareness down. Amir had taught him to imagine the lines as veins in a body. Not in a poetic way, in a practical way. If you pressed too hard on one, everything downstream suffered. You did not clamp. You guided. He found the root anchor. It was a narrow column of energy that rose from the line up through the stone under the mirror. The weave ward wrapped itself around that column. Threads of spellwork coiled like ropes around a pole. Harry reached for the column with his mind and made a very small request. Shift, just a little, just enough to tilt. The line resisted at first. It was old. It had been straight for a long time. Then it recognized him. The weight of his training. The mark in his scar. The strange fragment of dark soul still lodged near it. The resistance eased. Slowly, carefully, he coaxed the root to slide sideways under the stone. The column of energy bent. The ward that wrapped around it shuddered. Hermione gasped softly. I can see it, she whispered. The top of the web flickered. There is a gap. Right in front of the mirror. Harry, that is it. Hold it there. Holding it was hard. Sweat broke out on Harry's forehead. His hand shook on the floor. His shoulders tensed. The root wanted to bounce back into place. The weave ward tried to drag it straight again. Ron pushed away from the wall and limped closer. What do we do? He asked. Hermione swallowed. Someone has to step through while the gap is open, she said. She looked at Harry. No, he said at once. I am busy keeping the floor from snapping. You go. And if the mirror decides I am selfish, she shot back. What if it sees all the exams I want to pass and locks up? We do not know how much intent it demands. We do know why you care about the stone. You want to protect the lines. That counts. Ron nodded. She is right. You are the one the mirror was probably built around. Dumbledore loves symbolic stuff. The boy with the ancient magic trying to save the land. Very poetic. Very him. Harry wanted to argue. He did not have the breath. Fine, he ground out. But be quick. The line is fighting me. Hermione stepped carefully to the place she had pointed out. Harry felt the ward shiver around her. Then something else touched the room. Cold breath. A brush of intent that was not the weave. Children, a mild voice said behind them. Out of bed without a note. That is very disappointing. All three of them spun. Professor Quirrell stood near the entrance to the chamber. Hands clasped in front of him. His turban looked even more out of place here than usual. The nervous stutter was gone from his voice. Harry's stomach dropped. You, he said. Quirrell smiled. It was not a kind smile. Yes, he said. Me. Ron stepped at once, putting himself between Quirrell and Harry without seeming to think about it. His wand trembled in his hand, but he held it pointed forward. How did you get in here? Hermione demanded. The wards should have noticed. Quirrell tilted his head. The wards noticed, he said. They answered. To me. Do you really think a simple mirror and a few schoolroom curses can keep out the one who has been feeding on unicorn blood and tearing at the forest lines for months? The air in the chamber cooled in a different way than Harry's earlier work. This cold was empty, hollow, tried to leach feeling out of his limbs. A whisper slid along the back of Harry's mind, oily and soft. So this is the boy who listens to stone. Harry flinched. Quirrell's eyes flicked to him. Something deep in them burned. There you are, Quirrell said in a voice that was not entirely his. I wondered when we would meet properly. Harry felt the line under the room contract. It did not like this presence. Ron swallowed, then forced his chin up. Professor, Ron said, step away from the boy. That seems fair, since you are the one trying to steal the big dangerous rock. Quirrell laughed. The sound scraped. You think you can stop me, little Weasley, he said. You can hardly stop breaking school rules. You are nothing, just a distraction. Harry's muscles tightened. That is exactly what he is, Harry said. That is the point. He saw Ron's shoulders straighten a little at that. Hermione stood by the mirror, torn between moving forward and not turning her back on Quirrell. The gap in the ward still shivered around her. Harry could feel it fraying. He did not have much time. Ron, Harry said, keeping his voice even. Remember your job. Ron nodded once. His eyes were wide, but his jaw was set. He stepped left, drawing Quirrell's focus toward him, away from the narrow circle in front of the mirror. So, Ron said, forcing a grin, heard you turned your back on a classroom full of students to whisper to a wall. That is not creepy at all. Quirrell snarled. The polite mask shattered. You have no idea what stands behind that wall, he hissed. What speaks through me? You are insects. He raised his wand. Harry reacted before he thought. He slammed his free hand onto the floor and yanked at the stone. Not a tremor. Not this time. That would shake Hermione off her feet too. Instead he reached for a narrow column under Quirrell's shoes and pushed it up. The floor under Quirrell jerked. A low stone ridge threw him off balance. His spell shot wide, exploding against the empty wall with a flash that made Hermione shield her eyes. Ron darted right, drawing attention again. Is that all you have? Ron shouted. I have seen better spells from my brothers, and they can hardly light a candle without burning their eyebrows. Quirrell snarled again, turned his wand fully on Ron, and began to gather power. The whisper in Harry's head grew louder. Crush him, the inner voice urged. Break the boy who laughs. Then the path is clear. Harry gritted his teeth. No, he muttered. He is mine. Hermione took the chance. She stepped forward, right into the soft place in front of the mirror where the ward had loosened. She stared into the glass. Her reflection stared back for a moment, then blurred. Her mouth opened in silent shock. What do you see? Harry called, fighting to keep the root anchor bent. Hermione's voice shook. I see us, older, standing at a ley line node. You are holding a sword. I am holding a book. Ron is alive. The land looks healthy. Feels right. The stone is gone. The mirror in front of her shimmered. Something small and heavy dropped into the pocket of her jumper. She gasped. It worked, she whispered. Harry, it worked. I can feel it. The stone is in my pocket. Quirrell screamed. He lunged forward, wand outstretched. Ron threw himself into his path. Over here, Ron yelled. You want a hostage, you take me, you coward. Quirrell's spell hit Ron across the chest and flung him back into the wall. He hit with a sickening thud and slid down, groaning. Ron! Hermione cried. Harry felt something inside him snap. The root anchor he held bent further than he had intended. The ley line under the room bucked. Power surged up through his arm into his chest. Quirrell turned his wand on Hermione. Give me the stone, he spat. Now. Hermione backed up until she hit the mirror frame. She clutched her pocket. No, she said. Her voice trembled, but she did not move aside. You will poison the lines. You will hurt the land and everyone on it. I am not handing that to you. The whisper in Harry's head rose to a shout. Kill her. Take it. You are mine. Something hot flared in his scar. For a moment he tasted iron. The earth under his hand answered with a deep, angry rumble. Get out! Harry hissed, not to Quirrell. He grabbed the ley line with both hands in his mind and dragged. Not just to the side this time. Stone rose under his palm. A thick slab thrust up between Hermione and Quirrell. The weave ward snapped and screamed as its anchor moved completely out of alignment. The air crackled. The mirror rattled. Runes all over the room flared and went dark. Quirrell stumbled. What are you? He rasped, staring at Harry. Harry stood. The power he had pulled from the line flooded his limbs. Every muscle felt charged, overfull. His scar burned. He could feel the presence behind Quirrell now, like a shadow pressed into the back of the man's skull. I am the one the land picked, Harry said. His voice came out low, rough. And you are a parasite. He slammed his bare palm into the stone and pushed. This time he did not move heat alone. He drove raw, clean earth energy straight up through the slab into Quirrell's body. The effect was immediate and ugly. Quirrell screamed, not from his own throat alone. Another sound broke through, higher and thinner, full of rage and fear. The turban on his head writhed. For a heartbeat, a pale, distorted face seemed to press against the skin at the back of his skull. The presence in Harry's mind shrieked. It felt the pure geomancy pounding against it and recoiled. The connection between Quirrell and the thing that rode him tore for a second. The ward traces in the room shorted out completely. Sparks raced along the walls and vanished. Quirrell staggered backwards, smoke rising from his skin where Harry's power had touched him. The smell of burned corruption filled the air. Not fire. Something deeper. Wrong things being forced out. Potter. The thin voice hissed. You dare. Harry stepped forward, shaking. His breaths came rough and fast. Sweat ran down his temples. His vision blurred at the edges, but he locked his eyes on Quirrell. You hurt the forest, he said. You tried to scar the lines. You do not get to speak about daring. He pressed his hand harder to the stone. The ley line groaned. It wanted to rest. He had already asked so much of it. He eased off just a little, enough to stop burning himself out. He did not want to tear the line for the sake of one host body. Quirrell collapsed to his knees. The thin voice spat curses in a language Harry did not know, then ripped itself free. A cold wind rushed past Harry, through the wall, out into the castle. For a moment he felt it brush the nodes under Hogwarts, searching for a new anchor. Then it was gone. Quirrell slumped, eyes rolled back. The room was suddenly very quiet. Harry let go of the stone. The power that had been holding him up dropped out from under him. His knees buckled. He caught himself on his hands, head spinning. Hermione was at his side in a heartbeat. Harry, she said. Her hands gripped his shoulders. Harry, look at me. He forced his eyes to focus on her face. You have the stone, he asked. She nodded quickly. Yes. It is here. She tapped her pocket. And Ron, he croaked. Ron groaned from the wall. Still alive. Would very much like a bed, if that is an option. Hermione let out a shaky laugh that sounded half like a sob. Of course, she said. We need to leave before someone else shows up. I do not want to explain this to Snape. A voice cleared from the doorway. I think you might have to explain it to me instead, a calm tone said. They all froze. Harry turned his head. Professor Dumbledore stood at the entrance, blue eyes bright, expression unreadable. His robes were slightly rumpled, as if he had been woken in a hurry, but his gaze was clear. Hermione went rigid. Ron tried to straighten and winced. Harry swallowed. The ley line under the room was calmer now, but still sore. He could feel it in the way the stone seemed to sigh when he took his weight off his hands and pushed himself up to sit. Headmaster, he said slowly. We can explain. Dumbledore looked past them at the slumped form of Quirrell, the crack running through the stone slab Harry had raised, the faint frost still clinging to the far door from the earlier chamber. I rather think you can, Dumbledore said. And I rather think I need to listen. His eyes returned to Harry. The land is louder tonight than it has been in many years, he said softly. You have woken something old, and you have protected something fragile, both at once. That is a very dangerous habit, Mr. Potter. Harry's heart pounded. His muscles trembled with delayed reaction. His scar ached in a steady, dull throb. Someone had to, he said. A small smile tugged at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth. Yes, the headmaster said. Someone had to. He stepped into the room, careful to avoid the worst damage. Come, he said. We will take Mr. Weasley to the hospital wing, discuss what exactly you have done, and decide what to do with a certain small red stone and a very old promise. Harry pulled himself to his feet with Hermione's help. Ron slung one arm over Harry's shoulders and one over Hermione's. As they limped out together, Harry glanced back once at the mirror. For a second he thought he saw a reflection that was not quite the present. Older versions of the three of them stood in a field under a bright sky. Harry held a sword that shone with earthlight. Hermione held a book, runes spilling off the pages. Ron stood between them, grinning, whole. Then the image faded. The castle hummed around them as they walked. The line under Hogwarts was tired, wounded in small, fresh ways, but it was still there, still strong. And now the stone that could tip the balance in the wrong hands lay in the pocket of his friend instead of in the grasp of a parasite. Harry tightened his grip on Ron's shoulder. They were not just students sneaking out after curfew anymore. They were a team. Ron the diversion, Hermione the archivist, Harry the earthbound defense. Madame Pomfrey clicked her tongue every time Harry tried to sit up. You were lucky, she said, adjusting the bandage around Ron's chest with brisk fingers. All three of you. Stupid, but lucky. Ron hissed and gripped the side of the bed. Stupid but heroic, he muttered. There is a difference. Hermione sat in the chair between the two beds, knees close together, fingers wrapped around each other so tight her knuckles were white. Harry lay on the bed opposite Ron, propped up by pillows. Every muscle in his body felt like it had been wrung out and left to dry. His scar throbbed with a slow, deep ache. Madame Pomfrey straightened and folded her arms. Do not try to impress me with heroics, Mr. Weasley, she said. Heroes fill graveyards faster than I can empty them. Ron flinched at that, then looked away. Harry shifted again, and Madame Pomfrey shot him a warning look. If you try to climb out of that bed before I clear you, I will tie you to it, she said. You have strain on your magic, bruised ribs, and a feedback shock I have never seen before. You stay. Yes, ma'am, Harry said. Hermione let out a breath she had been holding. The hospital wing was quiet otherwise. Curtains drawn around a few far beds. The smell of potions. The soft squeak of polished shoes on stone. Outside the tall windows the sky was still dark. It was hard to tell how much time had passed since the mirror chamber. Harry remembered fragments. The scream that had not just been Quirrell's. The look on the old mirror. The way the stone in the floor had nearly torn under his hands when he pulled on the ley line. He remembered the cold voice inside his skull. He pushed that part away. Every time he let the memory sharpen, his scar throbbed harder. The doors at the end of the wing opened with a soft creak. Professor Dumbledore stepped in. He did not look like he had just finished dealing with a possessed teacher and a shattered ward. His robes were tidy, his beard combed, his eyes bright. The only sign that he felt the weight of what had happened was the way his shoulders settled when he saw them, as if a small part of him relaxed. "Poppy," he said gently. "How are our patients?" "Alive," Madame Pomfrey said. "Against their common sense. They will live. They will also rest. You may talk, but do not excite them." "I will try," Dumbledore said. He moved to the foot of Harry's bed first. Harry tried to sit straighter. His ribs protested at once. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to his scar, then back to his eyes. "How do you feel, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "Tired," Harry said honestly. "And sore. My head hurts. The land under the castle feels tired too. Like someone dragged a heavy cart over it." Dumbledore's eyes softened. "The wards in that chamber were old," he said. "I layered more than was wise on top of something I did not fully understand. It would seem you have forced me to face that mistake." Harry frowned. "The root," he said. "You tied the ward to the line without knowing how deep it went." "Just so," Dumbledore said. He sounded almost pleased that Harry had noticed. Hermione leaned forward, unable to keep quiet. "Sir," she said. Professor Quirrell was not just himself. It was not only a curse. There was something else inside him. "We heard it." Harry felt it. Dumbledore turned his head to her. "You are correct, Miss Granger," he said. Professor Quirrell was being used as a vessel by a very old enemy, one who should have been dead many years ago. Ron shifted on his bed. "You mean him," he said quietly. "The one whose name everyone keeps dodging." Dumbledore held Ron's eyes. "Yes," he said. "I mean Tom Riddle, who took the name you all fear." Hearing it said so calmly made Harry's skin prickle. The ache in his scar sharpened for a moment, then settled. "He was more than a ghost," Harry said. "He pushed through the ward when I hit Quirrell. He tried to grab onto the line. Then he ran. I felt him slip away through the castle." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "You felt his path?" he asked. "Through the earth itself." Harry nodded. "It was like a cold thread," he said. "He did not stay. He slid out into the distance. He is not gone." Hermione shivered. "So he is still out there," she said. "Still trying to come back." Dumbledore looked down at his hands for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet. "Yes," he said. "He is. And that is the conversation I had hoped to delay until you were older. Circumstances are impatient." Ron gave a short, bitter laugh. "Join the club," he said. "Circumstances have been impatient with us since Halloween." Madame Pomfrey shot him a glare. He subsided. Dumbledore stepped a little closer to Harry's bed. "Harry," he said, "you have been raised in a way that no other wizard has. The bond between you and the land is not an accident. It is a choice your guardian made when he took you from Godric's Hollow, when he felt the blast of disrupted magic and followed it to the ruins of a house and a crying infant." Harry blinked. "Amir," he said. Dumbledore nodded. "Amir and I have disagreed over the years," he said. "On priorities, on methods, on whether wizards serve the land or the other way around. But when he asked to take you into the deep places and teach you his craft, I made a promise. I would not try to shape your path without including him. That promise stands. It is why I did not write to you for 11 years. Harry swallowed. "You knew where I was," he said. "All that time." "Yes," Dumbledore said simply. "I also knew you were being given a kind of strength I could never teach." Hermione watched the two of them with a tight expression. Ron just stared. Dumbledore folded his hands behind his back. "What you felt in that chamber," he said, "what you heard in your mind, and what flared in your scar, is not something I can explain alone. There is a kind of magic older than Hogwarts, older than wand work. It deals with the soul as more than a word in books. I know enough to be afraid of it. Amir has lived with its consequences for a very long time." Harry's fingers twitched on the blanket. "So you want him to explain it?" Harry said. "I want him to join us." Dumbledore said. You, me, your friends. We will talk plainly, away from school walls. There are things about Tom Riddle that must be said. There are scars in the world only your kind of magic can see. He glanced briefly at Harry's lightning mark. And there is one scar in particular, he added, that I suspect Emir will recognize. A cold knot formed in Harry's stomach. He had always known his scar was not normal. That was obvious. It hurt when it should not. It flared when danger was near. It had burned in the forest when the hooded figure had drunk from the unicorn. He had never thought of it as a wound in the land. Sir, Hermione said softly. What about the stone? Dumbledore turned to her. The Philosopher's Stone is no longer in the castle, he said. I have spoken to Nicholas and Perenelle. Together we have decided to destroy it. The temptation it presents is too great. Even for the well-meaning. Harry thought of the mirror and the weight of the ward. He thought of the way the line had groaned when he moved it under all that spell work. Destroying it will not hurt the lines, he asked. Dumbledore tilted his head. Not if we let the right hands do it, he said. Hands that know how to let power return to the soil instead of tearing it free. His eyes rested on Harry as he said that. Harry felt heat rise in his face. I am still learning, he said. I nearly snapped that root. You did not, Dumbledore said. You bent it. That is the difference between a weapon and a steward. Madame Pomfrey cleared her throat. Enough philosophy, she said. They need rest. You can plan your secret meetings with ancient Earthmen after they stop shaking when they stand up. Dumbledore inclined his head to her. Of course, he said. Then he looked back at Harry, Hermione, and Ron. We will talk at the end of term. In the meantime, try to be ordinary students for a few days. It will be good practice. Ron snorted. Pretty sure we failed that exam already, he said. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Then consider it revision, he said. They left Hogwarts on a bright morning that felt strange after the dark of the chamber. The train whistle echoed across the grounds. Students hurried to the carriages, trunks bumping, owls hooting in cages. Hagrid stood near the gates, waving his huge hand at them, eyes suspiciously damp. Yeah, keep yourselves safe. Yeah, here, he told them, voice thick. And if ya see any more, evil things in the forest, yeah, tell me before ye go running off. We will, Harry said, trying not to smile too much. On the platform, Hermione's parents fussed over her hair and her trunk. Ron's mother engulfed him in a hug that looked like it might crack his ribs again. She also hugged Harry and Hermione without warning, then pulled back and inspected Harry with a worried look. You listen to Emir, she said firmly. If Dumbledore says that man knows about old magic, then he knows. And you, she added to Ron, do not try to be clever in front of mountains. They do not care. Yes, Mum, Ron mumbled. Hermione's father extended his hand to Harry. Thank you, he said quietly, for looking out for our daughter. Harry felt his ears burn. She looks out for us, he said. A lot. Hermione made a strangled noise. Dad, she said. Please. Her mother smiled and kissed her forehead. On the train, the three of them took the same compartment they had used at the start of the year. Felt smaller now, or they felt larger. Ron stretched out on the seat and winced. I am going to feel that chessboard for weeks, he said. You should not have stepped forward, Hermione said. We would have found another move. No, we would not, Ron said. You saw the board. He said it simply, without bragging. Harry knew he was right. Harry looked out the window as the train pulled away. The castle shrank in the distance. The ground under the tracks hummed in a different way than the valley back home. Thinner lines, more scattered. Do you think Dumbledore will actually come? Harry asked. Ron made a face. He is Dumbledore, he said. If he says he will turn up in the middle of nowhere, he will. Probably with biscuits. Hermione sat opposite Harry, legs crossed, notebook already open on her lap. I think he is scared, she said quietly. Not of Voldemort. Of you. Harry blinked. Of me, he said. Why? Because you can move the foundations his world sits on, Hermione said. Literally. You saw how he looked at the floor in that chamber. Ron scratched the side of his neck. Pretty sure everyone was looking at the floor when it tried to stand up, he said. Harry shrugged. I do not want to destroy anything, he said. I want to fix it. I know, Hermione said. That might be what scares him most. People who can fix things change the shape of power. She met his eyes. Her gaze was steady, almost fierce. Whatever he tells us, she said. Whatever this soul magic is, we decide what to do with it. Not him. Not Amir. Us. Ron groaned. Great, he said. We are going to spend the summer learning about some dark secret that probably wants to eat us. And Hermione is already making speeches. Harry smiled, but the knot in his stomach stayed. He touched his scar lightly. It pulsed under his fingers, like a heartbeat that was not his. The valley smelled like wet stone and pine needles and smoke. Harry breathed it in as soon as he stepped out of the portkey circle. The dizzy swirl faded. The world steadied around the familiar shapes of Amir's cottage, the slope of the ridge, the thin stream that cut through the grass. He had never been so glad to feel the deep, slow pulse of the main ley line under his feet. Amir stood near the cottage door, arms folded. He wore the same worn coat, the same heavy boots. His beard had grown a little longer, white strands tangled with dark. His eyes were the same sharp gray as the stones on the ridge. Dumbledore stood beside him. The contrast made Harry's throat tighten. Old mountain and old tower, side by side. You have grown, Amir said. Harry snorted. I have been gone less than a year, he said. You went to a place that insists on growing children sideways, Amir said. Into books and rules and expectations. He stepped forward and pulled Harry into a brief, tight hug. The contact grounded Harry more than the line did. When they pulled apart, Amir looked past him. So, he said, these are the ones you chose. Ron shifted awkwardly, hands in his pockets. Hermione Granger, Hermione said quickly, stepping forward. Sir, Ron Weasley, Ron added. Amir studied them for a long moment. You read the old words, he said to Hermione. Your eyes move in the right places. You smell of parchment and curiosity. Good, Hermione flushed. And you, Amir said to Ron. You smell of fire and cooking pots and fear you pretend is laziness. Better, Ron blinked. Right, he said slowly. Thanks, Dumbledore cleared his throat. Shall we go inside? He suggested. I suspect the next part of this conversation is not one we should have standing in the wind. Inside, the cottage felt smaller with more people in it. The main room held a long table, a stone hearth, shelves crowded with chipped mugs and jars. Maps and old parchment hung on the walls, along with a tangle of worn leather straps and carved stones. Amir pushed a kettle over the fire without using his wand. The hook swung on its own. Harry felt the line under the house shift to accommodate the weight. You were careless, Amir said to Dumbledore, not looking at him. You stacked delicate work on top of a root you did not respect. I was cautious in the wrong direction, Dumbledore said. I feared thieves from outside, not rot from within. Amir snorted. You feared shadows and forgot that real danger cuts the ground first, he said. Then he turned to Harry. Tell me, Harry told him. He spoke about the forest, the unicorn, the way the earth had recoiled. About the corridor, the dog, the plant, the chessboard. Hermione and Ron filled in details when his voice shook. Hermione explained the ward pattern she had seen. Ron described the way the stone figures had moved. Harry described the mirror, the root anchor, the way he had bent the line and pushed earth power through Quirrell into the thing that rode him. He did not mention the voice in his head until the end. That part tasted bitter. Amir listened without interrupting. His face gave little away. Dumbledore watched him like a man waiting for a verdict. When Harry finished, the kettle was boiling and the room was very quiet. Amir poured hot water into a chipped pot and added leaves from a small tin. His hands were steady. You pulled the line inside a weave ward, he said. You burned a parasite out through stone. You felt it try to cling to the root. Harry nodded. Yes, he said. Amir set the pot on the table and sat down opposite him. Then it is time, Amir said. No more waiting. No more pretending that your scar is only a mark. You three need to hear the word for what Tom Riddle has become. Hermione exchanged a quick look with Harry. There is a word, she said quietly. In some of the books. I thought it was theory, a fable, a warning about what not to do. Amir raised a brow. Say it, he said. Horcrux, Hermione whispered. Ron swallowed hard. I do not like that word, he said. It sounds like something you find under a loose stone that bites you. It is worse than that, Amir said. A bite heals. This does not. Dumbledore moved to the far side of the table and stayed standing, fingers resting on the back of a chair. He let Amir speak. A soul is not a clean thing, Amir said. It is not a ball of light in a book. It is tangled into every choice you make, every memory, every fear. It reaches into the world through your magic. When a wizard tears their soul on purpose, they do violence twice. Once to themselves, once to the ground they stand on when they do it. Hermione frowned. In the books, she said, it said that to make a Horcrux you have to commit murder and perform a ritual. It did not say anything about the land. Amir nodded. Books written inside towers rarely care about what is under their foundations, he said. When a Horcrux is made, part of the soul rips free and anchors to an object. To keep that piece from drifting, the ritual nails it into the nearest node. A ley line feels that like a stab. A bright, sharp wound that does not heal. He tapped the table. The wood creaked under his finger. Imagine a river, he said. You drive spikes through it at several points. The water still flows, but twisted around each spike. Current snarls. Debris gathers. Poison collects. That is what these fragments do to the lines. They hold wounds open. Wherever Tom Riddle hid his soul, the ground itself remembers. Harry's stomach turned. In the forest, he said slowly. The way the soil felt under him, that was a scar. Yes, Amir said. Fresh, fed by unicorn blood. He was using the line as much as the magic in his own thin body. Your blast forced him to let go. That is why you felt him slide along the stone instead of sinking into it. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. I suspected something like this, he said quietly. I did not understand the scale. You did not want to, Amir said. Because if the land is bleeding, then the war is not just between wands. It is between ways of living. And that is harder to put in school timetables. Ron rubbed his hands on his knees. So when you destroy one of these soul thingies, he said, when you smash the object, what happens to the spike? Depends how you do it, Amir said. If you break the container with weave spells, the soul piece rips loose and shrieks, can rebound along the same wound, digging it deeper. The line buckles. The shard searches for another anchor. You can make the wound worse. Tom Riddle has done this before. He has lost pieces and patched them into new objects. The scars pile on top of each other. Hermione's face went pale. So every attempt to destroy a Horcrux the wrong way, she said, hurts the world. Yes, Amir said, which is why classic wand folk treat them like curses in stories and do not experiment. They are too afraid of the blowback. They think if they leave them alone, the damage will stay static. Harry swallowed. But it does not stay, he said. The wound spreads. Amir nodded once. These scars tug on other lines, he said. They pull currents toward themselves, creating dead zones and wild zones. Crops fail in one village while storms gather over another. Children born near these places feel wrong inside without knowing why. Magic goes strange. Ron stared at the table. Dad said there were places the ministry avoids, he said slowly. Old battle sites where spells still go wrong. He said people see lights and hear voices there. He said it was war residue. It is, Amir said. And more. You feel these places quick, Harry. Your bones vibrate when you stand there. Tom Riddle has turned his own survival into a long knife driven through your country. Silence settled around the table. Harry's hands had curled into fists without him noticing. His nails dug into his palms. So what do we do? He asked. We cannot leave them. We cannot smash them. What is left? Amir looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore met his gaze and gave a small, resigned nod. I have theories, Dumbledore said. Old guesses. I have never tested them. I was not born to the lines. You were. You must speak. Amir exhaled slowly, then looked back at the trio. You do not break a Horcrux, he said. You clean it. You treat it like an infection in the earth, not a thing to crush. You draw the soul shard out of the node, wrap it in a stable pattern so it cannot dart and hide, then feed it into a place where it can be burned without touching anything else. Harry frowned. A place, he repeated. What kind of place? Amir leaned back in his chair. The old stories talk about a sword, he said. A blade tied to the sovereignty of this land. Not just a symbol for kings. A real channel. Metal forged with rituals that bind it to the lines in a way even Tom Riddle cannot corrupt. It can cut a soul strand from a node without tearing the node itself. Hermione's eyes widened. Excalibur, she breathed. Amir gave a small smile. Call it what you like, he said. Names grow moss. The thing underneath stays. There was a sword once that answered to the true ruler of the land. The last time it was used, it returned to the deep places. Wizards forgot it existed. The lines did not. Harry stared at him. You are saying, he said slowly, that we need to find a legendary sword that chooses kings, so we can use it as a surgical tool on soul scars. Ron made a small choking noise. When you say it out loud, Ron said, it sounds even worse. Hermione's mind was already racing. Harry could see it on her face. Where? She said. The legends say Avalon. The lake. The hand that held it up. But those are dressed up for songs. There must be original accounts before people made them pretty. Amir nodded. There are traces in stone circles, he said. In places where the lines cross and knot. Your books will help. So will this. He reached behind him and took a folded hide from a shelf. When he opened it on the table, Harry saw a rough map of Britain. Lines in dark ink marked the main lay paths. Little circles marked crossroads. Some of the circles glowed faintly, even though there were no lights in the room that could explain it. Harry felt his skin prickle. What are those? Ron asked. Scars, Amir said. Places where something has cut deep. Some are old. Roman curses. Old wars. Some are recent. Tom Riddle's work. I have marked only the ones I have felt myself. There are more. One of the faint circles lay just off to the side of the main line in the valley, right under the little mark that Amir had drawn for the cottage. Harry's chest tightened. He raised his hand slowly. What about the one that moves with me? He asked. Hermione turned to him at once. Ron frowned. Amir's eyes were already on Harry's scar. The personal scar, Amir said. The worst of them. Dumbledore's hand tightened on the chair back. Amir, he began. Amir lifted a hand. No more protection by silence, he said. He has stood in front of a possessed wizard and held back a line with his bare hands. He can hear this. Harry's heart picked up speed. The room seemed to tilt. What do you mean? He asked. Amir's voice gentled. When the curse hit you in Godric's Hollow, he said. Magic ricocheted. The weave, the line, the act of murder, the protection your mother gave. All tangled. The curse that was meant to tear your soul apart bounced. Most of it rebounded on Tom Riddle. That is why he lost his body. But a fragment of him, a sliver of his soul, was flung out with the blast. It latched on to the nearest living anchor it could find. Harry's hand rose to his forehead without him telling it to. Me, he said. Yes, Amir said. You are carrying a shard of him. It has sat in your scar all your life, like a splinter driven into a nerve. It explains your connection to snakes, your visions, the way your magic meshes with his when you meet. You are the only Horcrux he never meant to make. Ron swore softly under his breath. Hermione stared at Harry, eyes shiny. That is why your scar hurts, she whispered. It is not just a mark. It is an active anchor. A living node. Harry's breathing went shallow. He pushed himself up from his chair before he realized he was moving. The room felt too small. The walls too close. The line under the cottage pressed up against his feet, humming in a way that suddenly felt wrong. You are saying there is a piece of him inside me, Harry said. His voice sounded strange in his own ears. Then, all the time, watching, waiting. He felt sick. Amir stood, slow and careful. Yes, he said. But listen, you are not him. Your soul is the river. His shard is the spike. It hurts. It changes the flow. It does not erase everything else in the water. Harry backed away until his shoulders hit the wall. He wanted to claw at his own skin, to rip the scar off, to dig into his skull with his fingers and drag the shard out and throw it into the fire. The idea of something of Tom Riddle inside him made his stomach twist. The voice he had heard in the chamber whispered again in his memory. You are mine. He pressed his palms hard against the stone wall. The line under the cottage answered his panic. The floor trembled. Mugs rattled on the shelves. Harry, Hermione said softly, you are making the house shake. He squeezed his eyes shut. He did not want the earth to feel this. He did not want the land to take on his fear. It had suffered enough. He focused on the pulse under his feet, on the deep, slow beat that had rocked him to sleep when he was small. He breathed with it, letting it drag his frantic thoughts down into its slower rhythm. The tremor eased. When he opened his eyes, Hermione was in front of him, close enough that he could see the tiny freckles on her nose. Ron stood a little behind her, face pale. Dumbledore and Amir had stayed by the table, giving him space. Hermione lifted her hand as if she were touching a frightened animal. Harry, she said. Look at me. He did. You are Harry, she said. The boy who argued with a mountain about bedtime. The one who pulled Ron out from under a stone queen. The one who picked up my notes when I dropped them and stayed to help me sort them, even when you had no idea what I was talking about. You are not him. Harry's throat tightened. It is inside me, he said. She nodded, eyes wet. Yes, she said. And it is going to hate every second of it. Because you are not its home. You are its prison. And we are going to break it out in a way that hurts him, not you or the land. Ron stepped closer, still looking shaken. You are not allowed to let one gross soul splinter change who you are, he said. That would be like letting Malfoy's snot decide your hairstyle. Harry let out a weak, startled laugh. It turned into a sort of half-sob. Amir cleared his throat gently. The shard in your scar is bound to a node, he said. Like the others. The difference is that this node is mobile. That complicates things. It does not make them impossible. We will not try to cut it out until we have Excalibur. Until we understand every part of the pattern. Until we know how to seal the wound behind it. Dumbledore spoke for the first time in several minutes. I have spent years trying to work out how Tom Riddle survived, he said. I suspected he had scattered soul pieces. I did not know he had forced one into you. For that ignorance, I am sorry. Harry turned his head. Sorry does not change it, he said. No, Dumbledore said. Action does. His gaze moved between the three of them. We will not send you chasing legends alone, he said. I can move in the ministry in ways Amir will not. I can search for records of ancient swords while you map the scars. I can misdirect those who might notice where you travel. My days of dueling Dark Lords directly are over. My work now is to clear the paths for those who must. Ron licked his lips. So the plan is, he said slowly, find a sword that can cut soul spikes, map all the wounds, then do careful surgery on each one while the Dark Lord tries to kill us. Yes, Amir said. Ron shook his head. Right, he said. Just checking. They spent that evening with the map. Amir cleared the table and laid the hide flat. Harry, Hermione, and Ron pulled their chairs close. Dumbledore sat on a stool near the fire, watching quietly, occasionally adding small details. Amir handed Hermione a stick of charcoal. You draw, he said. Your hand is steady. Hermione nodded, swallowed, and started to copy the lines from the hide map onto a larger sheet of parchment. She traced curves and crossings with careful strokes, muttering the names of places as she went. Here, she said, the main line that runs under Hogwarts. It crosses these smaller ones near the valley. The forest sits on a thinner thread. That explains why it felt easier to twist there. Harry leaned over her shoulder, watching the shape of the country take form. He could feel each line she drew. When she added a circle where Amir had marked a scar, His skin crawled. Ron tapped one of the circles near the middle of the map. "What is that?" he asked. Amir squinted. "An old shack in the countryside," he said. "Half fallen in. The air there smells like snakes and ash. The ground tastes of blood and pride. I felt it years ago before I found Harry. It has grown sharper since. Tom Riddle went there more than once. We will likely have to visit." Hermione wrote a note beside that circle. "Possible Horcrux site," she said quietly. Another circle sat near a coastal town. "Here," Dumbledore said, pointing. "A cave I once visited with Tom when he was a boy. He enjoyed scaring younger children. The magic there is foul. I suspect another." Hermione added that too. They worked in near silence for a long time. The only sounds were the scratch of charcoal, the crackle of the fire, the occasional clink of a mug. Harry's head hurt. His scar throbbed in rhythm with certain circles. At one point Hermione stopped drawing and pressed the heel of her hand to her eyes. "This is too many," she whispered. "We are only seeing part of it, and it is already too many." Ron reached out and squeezed her shoulder. "Then we start with one," he said. "Chess, remember. You cannot win in one move. You line things up. You chip away. You protect your king." Hermione managed a small smile. "You and your chess," she said. "It works," Ron said. Amir nodded toward him. "Your mind is built for pattern," he said. "You will help decide the order. Which scars we touch first, which we leave until we have more strength. That is as important as any spell." Ron blinked at the praise, then sat up straighter. Harry watched them and felt his chest twist in two directions at once. Pride and fear. When they finally pushed the maps aside, the sky outside the small window had turned dark. Stars were bright over the ridge. Dumbledore rose. "I must go," he said. "The school will not run itself, tempting as that thought is. Poppy will worry if I vanish for too long." He moved to Harry and placed a hand lightly on his shoulder. "You do not have to carry this alone," Dumbledore said. "Neither your scar nor this plan." Harry nodded, but he was not sure he believed it yet. Dumbledore stepped away, exchanged a brief, almost respectful nod with Amir, and left. The air in the cottage shifted when he was gone, as if a layer of wand magic had lifted. Amir stretched. "You three will sleep in the loft," he said. "Tomorrow we walk to the circle. The node there will let you feel how a healed place sits. You will need that memory when we start cleansing scars." Ron groaned. "More walking," he said. "You would prefer to sit on a broom in a storm?" Amir asked. Ron thought about that. "Fair," he admitted. The loft under the roof beams was one open space. Amir had thrown down old mattresses and blankets. The wood smelled of dust and old smoke. Ron dropped face down onto one mattress with a sigh. "I might not get up again," he said into the blanket. "You will if I drag you," Hermione said, settling near the small window with a book. Harry sat with his back against a beam. The events of the day pressed in on him, thick and heavy. A piece of Tom Riddle in his head, scars in the ground, a sword that might be the only way to cut the last knot. He stared at the rough boards of the floor. Ron rolled over and peered at him. "You all right?" Ron asked. "Fine," Harry lied. Ron snorted. "You are doing that thing again," he said, "where you look like the rock is going to tell you its feelings." Harry dragged his gaze away from the floor. "You do not have to stay," Harry said. "You could go home. Pretend you never met an ancient magical knife man." Ron's eyes widened. "Are you trying to fire me from your insane quest?" he asked. "Because that is rude." Harry blinked. "I do not want you hurt," he said. "Too late," Ron said. "Got squashed by a giant stone queen, remember? That is not your fault. That is me being good at my job. You are not getting rid of me that easy. Also," he added, "if I leave you two alone with a legendary sword and a map of the world's weak spots, you will do something extremely clever and extremely stupid at the same time." Hermione looked up from her book. "He has a point," she said. Harry felt the knot in his chest loosen a little. "Thank you," he said. Ron grinned. "Go to sleep," Ron said. "Tomorrow you can panic about living soul spikes on a full night's rest." He rolled over again. Hermione went back to her book, but Harry could tell she was not really reading. Her eyes kept flicking to the same line. He lay down eventually, staring at the sloping ceiling. Sleep came in fits. He dreamed of snakes and mirrors and rivers with knives in their beds. He woke before dawn with his scar burning. The pain was not sharp like in the chamber. It was a steady, hot pressure, as if something pressed from the inside. He sat up quietly so he would not wake the others. The loft was dim. Ron snored softly. Hermione's book lay open on her chest, her hand still holding one page. Harry eased past them and climbed down the ladder. The main room was empty. Amir was not there. The embers in the hearth glowed faintly. He stepped outside. The air was cold and clear. The sky was turning gray, the first hint of light touching the tops of the hills. The main line under the valley pulsed steady and deep. His scar pulsed out of rhythm with it. He walked up the path to the ridge without thinking. Bare feet on the dirt. The earth welcomed his weight, even with the shard in him. That almost made it worse. At the top of the ridge he stopped, breathing hard. He dug his thumb into the scar, as if pressure from outside could push the heat back in. "Get out," he whispered. No answer came in words, just a sense of presence. Cold, patient, coiled. He tried to call up the earth power the way he had in the chamber, to push it against whatever sat in his scar, to burn it out. Nothing happened. Of course nothing happened. Amir had said it. They could not rip the shard free without damaging the node it sat on. He sank down onto a rock and pressed his palms to his eyes. He did not hear Hermione until she was close. "Harry," she said softly. He dropped his hands. She stood a little way down the slope, wrapped in one of Amir's heavy sweaters, hair messy, slippers damp with dew. "How did you even find me?" he said. "You stomp," she said. "The ground tells on you." She walked up and sat beside him without asking. For a while they just looked at the outline of the hills. "Does it hurt all the time?" she asked. "Not like this," he said. "Usually it is a buzz. Tonight it feels like it knows we talked about it." She shivered. "Do you ever hear him?" she asked quietly. "In your head. Properly." Harry thought of the chamber, of the voice that had hissed his name. "Sometimes," he said. "Not words most days. Just an itch. In the forest it was louder. In that room it was clear. He thinks I am his." Hermione's jaw tightened. "He is wrong," she said. "He forced his way in when you were a baby. That does not make you his. It makes him a coward." Harry looked down at his hands. "What if he can see through me?" he asked. "What if he can watch what we do? Hear this." Hermione reached out and grabbed his wrist. "Look at me," she said. He did. "Do you feel him now?" she asked. Harry closed his eyes for a second. The scar burned. The presence was there, faint, like a distant echo. "Yes," he said. Like someone behind a door." "Then imagine slamming the door," Hermione said. "Shut him out. You talk to rocks. You can tell a parasite to stay on the other side of your skull." He huffed. "That is not how brains work," he said. "You do not know that," she said. "Neither do I. So until someone proves otherwise, you are allowed to picture it that way." He tried. He imagined a door. Not a wood one. Stone. Thick, solid, set deep in the ground. He imagined the shard stuck on the other side, its cold presence pounding against it, unable to get through. The pressure in his scar did not vanish, but it dulled. He opened his eyes. "That is better," he admitted. Hermione smiled a little. "See," she said. "We do not need a legendary sword for everything. Sometimes we just need stubbornness." He laughed under his breath. The laugh died when he caught the look on her face. She was watching him closely, eyes dark in the early light. There was fear there, and anger at something she could not hit, and something else he did not have the right word for. "I hate that he got anything from you," she said. "I hate that he touched you at all. Feels wrong. Like he smeared mud on something that was mine." She stopped, face going red. "I did not mean," she said quickly. You are not mine. Harry's heart stuttered. He should say something easy. Make a joke. Tell her the ground was enough to share. Instead he heard himself say, very quietly, "Maybe I do not mind being a bit yours." Her eyes widened. The tips of her ears went pink. "You say things like that and then expect me to think straight," she said. "Sorry," he said. "Not sorry at all." They looked at each other for a long moment. The scar burned softly. The valley breathed under them. The air was cold. His hands felt too hot. Hermione moved first. She leaned in and rested her forehead against his. It was not a kiss. Not exactly. Their noses bumped. Her breath warmed his cheek. "We are going to fix this," she murmured. "The shard. The scars. All of it. Even if the wizards and the ministry and the whole world pretend they cannot see it. We will. Together." His voice came out raw. "Promise," he said. "Promise," she said. Her lips brushed his temple as she pulled back. It was a tiny, clumsy touch. It made his chest ache in a way that had nothing to do with fear. They sat side by side until the sun cleared the ridge. The stone circle stood in a shallow hollow, ringed by short grass and gorse. It was not large. Only 7 stones, each taller than Harry, spaced in a rough ring. The ground between them was bare earth. No weeds had taken root inside the boundary. As soon as Harry stepped between 2 stones, the air changed. The line under the valley rose closer to the surface, thick and warm. Felt like stepping into a heartbeat. Ron whistled under his breath. "Now that is creepy," he said. "In a good way." "Sort of." Hermione's eyes shone. "The energy is smooth," she said softly. "No spikes. No snags." Amir nodded. "This is a healed node," he said. "The last time a major scar sat here was before Rome. Druids bruised the land with sacrifice. Later folk mended it with songs and work. No one has stabbed it since. Feel it. Remember it." Harry closed his eyes and spread his toes in the dirt. The magic here was nothing like the twisted, sore feeling from the forest or the pain in the chamber. It flowed around his ankles like water without obstacles. It rose into his chest without scraping. He felt his own scar respond. The shard inside him disliked this place. Tried to tighten, to retreat. The line around him did not let it. It held steady, not letting the foreign piece spread its discomfort outward. For the first time since Amir had said the word Horcrux, Harry felt a small, fierce spark of satisfaction. "Good," Amir said quietly. "You feel the difference." Harry opened his eyes. "Can the sword do this?" he asked. "Take a scar and make it feel like this." Amir tilted his head. "The sword is a tool," he said. "The work still needs a hand to guide it, a mind to shape the pattern, a heart that wants healing instead of victory. That last part is the hardest." He looked at Harry. "You have the first 2. The third will be tested." Ron shuffled his feet. "You could have just said this is going to be horrible," he said. "It is going to be horrible," Amir said. Ron sighed. "At least everyone is honest now," he said. Hermione stepped between 2 stones and turned slowly, taking in the view. "We will need more circles," she said. "More places like this to rest between scars, to anchor the patterns. Maybe the sword itself is tied to one." Amir's eyes flickered with something almost like approval. "You are thinking like a geomancer already," he said. Hermione's shoulders straightened. Ron watched her and Harry together in the circle. The way they moved in sync without meaning to. The way Harry leaned in when Hermione spoke, even if he did not answer. Jealousy pricked at him. Small, hot. He swallowed it. The feeling did not go away. That evening, while Harry and Hermione bent over Amir's old journals by the fire, Ron slipped outside. He told himself he was just checking the sky, but the truth made his chest tight. He did not like feeling left behind. Not when they were talking about maps and rituals and swords that decided who mattered. He kicked a small stone down the path. It bounced, then rolled to a stop. "Trying to threaten the mountain?" a voice asked behind him. Ron jumped. Amir stood near the door, arms folded. Ron flushed. "Just walking," he said. Amir raised a brow. "You are angry," he said. Ron bristled. "No," he said. "I am fine." Amir looked out over the valley. "When the first geomancers worked this place," he said, "they brought more than one craft. There were those who moved stone, those who listened to water, those who tracked animals, those who watched the stars and knew when storms would come. Nothing worked alone. No one crowned themselves the only kind of necessary. Ron frowned. What is your point? He asked. My point is that patterns need more than one shape, Amir said. Harry bends the line. Hermione reads the old marks. You see the board. When we stand at a scar, he will be inside the ground, she will be inside the runes, and you will be the one who sees who is where, who moves first, who falls back. If you are missing, the pattern breaks. Ron shifted his weight. They do not need me for books, he said, or for fancy circles. They need you to make sure they do not die while they are staring at the ground, Amir said. You will pick paths. You will notice when the enemy is not where he should be. You will see the knife in the flank while they are looking at the front. Ron exhaled slowly. He thought of the chessboard, of stepping forward so Harry could move, of watching his friends walk through the open path he had made. Sometimes it feels like all I do is get hit, he said. Sometimes that is what the world requires of you, Amir said. That does not make it less important. It makes it hard. There is a difference. Ron looked at him. Do you ever wish you were the one with the flashy power? He asked. Instead of the one who knows where the lines are. Amir's mouth twitched. Once, he said. Then I saw what flashy power does to people who do not have your mother to knock sense into them. Ron laughed, surprised. Amir rested a heavy hand on his shoulder for a moment, then went back inside. Ron stayed out a little longer watching the sky. When he finally returned, Harry and Hermione were still at the table, bent close over a page full of cramped writing. Their shoulders brushed every now and then. They did not seem to notice. Ron felt the sting again, smaller now, mixed with something else. Pride maybe, fear for them both. He pulled up a chair and dropped into it. What did I miss? He asked. Hermione slid a paper toward him at once. We think we found a reference to the sword in an old ritual, she said. Here, read this. Then tell us if we are missing something obvious. Harry looked up and grinned. See, he said. We need someone who notices things we do not. The knot in Ron's chest loosened another notch. Fine, he said. Move over. If the sword is going to decide who gets to stab soul spikes, I want to say. They bent over the page together. Outside, the valley breathed. Deep underground, scars waited. On the surface, 3 children made a plan. The next morning, Amir woke them before the sun cleared the ridge. Harry rolled out of his blanket with his eyes still half closed. The floorboards under his feet were cool. His scar did not hurt, which felt strange after the heavy talk of the day before. For a moment he almost believed he had dreamed some of it. Then he saw the map on the table and the feeling vanished. Ron groaned from the loft ladder. Is this a rescue mission or military training? He muttered as he stumbled down. His hair stuck up in every direction. Hermione came after him with her jumper already on and a notebook under her arm. Her eyes were puffy at the edges but clear. She looked ready to write an exam. Amir stood by the door with his old coat on and a small canvas pack over one shoulder. We leave now, he said. The wind will be right. The line will be more willing while the air is cool. Ron rubbed his face. Leave for where? He asked. You keep saying the circle, the peak, the place where the veil is thin. It would be nice to know if I need dragon-proof gloves. Hermione opened her notebook and flipped to a page where she had drawn another rough map. The ink was smudged in places. North, she said. There is a stone circle in the Scottish Highlands that keeps appearing in old accounts. Not the ones Muggles printed for tourists. The really old accounts. Druid records, monk notes, even a few private letters from early Hogwarts founders. They all talk about a place where the world feels thinner and water stands even when it should run. And all of them mention a blade raised from that water. Ron blinked. You tracked all that down in one night, he said. Hermione shrugged. I had notes already, she said. I only had to sort them. Amir nodded once. Her mind cuts in a way mine does not, he said. She finds paths in ink. I find them in stone. Between us, we will get you to where the sword sleeps. Whether it wakes up is another question. Harry pulled his coat on and came to stand at the table. What do we need? He asked. Ritual pieces, offerings, that kind of thing. Amir lifted the small canvas pack. Salt, he said. Bread. Water from the stream. A stone from this valley. Hair from each of you. Runes written by Hermes' daughter here. And your hands. Harry touched his scar without thinking. And my scar, he said. Amir's eyes flicked to it. That too, he said. The shard inside you will not like that place. Good. I do not plan to ask its opinion. They did not walk all the way to Scotland. Amir took them to a shallow hollow beyond the cottage where for stones formed a rough square. The air there felt thicker, as if the line were closer to the surface. He drew a symbol in the dirt with the heel of his boot. Harry felt the ground shift like someone turning in sleep. Hold on to something, Amir said. Ron grabbed Harry's arm. Hermione gripped Ron's sleeve. Harry bent and put his palm flat on the earth. Amir whispered a word in a language Harry did not know. The ground jumped. For one dizzy, stomach-flipping second everything went strange. Harry's ears rang. His vision blurred. It was not like the spin of a portkey or the pull of a broom dive. This felt deeper, as if the line itself had moved them like a bead on a string. Then his hand hit different dirt. He opened his eyes. The valley was gone. They stood in a narrow mountain pass. Gray rock rose on both sides, streaked with lichen and patches of grass. The air was sharper, colder. A thin wind slid along the stones and cut straight through Harry's clothes. Far below, he could see a strip of dark green that might be forest. Above, jagged peaks tore at low clouds. The smell of salt on the wind told him the sea was not too far away. Ron staggered and grabbed his knees. I am never going to get used to that, he said. My stomach still thinks my feet are in Wales. Hermione straightened slowly, eyes wide as she took in the view. This matches the accounts, she said. The shape of the pass. The way the rock leans. There should be a plateau ahead. Then a hollow with the circle. Amir checked the sky. We have a few hours before the wind turns, he said. We reach the circle by then or we wait a day. The circle does not like to work when the air fights it. He started up the narrow path. They followed single file. Harry went second, Hermione behind him, Ron bringing up the rear. The path twisted along the side of the mountain, sometimes narrowing so much that they had to turn sideways to get past a jutting rock. Every time Harry's foot slipped on loose gravel, his heart jumped. The drop was not straight down, but it was far enough that a fall would break bones. Do not look down, Ron muttered. Then do not mention it. Hermione shot back through gritted teeth. Her knuckles were white on the rock. Harry kept one palm near the stone whenever he could. He could feel small threads running through the mountain. Thin lines that fed into something deeper ahead. The further they climbed, the stronger that feeling became. They rounded a bend and the path opened onto a flat ledge. Beyond the ledge, the mountain dropped away sharply. The view made Harry suck in a breath. A wide bowl lay in front of them, carved into the side of the peak. The bottom of the bowl was smooth rock. In the center, a ring of standing stones rose from a shallow pool of water. The water was still and dark. No stream fed it. No river ran out. The stones were pale, almost white, with faint marks carved along their sides. The air inside the bowl felt different. The world went quiet in Harry's ears. Even the wind seemed to stop at the edge. Hermione stepped forward until her boots stood just at the lip of the bowl. That is it, she whispered. That has to be it. Ron peered over her shoulder. Looks like a pond with ideas above its station, he said, but his voice was soft. Amir came to stand beside Harry. The circle, he said. Older than your school. Older than your ministry. Old enough that most magical folk decided it was a story so they could sleep better. He gestured toward a narrow track that led down into the bowl. We go in together, he said. Once we cross the rim, we are inside its rules. Do not test them. Do not throw spells. Do not try to show off. You listen. You answer if spoken to. You do not bargain for something you do not understand. Ron swallowed. What about the Fae? He asked. You keep saying the word. I thought they were stories. They like it that way, Amir said. Try not to offend them. The dirt of the track gave way to smooth stone as they walked down into the bowl. As soon as Harry's foot crossed the invisible line, a hum rose in his bones. It was not the steady pulse of a simple node. This felt layered. Old power and newer work sitting on top of each other in ways that made his skin prickle. The pool in the center was perfectly still. The standing stones cast long shadows across it, even though the light should not have come in at that angle. Harry could not see the bottom of the water. It looked deeper than it had any right to be. He stepped between two outer stones and the sound vanished. No wind, no distant bird. Even his own breathing seemed quieter. Hermione stopped beside him. "This is the thin place," she murmured. "The accounts all talk about the moment the world feels slightly wrong. That is the sign you are close." Ron hung back a little near the edge of the circle. "I feel like I walked into a church," he muttered. "One that stares back." Amir walked ahead of them toward the pool. He stopped an arm's length from the water's edge and bowed his head. He did not speak out loud, but Harry felt a ripple of meaning move through the circle. It brushed his skin like a cool draft. Harry took a breath and stepped up beside him. Hermione and Ron followed. Amir straightened. "We come to call up an old bargain," he said. His voice sounded strange in the still air. Every word seemed to sit on the surface of the water. "Amir Ap Reese, sworn to the lines of this land. I bring a child of the rebounded curse. I bring two who walk with him. I bring offerings. I ask to speak to the keeper of the sword." Silence. For a long moment nothing happened. Then the air above the pool shimmered. It did not glow or flash. The water did not swirl. It simply changed. One moment there was empty space. The next, there was a figure standing in the middle of the pool without making a ripple. She looked like a woman and not like a woman. Her shape was clear and solid, but Harry could not fix the details in his mind when he tried. When he looked straight at her face, it seemed to shift. Sometimes older, sometimes younger. Her eyes stayed the same though. Gray-green, sharp and amused and tired all at once. Her dress looked like water-given cloth. Not in a poetic way. It did not sparkle. It just hung with the same weight and lines as the pool around her. Ron made a faint noise. Hermione grabbed his sleeve and squeezed. Harry locked his knees so he would not step back. The woman looked at Amir first. "You come back late," she said. Her voice was clear without echo. "You were meant to return when the last war burned through the lines, Earth friend. You did not." Amir did not flinch. "I misjudged," he said. "I thought that fire would burn out on its own. I thought towers and councils could handle it. I was wrong." She made a small, humorless smile. "They stacked spells on wounds and called it victory," she said. "The scars stayed. Now you bring me another war." She turned her eyes to Harry. The weight of that gaze pinned him in place. It was not like Snape's sharp inspection or Dumbledore's kind study. This felt more like the pressure of the line itself, focused through a mind. "So," she said, "this is the shard bearer." Harry swallowed. "Yes," he said. His voice came out rough. "I am Harry. Names are heavy things in this place," she said. "Yours carries more than you know." She looked him up and down, then glanced at his friends. "And these," she said. Hermione straightened. "Hermione Granger," she said. "Research and archives." Ron blinked, then blurted, "Ron Weasley. I keep them alive while they stare at maps." The woman's mouth twitched. "Useful," she said. "Too many of your kind forget that watching the sides is as vital as any glamour." She looked at Amir again. "What do you seek?" she asked, though Harry was sure she already knew. "Say it in plain words." Amir met her gaze without flinching. "We seek the sword that channels the lines," he said. "The one that answers to the land, not to thrones. We seek Excalibur." The name fell into the still air like a stone into deep water. Harry felt the shock of it travel through the circle. The woman's eyes narrowed. "Many of your courts have tried to call that name like a pet," she said. "They wanted a symbol for their songs, prop for their crowns. They did not care for the root that fed it. Why should I hand such a blade to this boy, with a piece of your snake lord in his head and a school's worth of trouble behind him already?" Harry felt his face heat. He did not ask to be any of that, Hermione said at once. The woman's head tilted. Her gaze shifted back to Hermione. Brave, she said. Loyal. Unafraid to talk back to a being older than your language. You would have done well in the first courts. Hermione flushed but held her chin up. Ron swallowed. What about me? He asked before he could stop himself. The woman looked at him for a long moment. You know when to step in front of a blow, she said, and when to stand aside so another can step forward. If you learn to trust that instinct more than your envy, you will live longer than your stories. Ron's ears went red. He looked down at his boots. Harry's stomach twisted. The woman turned back to Harry. The sword is not a prize, she said. It is not a toy with a legend. It is an answer to a question. Before it will rise, the land wants to hear you answer the same question. Not with pretty vows. With choice. Harry licked his lips. What question? He asked. She lifted her hand. The air in the circle shifted. The bowl around them blurred. For a moment Harry felt like he was falling. Then his feet hit solid ground again, but the world had changed. They stood on a wide plain under a red sky. The air smelled of ash. The ground under his boots was cracked and dry. No grass. No trees. In the distance, where hills should have been, there were only bare, low mounds like old bones. The pool and the stones were gone. So was the woman. Amir, Hermione, and Ron were still there, but they looked slightly out of focus. Amir frowned. This is an echo, he said. Not real, but not simple. Harry turned slowly. Far away he could see a single black shape. A tower, maybe, or a stump of some huge pillar. It pulsed faintly with a sick kind of light. Even at this distance he could feel the wrongness in it. It felt like the worst parts of his scar, stretched across the land. Is that one of the scars? He asked. Hermione's voice came from somewhere near his shoulder. A possible end, she said softly. Harry jumped. When he looked, he saw that her mouth had not moved. It was the woman's voice, using Hermione as a mouth. The world flickered. Suddenly he was closer to the black shape. He could see now that it was a formation of stone and something like metal fused together. It rose from the cracked ground like a spike driven from the sky. At its base, the earth was not just dry. It was broken. Lines of old magic snapped and twisted. At the foot of the spike, a figure stood. A man in dark robes. Pale, thin face. Red eyes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Harry did not need anyone to tell him who it was. Tom Riddle looked at him and smiled. This is one road, the woman's voice said. It sounded like it came from the ground. You can end me quickly here. Harry's hand lifted. There was a sword in it, though he had not seen himself pick it up. It was long, bright, smooth. When he gripped it, power surged up his arm. Not the steady, deep pulse of the lines. This felt sharp, cutting, eager. He lifted the blade. If you strike now, the voice said, if you pour all the raw power you carry into one blow and drive it into that spike, you will shatter him. Every shard, every horcrux, every fragment. The name of Tom Riddle will end here. The sword felt light in his hand. Too light. Tempting. What is the cost? Harry asked. The sky darkened. Everything you see, the voice said. Images flickered around him. The cracked ground spreading. The color in the sky draining. Water turning to dust. People walking across empty fields with hollow eyes. Magic sputtering and failing. Children reaching for wands that did nothing. You tear out the diseased roots, the voice said. But you tear out the healthy ones too. The lines die with him. Britain becomes a shell. No more curses. No more spells. No more life fed by the old magic. You end him. You end the land he is trying to own. You become the boy who saved the future by burning the present to ash. Harry's throat closed. His scar pulsed. The shard inside him liked this road. He could feel it pushing. Kill him. End him. Do it. He tightened his grip on the sword. In the corner of his eye he saw Hermione, Ron, and Amir standing behind him, watching. Their faces were blurred, as if he were looking at them through water. He thought of the valley, the smell of pine and smoke, the feel of the line under his feet, the way the stone circle had felt smooth and whole. He thought of Hogwarts floating above its foundations, students laughing in corridors, Hagrid's hut with its warm fire, the forest even with its dangers. He looked at the black spike again, felt like a thorn in the world. "I will not do it that way," he said. The world shook. The scene shifted again. Now he stood in a forest that felt half wrong. Trees grew, but their leaves were thin. Streams ran, but the water tasted faintly of metal. The air was heavy. The line under his feet pulsed unevenly, like a heart that had been bruised. In the distance, Harry saw several dark spots in the ground. Not one spike now, many smaller ones. Each one had a faint, ugly glow. The woman's voice came again. "This is the other road," she said. "You refuse to burn everything. You search for each shard. You clean each wound one by one. Takes years. During those years, the Snake Lord cuts more people. You cannot save everyone. You never could. The scars remain active while you work." Images flashed around him again. A village with broken houses and smoke rising. A field where crops had failed on one side and grown sickly on the other. A child with a wand that sparked at the wrong time and hurt someone by accident. Faces he did not know, twisted by fear and anger. "You accept that your work will always be behind," the voice said. "You accept that by sparing the land, you allow some of its people to die who might have been saved by your quick fire. You do not become a simple hero. You become a caretaker who cannot fix everything. You live with that weight." Harry's stomach turned. He saw flashes of himself and his friends. Older, tired, standing in different places as they worked a ritual. Ron with a scar along his jaw that he did not have now. Hermione with more lines around her eyes. Amir with more white in his beard. Dumbledore standing with a cane. Lines of power running between them and the ground. He saw children learning in a Hogwarts classroom that looked different, but still there. He saw the forest, still dangerous but alive. He saw the valley with smoke rising from the chimney. He pressed his hands to his chest. "My choice is not between saving everyone and saving no one," he said slowly. "It is between giving in to fear and grabbing the fastest answer, or staying and doing the hard work even when it hurts." The air around him seemed to listen. He lifted his eyes. "I grew up on the lines," he said. "I know what it feels like when the ground is hurt. I know what it feels like when it breathes easy again. I will not kill the land to make my own job easier. I will not trade a living world for a neat story about a boy who ended a monster. If that means living with guilt, I will live with it." Silence. Then the cracked forest flickered and faded. The bowl and the pool snapped back into place. Harry staggered. The ground tilted under his feet. Amir was right beside him, one large hand coming up to steady his shoulder. Hermione grabbed his sleeve. Ron jumped, eyes wide. "You went pale," Ron said. "You just stood there with this look, like you were listening to something awful. We could not hear all of it. Just bits." Harry realized his hand was clenched so tight his fingers hurt. He forced them to relax. The woman still stood in the middle of the pool. For the first time since she appeared, she looked almost surprised. "Most who come here choose the clean story," she said. "They want the one blow, the one victory. You chose the messy road." Harry swallowed. "The land did not throw me away when I was a crying baby in a ruined house," he said. "I am not going to throw it away now to make my life quieter." Her eyes softened just a fraction. "Good answer," she said. "Hard answer. The right one." She looked at his scar. "The shard in you screamed when you refused," she said. "It does not like the idea of years of slow loss instead of a quick exchange. It wanted a stage. You denied it one." Harry felt a faint, distant protest in his forehead. It made him almost smile. "Good," he said. "It can sit there and sulk." Ron made a strangled sound that might have been a laugh. Hermione's hand was still on his sleeve. He felt the tremor in her fingers. The woman lifted both hands. "The sword is not a reward," she said. "It is a tool for the work you just chose. It will make your path both easier and heavier. When you carry it, you will feel the lines more clearly. You will feel every wound. The temptation to use it as a simple blade will be great. Remember the choice you just made. Every time, she looked at Amir. You will guide him in this, she said. Amir inclined his head. I will push him when he tries to use it like an axe instead of a needle, he said. She nodded once. Then let us wake it, she said. The water in the pool moved at last, not with a splash or a whirlpool. It simply rose, as if a column of it had decided to stand up. Within the column, something dark took shape. Harry felt the lines under the bowl surge. The power did not pull from the land. It flowed through the circle in a controlled way, like blood through veins. The column reached up to the woman's waist, then split. The water fell back into the pool in a smooth sheet. In its place, a sword rested across the surface, floating as if on glass. It was not as showy as the stories made it sound. The blade was plain, bright steel. No jewels along the hilt. No glowing runes. The only marks were a line of simple carvings along the guard that looked almost like the symbols Hermione had copied from old stones, but cleaner. Harry moved without thinking. He stepped to the edge of the pool. Careful, Hermione whispered. Amir stayed silent, watching. The woman's eyes were on Harry. Do not reach for power, she said quietly. Reach for the work. He took a breath. He thought of the valley, of the drift of snow in winter, of the feel of the earth under his bare feet as a child, of the way the line had shuddered under the chamber when he forced it. He thought of the scars on Amir's map, the small glowing circles that had made his skin crawl, the image of the black spike over dead ground. He reached his hand out. His fingers closed around the hilt. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then the world slammed into him. It was not like the first time he touched his wand and felt a stream of contained magic. This felt more like someone had taken the entire network of lines under the country and plugged it into his bones. Heat and cold and weight and motion all at once. He would have dropped the sword if it had any weight at all. But it did not. It felt like an extension of his arm. Like the part of his magic that usually spread into the ground had been given a clear channel to flow through instead. His scar burst into flame. He cried out. The shard inside him screamed. Not in words. In pure, furious pressure. It clawed at his skull, trying to surge forward, to flood down his arm into the sword and out into the world. The sword refused. Harry felt it as clear as if it were another mind. The blade did not drink his power. It did not drag on him. It simply stood, a steady, cold shape that the shard could not slip past. The piece of Tom Riddle was not used to being stopped. It slammed against the channel, desperate to escape. The impact sent spikes of pain through Harry's head. His knees buckled. Hermione shouted his name. He forced his feet to stay planted. He ground his teeth and pushed his own magic between the shard and the sword. Not raw power this time. Intention. He pictured the stone circle in the valley, smooth and whole. He pictured this bowl, the pool, the mountains around them. He pictured each as an anchor and told the shard, without words, that it could not leave. Not yet. Not like this. For a terrible moment it felt like his head would split. Then something gave. The shard recoiled. The pain in his scar dropped from burning to a steady, deep ache. He felt something peel away from the surface of the mark, like a scab coming loose from a wound. The sword drank that loose piece and sent it down into the pool. Harry sagged. Amir's hand closed around his arm to keep him upright. Hermione's other hand pressed against his back. Ron hovered just beyond them, face white, fists clenched. The woman watched with narrowed eyes. You let the blade burn off the outer layer, she said. You did not try to rip the whole shard out at once. Good. If you had, your mind would have split with it. Harry panted. It feels lighter, he said. Not gone. Just muffled. You have scraped the surface of the wound clean, she said. The infection inside remains. The sword will help keep it from spreading. It will also make the rest of it easier to cut free when you stand at the right node. She lifted her hand. The sword settled fully into his grip. The pool slowly went still again. Hermione stared at the blade. Does it have a mind? She asked softly. The woman smiled for the first time. Not the way you mean it, she said. It has a purpose. It remembers the oaths spoken while it was forged. Prefers certain hands. It does not speak. If you ever hear it telling you to do something, that is the shard, not the sword. Harry shifted his grasp. The blade felt strange and right at the same time. It did not feel like a toy. It felt like a responsibility. Can I use it for normal fights? He asked. Or only for soul scars? Amir snorted. Trust you to think of swinging it at someone in a corridor, he said. The woman's eyes sharpened. If you raise it in anger at simple flesh, the land will know, she said. It will not turn on you at once. It will not throw you off its lines. But every time you use it for petty harm, the work it does on the scars will go slower. The cost will be in time. And in trust. Harry nodded at once. I will not use it like that, he said. I have hands and basic spells for corridors. Ron let out a breath he had been holding. Thank Merlin, he said. Imagine Malfoy seeing that thing in the dorm. He would faint. Hermione smiled weakly. The woman's gaze softened again. The land accepts you as its knight, she said. Not as a lord, not as a king, as a worker with a sharp tool. Remember that. She lifted her hand in a small gesture of farewell. The edges of her shape blurred. Go, she said. There are many scars waiting. Too many. Then she was gone. The pool lay still. The bowl was quiet again. Only the sword in Harry's hand told him any of that had just happened. They climbed back up to the edge of the bowl. Ron kept glancing over his shoulder at the circle, as if expecting it to change its mind and send a spell after them. Do not look back too long, Amir said. Places like that do not like being stared at. Ron made a face. Great, he muttered. Now even geography is moody. Harry kept his eyes on the path ahead. The sword was wrapped in a plain length of cloth now, which Hermione had insisted on as soon as they stepped out of the circle. She said it would look less suspicious if anyone saw them. Harry suspected she also did not like the way it shone in the sun. He could still feel it through the wrapping. Not as a pulse. More like a steady awareness, the way he always knew where the line ran even when he did not touch it. His scar throbbed in a dull, almost ordinary way. He could live with that. By the time they reached the narrow pass where they had arrived, Ron was breathing hard, Hermione's cheeks were red, and Harry's legs felt like jelly. Amir led them to another small hollow behind a rock, drew a symbol in the dirt, and sent them home. The valley air felt warm after the mountain. Harry almost wanted to drop to his knees and press his face to the ground. He did not, mostly because Ron and Hermione were watching and he already felt ridiculous enough holding a wrapped sword. Amir shut the door of the cottage behind them and leaned his back against it. You did well, he said to Harry. The first time I stood in that circle, it almost took my name. Ron frowned. What does that mean? He asked. Amir shrugged one shoulder. I will tell you when it matters, he said. For now you need food, then sleep. Then we talk about how to use that thing without cutting holes in the wrong places. He pointed at the wrapped sword. Hermione nodded. I also want to write down everything I remember from the trial while it is still clear, she said. There might be details in the way she framed the choice that will matter later. Ron dropped into a chair. And I want to never see a mountain path again, he said. At least until tomorrow. Later, when the sky had turned orange and the valley was full of long shadows, Harry stood outside with the sword in his hands. He had unwrapped it now that they were alone. The metal caught the last light of the day without shining too much. It looked simple, honest. He tried a few moves with it. He was not a trained swordsman. He had seen some Muggle children play with sticks. Amir had taught him how to swing an axe and how to use a staff to block, but no fancy forms. Even so, the blade seemed to know where it wanted to go. It turned in his grip like it was finding its own place in the air. He did not send any magic through it. That felt like something they should plan, not test on a whim. Looks good on you, a voice said. He turned. Ron stood a little way down the slope, hands in his pockets. Harry lowered the blade. Still feels strange, he said. Ron walked up and stopped at a safe distance. Strange thrones for a strange knight, Ron said. Harry snorted. I am not a knight, he said. Just a boy with a magic shovel that looks like a sword. Ron looked at him for a long moment. You were willing to live in a world where everyone would hate you if it meant the land survived, he said quietly. That sounds like something a knight would do in Mum's old stories. Harry shifted uncomfortably. I only did what made sense, he said. Ron's mouth twisted. Most people do not pick the messy sense when they can grab the simple one, he said. I know I would have stared at that big evil spike and thought, amazing, one good hit and we can all go home. Harry met his eyes. You still here? He asked. You did not run when the nice ancient water woman insulted you. Ron rolled his eyes. She did not insult me, he said. She just pointed out that I am an idiot sometimes, which is true. And she said I know when to step in front of things, which is also true. He kicked at a small stone. Anyway, he added, you are stuck with me. Someone has to make sure you do not get so wrapped up in soil moods that you walk off a cliff. Harry smiled. I would prefer not to walk off any cliffs, he said. Good, Ron said. Keep that in mind. He glanced back at the cottage. Mum is going to lose her mind when she hears about this, he said. Sword of the land, secret circles, Fae talking in bowls. She still has not forgiven Dad for bringing home a kettle that whistled the national anthem. Harry laughed. You are going to tell her? He asked. Ron hesitated. I want to tell Bill, he said. He works with old curses all the time. He might know extra things about soul pieces stuck to objects. Or he might know some old ward tricks that will help us not die. Harry nodded. That makes sense, he said. Ask Amir if we can use one of his owls. Or his rock-talking tricks. Ron grimaced. Yeah, he said. About that. Harry raised a brow. What did you do? He asked. Ron scuffed his shoe. I may have already sent a letter, he admitted. While you and Hermione were going over runes with Amir after dinner. Harry blinked. You wrote to Bill? He asked. Yes, Ron said quickly. I kept it vague. I just said we traveled north with an old earth wizard, that we went to a circle on a mountain, that there was talk of an old sword and soul scars. I did not write the name Excalibur. I did not write Horcrux. I did not write Tom's full name. I just said Snake Lord. And I asked if he had ever heard of anything like that. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again. Ron, he said carefully. How did you send it? Ron winced. With Errol, he said. Mum's old owl. He was with us when we came to the valley. I thought it would be fine. He knows the way to Egypt. He goes there all the time. Harry rubbed his forehead. You sent a letter that mentions an ancient circle and a secret sword through General Owlpost, he said slowly. From a node. Ron bristled. I had to do something, he said. You two have Amir and Dumbledore and half a library. I have chess and a family that writes useful letters. I thought getting Bill's brain on this would help. Harry held up a hand. I am not saying it will not, he said. I am just thinking. Owlpost was not safe. The Ministry used its tracking when it wanted to monitor people. Death Eaters had once used it to find members of the Old Order. Even if Ron had been careful with words, names like Amir and talk of an old sword might draw the wrong eyes. Harry felt his scar give a faint, unpleasant throb. He looked up at the sky. It was clear now. The first stars were coming out. Somewhere up there, a tired old owl flapped its way toward Egypt with a letter tied to its leg. Through wards, through watch points, through places where people who like to meddle with messages might sit and wait. He thought of the black spike in the vision, of the many smaller scars, of a snake-faced man who would do anything to find the thing that could cut his soul. It might be fine, Ron said, sounding like he did not really believe it. Bill is careful. He knows codes. He will see what I was trying to say. Harry took a slow breath. I hope you are right, he said. He did not say the rest out loud. He did not say that if someone else saw the letter before Bill did, they would now know that a boy with a scar and an old earth wizard had gone north to speak to the Fae about a sword. He did not say that if Tom's followers had ears in the owl office, they might already be planning. Inside the cottage, Hermione called his name. Harry, she shouted. Amir wants you to feel this old node in one of his books. It is connected to a place near the coast. It might match one of the scars. Harry looked at Ron. We will figure it out, he said. Ron nodded, jaw tight. Yeah, he said. We will. They walked back to the cottage together. Behind them, the valley looked peaceful. Far away, In a room lit by greenish light, a hand that was not friendly unrolled a copy of Ron's letter and smiled. The parchment on the desk was already open when the man came back to his chair. Green fire from the bracket on the wall washed the edges of the room in sick light. The rest of the owl office lay quiet behind the charm that muted sound. Somewhere above, wings beat and claws scratched. None of that reached this small space. The man picked up the copy of the letter by one corner. Weasley handwriting. Young. Rushed. Ink blots in the middle where the quill had jumped. He read it again. Amir. Old Earth Wizard. Circle on a mountain. Strange soul scars. Snake Lord. Sword. His mouth pulled into a thin smile. He touched the side of his wand to the parchment. A pale glow spread across the copy as he checked for the usual ministry flags. Nothing. The charm that skimmed dangerous words from Owlpost had not lit. The boy had been careful. No full names. No clear locations. Nothing that would trip an alarm. Nothing that would stop a second set of eyes. He rolled the copy up and slid it into a tube marked private correspondence. Then tapped the lid. The tube vanished with a soft crack. He leaned back in his chair and looked up at the green fire. Let the Weasley boy think his bird would struggle its way to Egypt and land on his brother's windowsill with no one the wiser. Let Dumbledore think his little network of children and odd men in valleys stayed hidden. Some things in Britain still answered to older loyalties than the school. Lucius Malfoy did not read the letter as soon as it arrived. He took it from the house elf without speaking and weighed the tube in his hand for a moment. The study at Malfoy Manor was lit by a single lamp. It had the same color as the ministry flame, but the shadows in this room felt sharper. He sat at his desk, uncapped the tube and slid the parchment free. Weasley's scrawl. He did not bother to hide his distaste. He read anyway. The more his eyes moved, the colder his face became. Old Earth Wizard. Circles. Sword tied to the land. Soul scars. Lucius tightened his grip until the parchment crackled. Dumbledore. It had to be. Who else would put his hands on something that touched both ancient magic and this new war? Who else would set children near a tool that had once decided kings? He read the lines again that mentioned the sword. Not named. Of course not. Even so, the description made the hair on his arms lift. He had grown up in a house full of old tales. His father had liked to pretend that noble blood alone gave them claim to the country. Other stories had sat behind that brag. Stories about a blade that answered to the land itself. A blade that could turn rivers and shift marches. Most people had forgotten those. They remembered the romantic parts. Hands in lakes. Shining armor. They did not remember what it meant for the ground under their feet to pick a side. Lucius tapped the letter against the desk. The Dark Lord would not have forgotten. The thought of the man who had once held his mark sent a faint ache through his left arm where fire had burned under the skin a year ago. The ache never fully left now that their master had stirred again in the forest. They had been cut off from him since the thing with the stone. Since Dumbledore's boy had meddled. Lucius did not know where the wraith had gone. But he knew enough to feel the tug on old bonds when the Dark Lord tested them. Sometimes it woke him in the night. He turned the parchment over. No signature. Just the boy's first name. Ron. Weasley. Lucius smiled without humor. Of course it would be a Weasley who blurted enough nonsense into a letter that an intercept charm caught it. He did not burn the copy. He folded it once, very neat, and tucked it into a pocket of his robe. The valley was quiet when Amir opened the cottage door. Mist lay along the ground, thick enough that Harry's feet disappeared in it when he stepped outside. The air tasted of wet stone and the last ashes of yesterday's fire. Harry stretched his arm, feeling the pull in his shoulders and wrists from the climb and the trial in the circle. Bruises had bloomed along his ribs where he had hit the ground when the shard fought him. His scar throbbed but did not burn. The wrapped sword leaned against the doorframe. Amir picked it up and handed it to Harry without a word. Harry took it, careful not to let the weight of the thing pull him forward. Hermione came out behind him, notebook already in hand. Ron followed, hair stuck up and jumper crooked, yawning wide enough to make his jaw click. "This had better be worth waking up for," Ron said. "My legs still hate me." "Your legs will survive," Amir said. The same cannot be said for the first scar we touch if you are not awake enough to think. Ron frowned. I thought we were not going after real scars yet, he said. I thought we were building practice circles and poking harmless rocks. Amir shook his head. We cannot touch a Horcrux before we know how the sword moves with your friend, he said. For that we need a wound small enough that you do not rip the land apart by accident, and old enough that no one cares if we make it sting for a moment. Hermione flipped her notebook open to a page marked with a bit of twine. We picked one near the coast, she said. An old battle site that does not sit near any villages now. Short period of extreme magic. No follow-up work. The ground there has been left to stew in its own mess for centuries. It should give us a clear picture of how the blade works on scars without Tom Riddle's soul in the mix. Ron made a face. So an abandoned magical battlefield, he said. Excellent. That never goes wrong. Harry shifted his grip on the wrapped sword. We will not know until we go, he said. Amir nodded once. Gather your things, he said. We walk to the stone square, then step across. They took the same path as the day before to the little hollow with the 4 stones. Hermione carried her notes and a small bag of chalk and carved tokens. Ron had a satchel with bread, cheese, and a battered healing kit he had brought from home. Harry had the sword in both hands and the weight of his own magic humming under his skin. The mist thinned as they moved. By the time they reached the stones, the sky had gone from gray to pale blue. Amir drew a symbol in the dirt with the toe of his boot, different from the one for the mountain. Harry felt the line under the valley stir again, interested. Hands, Amir said. They formed the same chain as before. Ron's hand on Harry's forearm, Hermione's fingers clenched around Ron's sleeve, Harry's palm flat on the ground. Amir spoke the word that tilted the world. The valley dropped away. They arrived in rain. Cold drops hit Harry's face and soaked his hair before he had time to blink. The ground under his boots felt different at once. The node here was shallow and jagged, like a bone that had never set properly. He straightened and squinted through the drizzle. They stood on a flat stretch of ground that sloped gently toward the sea. He could hear waves beyond a low rise, crashing against rock. The wind smelled of salt and something sour. The land around them was open. No trees. Grass grew in clumps. Bare earth showed in patches. The sky was a flat sheet of cloud. Ahead, the ground dipped slightly. Even without Amir's training, Harry would have seen that as the focus. Something in the dirt there felt wrong. Hermione pulled her hood up and shielded her notebook with her body. This should be near the site of a skirmish between Roman wizards and local druids, she said, voice raised over the wind. Multiple ritual strikes, then a curse that cut the line. The Romans wrote poems about it. The druids did not write at all. The land kept the score. Ron hunched his shoulders. Feels like the place near Hogwarts where everyone says not to camp, he muttered. Dad told us about a hill that makes compasses spin. This is that hill's cousin. Amir walked a slow circle around the dip, eyes half closed. The wound is shallow but long, he said. It took the top off the line, then left it open. We will not try to fix every part today. We will prize up a small piece and see what the sword does when we guide it. He looked at Harry. Draw it, he said. You feel it better than any of us. Harry nodded. He stepped toward the dip. Every step made his stomach tighten. The soil here did not only feel wrong under his feet. Felt angry. The line under the surface bled through in pulses that did not match his heartbeat. Hot, then cold, then hot again. Magic that had been forced through pain and rage. It reminded him of his scar on a bad day. He swallowed and pushed his toes into the wet dirt. He shut his eyes. The world narrowed to the pull under his feet. He let his awareness drop. It was easier now that he had held the sword. The blade had given his sense of the lines a clearer edge. He could feel where the main flow should have run and where the old curse had sliced across it. He pictured the line as a stream, not in some storybook way but as simple fact. A channel where power moved. The scar here felt like a trench dug across that channel, filled with glass shards and old fire. He opened his eyes and knelt. With one finger he drew a rough shape in the mud. A long, curved line for the main flow. A jagged mark crossing it for the wound. a small circle where the worst of the snags sat, the place they would touch first. Hermione knelt beside him and copied the shape into her notebook. Her hair stuck to her cheeks in wet curls. Ron stood a little back from them, eyes on the horizon. His hand hovered near his wand, watching the edges just like Amir had said. Amir studied Harry's marks. Good, he said. That circle will be our test cut. We will not close the whole wound today, only clean that one point. He gestured to Hermione. Set the anchors. She nodded and pulled 3 small stones from her bag, each carved with a simple rune. She placed the first one on the ground at the top of the dip, the second at the side, the third near Harry's drawn circle. They will hold the pattern if something surges, she said. They will also tell us when we are about to overreach, which is when you stop. She stared at Harry when she said that last part. He held up one hand. I will stop, he said. I am not interested in pulling another room apart. Amir untied the cloth from the sword hilt. Harry felt a shiver run up his arm before he even touched it. The blade was awake. It did not feel like a voice. It felt like a channel waiting for a current. He took it in both hands. Remember, Amir said quietly, you are not here to show off. You are not here to prove that you can swing hard. You are here to help a wound close without tearing it wider. The sword is for precision. You have strength. I am not worried about that. I am worried about your restraint. Harry nodded, jaw tight. He stepped down into the dip until he stood right over the point he had marked. The air felt thick. His scar pulsed once as if he had stepped too close to a fire. He drew in a slow breath and let his toes curl into the soil. The line under the ground twisted and bucked under his skin like an injured animal that did not trust the hand reaching for it. Pulled away from him, then snapped back. I know, he said under his breath. I know. We are not here to cut you. We are here to pull the glass out. He did not know if the node could understand words. It did not matter. He needed to say it. He lifted the sword. Hermione moved to stand just outside the dip, at the edge of the circle of stones she had set. Ron shifted so that his back was to Harry and his eyes swept the empty countryside. Amir stood with his hands on the outer line, anchoring them all. Harry let his power seep down his arms. The sword did not drink it. That still felt strange. His wand took his magic and shaped it. The sword felt more like a bridge. It gave his direction a clear path. He aimed that path at the twisted snarl under his feet. At once the scar reacted. Hot pain flashed up his legs. He bit down a cry. Images flickered at the edges of his mind. Men in old clothes. Latin words shouted. Stones cracking. The smell of blood and fear. A druid curse in a tongue even Amir had not taught him. Faces he did not know. They blurred together. Stay with us, Hermione said, voice steady. You are here now. He grounded himself on her voice and on the feel of the rain on his face. He pictured the damaged part of the line as a knot in a rope. The sword gave the knot an edge. He did not swing down. He turned the blade sideways, point just above the dirt, and let his magic move along the sharp line in a slow, careful slide. The air crackled. The knot under his feet reacted, twisting tighter at first, then loosening in tiny jerks as the old curse fought and lost ground. The first anchor stone at the top of the dip glowed faintly. Hermione put a hand on it and muttered a stabilizing charm. Harry felt his scar flare. The shard inside him stirred as if it recognized the type of wound. This was not its work, but it understood the taste. Pain and power and a mark left on the world. Pressed against the inside of his head. Curious. He set his jaw and pushed back. Stay where you are. He spat under his breath. You do not get to touch this. The shard pushed harder. The sword stayed steady. The channel it gave his magic did not widen for the shard. It remained a narrow, clean path that only led through what Harry chose. He focused on the image of the knot again. He let his magic move along the blade like steady pressure. Not a chop. Careful pull. The knot loosened another fraction. The second anchor stone glowed. Hermione's lips moved faster now as she kept the pattern from sliding out from under them. Amir's voice joined hers, lower, older. Ron shifted his stance, eyes scanning the empty slope above them and the line of the sea. The line under the ground groaned. Harry felt the edge of the sword hit something that gave way with a jolt. There was no noise in the air. All the sound was under his skin. The old curse snapped. The scar at that point tore open for one breath, then collapsed inward. The power tide there rushed along the sword into the pool of Harry's magic and tried to break it. The sword caught the worst of it and redirected it down into the earth behind them, where the anchors waited. The stones flashed bright, absorbing the backlash and feeding it into the wider line where it could spread without biting. Harry stumbled forward a step. Hermione moved at once, grabbing his shoulder. The world steadied. He blinked rain out of his eyes and looked down. The ground under his boots looked the same. Wet soil, a bit of grass, mud. Under his skin it felt different. The jagged pull that had sat straight under him had eased. The line still hurt. The wider wound still ran through the land. But the spike at this spot had gone dull. The glass was gone. He let out a long breath. Amir stepped forward and put his hand on the wet earth. His eyes closed. When he opened them again, his shoulders had dropped slightly. "Better," he said. "Not perfect, but better. The scar will not rip that way if someone trips it again." Hermione sagged with relief. Ron let his wand tip toward the ground. "That did not blow us up," he said. "I call that a success." Harry swallowed. He could still feel the shard in his scar. It had not liked what they had done. It did not enjoy the idea of a tool that could remove its kind of wound without feeding its master. It felt trapped and angry again, like in the circle. "Good." He wiped rain from his face with the back of his hand. "Again," he said. Hermione gaped at him. "Not today," she said. "You nearly fell over." Amir nodded. "She is right," he said. "The first cut is the most dangerous. You are still whole. That is enough. We come back another day with more strength and more anchors." Harry wanted to argue. His body made the decision for him. His knees shook as he stepped out of the dip. He climbed the short slope and his legs felt like someone had replaced his muscles with wet rope. By the time he reached the top, his breath had gone short. He sank down on a rock and let the sword rest across his knees. Ron dropped down beside him with a grunt. "You look like I feel after Mum reaches the end of a rant," Ron said. "Which is impressive." Harry huffed a weak laugh. Hermione came to stand in front of them. Her hair was plastered to her forehead. Ink had run on her notebook. She still held it tight. "I wrote down the way the anchors lit," she said. "And the order. The first and second warned us before the third would have blown. Next time we can adjust the pattern so that we have a little more room before the line snaps back." Amir watched her with an expression Harry had not seen on his face before, almost fond. "You will make a better geomancer than half the men who ever walked with me," he said. Hermione flushed. "I still cannot feel the lines the way you and Harry do," she said. "You feel them through ink," Amir said. "That is just as real." Ron nudged Harry's arm. "Once you can cut Horcrux scars like that," Ron said, "you know someone is going to write poems about you, right?" Harry made a face. "Let them write about the sword," he said. "Or the land. Leave me out of it." Ron smirked. "Not how stories work," he said. "Trust me. Percy reads them out loud sometimes. They love a named boy." Harry did not answer. He looked down at the blade across his knees. For a moment he saw again the red sky in the trial. The black spike. The easy swing he could have taken. He thought of the choice he had made. He still believed it. That did not mean it hurt less. Hermione watched his face. "We did something good," she said quietly. "I know it does not feel like enough. It never will. But the land feels slightly better there. That matters." He nodded without looking up. They went back the same way they had come. The travel through the line made Harry's stomach roll more than last time. When they stepped into the valley again, he had to stand with his hands on his knees until the ground stopped tipping. Ron thumped his back once. "You did great," Ron said. "Please do not throw up on Amir's boots." Amir snorted. "I have cleaned worse off these boots," he said. "Sleep. Then we read. Then we plan. Then we worry about your letter." Ron froze. Harry straightened at once. "What about the letter?" Hermione asked. Amir looked from one to the other. Harry realized with a jolt that Ron had never told him he had sent it before he did it. He had confessed to Harry after, but they had never spoken about it with Amir or Hermione. Blood rushed to Ron's face. I was going to explain, Ron said. Properly. I just wanted Bill to have time to answer first. Amir folded his arms. Explain now, he said. Ron swallowed. He looked at Harry, who gave a small nod. I wrote to my brother, Ron said. Bill. He works with curse breaking in Egypt. He sees weird magic all the time. I thought he might know something useful about soul scars and wards and things like that. I kept the letter vague. I did not write names that would set off alarms. I did not write Excalibur or Horcrux. I just said Old Earth Wizard, Circle on a Mountain, Strange Soul Scars, Snake Lord, Sword. Hermione let out a sharp breath. You did all that and did not tell us, she said. What if the owl was tracked? What if someone read it first? What if it is sitting on some ministry desk right now? Ron bristled. I had to do something, he said. You two have Amir and Dumbledore and secret maps. Bill is the only person I know who spends his days with old nasty magic. He will see things you do not. I did not think the letter would hurt. I was careful. Harry stepped in before Hermione could snap again. He was careful, Harry said. He did not use names that would light the ministry charm. He did not write the big words. But Owlpost is never safe. Amir's jaw tightened. And you sent it from a node, he said. Which means the letter carried more of the line's taste than it would have from a random kitchen table. Ron winced. I forgot that part, he admitted. I just thought, Errol is here. Bill is in Egypt. We have questions. I should send something before I lose my nerve. Hermione closed her eyes for a second. We cannot take it back now, she said. All we can do is assume someone else might have seen it and plan for that. Amir nodded. At least you told us before we touched a Horcrux, he said. That gives us some room. We will treat every step from now on as if we are not the only ones looking for scars. Ron's shoulders slumped. I am sorry, he said. I should have asked first. Hermione sighed. Yes, she said. You should. But you were not wrong about Bill. We can use his mind. We just have to hope he is the one who sees the letter first. Or that, if someone else saw it, they do not understand all of it. Harry thought of the unfriendly hand on parchment that he had not actually seen but could imagine too well. He thought of Lucius Malfoy, sitting in a house with green light and old stories. He thought of the shard in his scar, twitching like an insect in a jar at the mention of a sword that threatened its existence. He rubbed his forehead. When Bill writes back, Harry said, we read his letter very carefully, every word, every mark. If he puts anything odd in it, we assume it passed through eyes that were not his. Hermione nodded. Ron looked relieved to have a plan, even if it made his stomach twist. Amir clapped his hands once. Food, he said. Then sleep. No more work for the sword today. Your mind needs time to settle around what you just did. Harry did not argue. Bill's letter arrived 3 days later. They were at the table, bent over another section of Amir's map, when something slammed into the cottage window hard enough to rattle the frame. Hermione jumped. Ron was on his feet in an instant. Errol, he said, voice halfway between worry and fondness. That better be Errol and not an angry bird spirit. Amir went to the door instead of the window. He opened it and reached out. Errol slid down the wood and dropped limp into his arms. The owl looked worse than usual, which was saying something. Feathers stuck out at odd angles. One eye was closed. His chest rose and fell in shallow breaths. The string on his leg was frayed and half-burned. Amir frowned and carried the bird inside. Hermione rushed to clear space on the table. Put him here, she said. Ron, water. Harry, the small blue bottle from the shelf. No, the other one. They moved without thinking. Harry found the bottle of tonic. Ron poured a little water into a chipped cup. Hermione watered the tonic down and dripped some into Errol's beak. The owl made a faint, disgruntled sound and swallowed. Amir untied the letter from Errol's leg. The parchment was scorched along one edge. The seal was broken. The handwriting on the front was neat and slanted. For William Weasley, it said, in a hand that was not Bill's. Amir held it up so the others could see. Ron's stomach dropped. That is not his writing, he whispered. No, Amir said. It is not. He put the letter down on the table and smoothed it open. They leaned in. The first line was in Bill's style. Ron would have known it anywhere. Little brother, nice to hear from you before you blow something up again. You have a talent for finding trouble. I am glad to see that has not changed. Ron let out a shaky breath. Bill was alive. He had seen the letter. That was something. The next part made the hairs on Harry's arms lift. I am going to be very dull and say this. Do not write details in a letter again. There are more eyes on owl trails this year than you know. You already guessed that, or you would not have written the way you did. 2 lines down, a different ink had been used. Darker. Thicker. The letters slanted the other way. Harry's chest tightened. Hermione pressed a hand against her mouth. Someone else had written over Bill's words. The Snake Lord is very interested in stories about boys who talk to old rocks. Harry Potter is a topic of conversation in many houses at the moment. So is any whisper of a sword that cuts more than flesh. When you next feel like sending tales about your friend and his valley tutor, keep in mind that not all old families like seeing the land answer to someone who is not them. Sleep well, a friend of your father's generation. Hermione's fingers dug into the edge of the table. There is no name, she said. No mark. Nothing. Ron's throat felt tight. A friend of your father's generation, he said. That could be half the ministry, or half the people who used to sit in the same dining room at Hogwarts as him, or half the people who went to old family parties. Amir's jaw had gone hard. He tapped the line where the ink changed. This was added after Bill wrote, he said. The flow of magic around the letters is different. Bill's words sit on the parchment like normal ink. These sit on top of charm residue. Someone copied the letter, wrote on the copy, then sent it back after trying to be clever. Harry swallowed. So Bill sent a warning, he said slowly. Someone else got hold of the letter while it was in transit, copied it, and decided to send their own warning with it. Then they forwarded the lot to us. Or to you. Amir nodded. They wanted you to know they were watching, he said. That is not the move of someone who wants to stay hidden. That is someone who wants you nervous. Ron scrubbed a hand over his face. Successful then, he said. Hermione read the added lines again, lips moving. Old families, she said. Sword that cuts more than flesh. Friend of your father's generation. This smells like Lucius Malfoy. Ron grimaced. Dad says half his generation of purebloods tried to act like they were old friends at some point, he said. He also says Malfoy puts his nose into everything that might make him look good in front of whichever side is winning. Harry felt his scar give a slow, cold pulse. He remembered the way Lucius had looked at him in Flourish and Blots. The smooth voice, the sharp eyes that had weighed him like a piece on a board. He could imagine that man reading Ron's letter in a room lit by green fire. His hand tightened on the edge of the table. He knows about the valley, Harry said. Even if he does not know where it is. He knows there is an old wizard teaching earth magic to Dumbledore's boy. He knows there is a sword that can cut his master's anchors. He will not stay away from that. Hermione nodded. He might not know the name Excalibur, she said. But he has enough of the story to guess. There are very few artifacts that behave the way your letter described. Bill would have recognized it. So would someone like Malfoy. Amir folded the letter carefully. We will send no more owls from here, he said. Not to Bill. Not to anyone. If we need him, we will find another way to reach him. In person. Or through channels that do not run along public lines. Ron looked at Errol, who had perked up enough to glare at them with his one open eye. Sorry, mate, Ron said. You nearly got cooked. Errol gave a weak hoot as if to agree. Harry rubbed his scar. It did not burn the way it had in the trial, but it itched in a way he associated with being watched. Do you think Tom felt that? He asked quietly. The mention of a sword. The mention of me. The way the lines jump when we step through them. Amir shook his head. The shard inside you reacts when the subject touches it, he said. The rest of him is still scattered. He cannot see through you like a window. Not yet. But his followers can read letters. They can move. They can tell him pieces when they find him. Hermione closed her notebook with a snap. Then we assume he knows enough to get interested, she said. We speed up the things we can control and slow down the ones he might hijack. We pick our first real scar carefully and we do not wait long. Every day we give him is a day he can look for his own tools. Ron swallowed. You want to go after an actual Horcrux sooner? He asked. Not later. She met his eyes. Yes, she said. I wanted more practice first. I still do. But if Malfoy and whoever else are sniffing around ley lines and old swords, I would rather break at least one of Tom's anchors before they find a way to twist the work for him. Harry looked at the folded letter in Amir's hand. He thought of the old shack Amir had marked on the map. The one that smelled of snakes and ash. He thought of the cave Dumbledore had mentioned. He thought of his own scar. We take one, he said. One that is far from people. One that hurts the land in a way we can feel clearly. We go in fast, we do not draw attention. We see if the sword does what the woman promised. If we can cut one of his spikes without tearing the line, that is one place he cannot go back to. Ron made a small choked sound. I hate that this makes sense, he said. Amir slid the letter into the fire, caught at once and burned clean, leaving no ash. The first cut is always the hardest, he said. When you open the skin, you see what you are really dealing with. Be ready. It will not be as neat as the trial. The land has its say. So does the soul you are cutting. Harry watched the flames die down. His fingers twitched toward the sword that leaned against the wall. Outside, the valley looked as it always had. Hills, stream, sky. The line under the cottage pulsed steady. Somewhere out there, a man with white hair and a cane knew enough to be dangerous. Somewhere further, a wraith with a broken soul was waking to the idea that the ground itself might be turning against him. Harry swallowed. Hermione's hand brushed his under the table. He curled his fingers around hers and gripped tight. Ron watched them both and squared his shoulders. Fine, Ron said. If we are going to poke a Horcrux with a legendary sword while the Dark Lord's fan club hovers, we might as well do it properly. When do we start planning? Amir's eyes were very serious. Now, he said. The words settled over the table like a stone. Harry took a breath and felt the line answer. They had a sword. They had a map. They had an enemy who had finally noticed. Now they had to move before the land bled anymore. Ron was already arguing when the words stopped echoing. We cannot just march off and stab the first soul scar we find, he said. We will end up dead or worse, which is probably also dead, only slower. The map lay open on Amir's table. Candle wax had dripped on one corner. 3 of the glowing circles that marked scars pulsed faintly. The little ring near the river. The flicker at the coast. The ugly smudge in the middle of the country where Amir had once said the ground smelled of snakes. Harry's hand rested near that last mark without touching it. Amir pointed at the same spot. This one, he said. The shack. The taste of it has grown sharper every year. That is a personal wound. Not just war residue. Tom Riddle used that place more than once. It is a spike that holds more of him than the others. If we cut that anchor, he will feel it. Hermione leaned over the parchment. Her finger traced the lines around the mark without quite landing on it. Far from villages, she said. No recent building on top. Muggle maps only show an abandoned lot. Magical charts call it a dead spot. That means no one has tried to build wards there since the first curse. Ron made a face. So no one has fixed it, he said. That feels like a bad sign. Not a good one. It also means no one will see the line jump when we touch it, Amir said. If we do it right. Hermione glanced at Harry. The Gaunt Shack, she said quietly. It has to be. The last descendants of Slytherin. Marvolo Gaunt, his son. His daughter who became Riddle's mother. He would have loved the sense of drama. Hiding a soul piece in the ruin of his own blood. Harry swallowed. You think the ring is there, he said. Dumbledore's voice answered from the doorway. I know it was, he said. They all turned. The old man stood on the threshold with rain on his shoulders and his wand in his hand. He must have come through the back path from the valley. Harry had not felt him arrive, which meant Amir had softened the line for him. Once, Dumbledore said, stepping inside, His uncle wore a ring with an ugly little symbol on it, a triangle and a circle and a line. Tom wanted that ring for many reasons, some of them darker than others. He took it from that shack. He made it his and more. I suspect he used it as one of his anchors. I have visited the place since. The ground there tastes like Amir's map looks. Wrong. Amir nodded once. I felt it from a distance, he said. Did not go closer. I did not have a sword then. Dumbledore's gaze moved to the wrapped blade against the wall. Now you do, he said. And now he has started to notice. Hermione slid the intercepted letter along the table toward him. We think Malfoy saw Ron's owl, she said. Or someone like him. Someone who grew up with tales about old swords and about the land choosing its champions. Someone who does not like the idea of that champion being Harry. Dumbledore read the dark ink lines without comment. When he reached the added part, his mouth tightened. Lucius likes to warn people that he is watching, he said. He thinks it keeps them from doing anything without picturing his face. It is one of his smaller habits. So you think it is him? Ron asked. Dumbledore folded the letter and set it down. I think the number of people who would risk charming a copy charm into a Ministry owl stop and then brag about it is very small, he said. Lucius sits near the top of that little list. Harry rubbed his scar. Does he know enough to be useful to Tom? He asked. Or to be trouble to us? Both, Dumbledore said. He will not know the name of the sword itself. That is outside his usual interests. He will know enough of the story to tell his master that someone has gone to a place the old families only sing about. That alone will interest Tom. If the Dark Lord learns that the land itself is arming someone against him, he will not stay still. Ron stared at the map. So we go first, he said. We hit one of his anchors before he finishes getting his body back. Before he can send proper reinforcements. Before Malfoy can walk him straight to the same scar. Hermione nodded slowly. The shack is far, she said. Isolated. One line crossing. No modern wards. The perfect test for the real thing. If we can cut a Horcrux there without snapping the node, we prove the sword works on more than old Roman curses. Dumbledore moved closer to the table and put one finger lightly on the gaunt mark. We go today, he said. Ron gaped. Today, he repeated. As in this afternoon, not in 3 months after we have had a sensible amount of practice, which we clearly have not. Dumbledore looked at him. Tom Riddle's followers have had longer to move letters around than Errol has had to fly, he said. If Lucius has already told his master there is a boy with a sword walking the lines, then the clock we did not know we had is already running. I would rather be standing at a scar when it rings than sitting here listening. Harry's stomach tightened. He thought of the vision in the Fey Circle, the black spike, the choice he had refused. We are not ready, he said, but we are not going to feel ready for years. I do not think the line has that long. Amir grunted. At least one of you understands, he said. Ron threw his hands up. I understand, he said. I just also understand that we are 12 and this is insane. Hermione pressed her lips together. 2 12-year-olds and 1 11-year-old, she said, plus 1 ancient earth wizard and 1 very old headmaster. It is not like you are going alone. Ron gave her a flat look. That was somehow not comforting, he said. Harry reached for the sword. His fingers brushed the cloth. It shivered under his hand like a living thing. We plan, he said, properly. No rushing. We decide who stands where. What spells we can use without touching the line. How to get in and out without the Ministry noticing a group of people jumping through nodes. Dumbledore nodded at once. Minerva will cover for me at the school for 1 day, he said. She is already suspicious enough that she will ask questions, but she will wait until I give her answers instead of sounding an alarm. As for the Ministry, they watch apparition paths very closely this year. They do not watch the lines. They do not believe anyone can walk them. That is their blind spot. We will use it. Amir traced a small symbol in the air over the map. 3 points lit up. The valley, a patch of countryside near a ring of trees Harry did not know. The gaunt scar. We step along this path, Amir said. Short moves. No big jumps. The line does not like to be grabbed and pulled. It will carry us quieter if we follow its own bends. Hermione watched his finger. Like playing chess on a board where the pieces have moods, she said. Ron sighed. You would find a way to make this about chess, he said. She lifted her chin. It is a useful comparison, she said. You do not send your queen charging down the middle of the board if you know the other side has been paying attention. You move knights. You let bishops slide where they cannot be seen. You make many small moves before the ones that matter most. Ron muttered something under his breath that sounded like a complaint, but his shoulders eased a little. Harry tried to listen to the lines under the cottage while they talked. If he focused, he could feel the direction Amir had pointed in without looking at the map. A slight pull toward the middle of the country. A faint ache in his scar that matched it. The shard inside him did not know the exact plan. It did not need to. It knew that they were thinking about an anchor. It did not like that. Good. Lucius Malfoy did not like waiting in other people's rooms. He did it anyway. The drawing room where he sat now did not have the polished gold of the manor. The chairs were plain. The curtains were heavy and dark. The only sign that this was old money and not some cheap copy was the weight of the ward on the window. He tapped his fingers once on the arm of the chair and forced them to still. The door opened. A man stepped in. Tall, stooped, gray hair tied back at the nape of his neck. His eyes were small but sharp. His robes were the color of wet stone. Lucius rose. Director, he said smoothly. The head of the Department of Magical Transportation closed the door behind him and flicked his wand once. The wards on the room shifted in a way Lucius could feel even through his own charms. If you wanted to make an appointment, the man said. You could have done so at the office. Lucius smiled. For this, he said. I thought a quieter room would be better. He reached into his robe and drew out the copy of the letter. I believe one of your intercept teams has already seen this, he said. I am only here as a concerned citizen. The other man's eyes flicked to the parchment. I see many letters, he said. Most of them dull. Lucius held the letter just out of reach. This one is not dull, he said. It speaks of strange soul scars, of a sword that answers to the land, of Dumbledore letting a boy walk with an old earth wizard instead of keeping him behind school walls. That feels like the kind of thing your department should know about. The director's mouth tightened. We have no evidence that Dumbledore is transporting children through illegal means, he said. If he uses that old man's valley to teach a few tricks, that is his business. The ministry cannot watch every bit of rock on every hillside. Lucius gave a slight shrug. Of course, he said. Still, if a war were coming, and if the old man were arming his pieces on a board you cannot see, it might be useful to know which way they plan to move. He let the letter roll up and slipped it back into his pocket. The director watched him with a flat gaze. If you had anything more than a half-baked tale about a sword in a lake and a child with a scar, he said, I might care. As it is, the ministry has enough to worry about with troll sightings and budget meetings. Lucius smiled again. Of course, he said. I only wanted to be sure I had done my civic duty. He bowed and left before the other man could answer. In the corridor, his smile faded. If the ministry would not watch Dumbledore's steps, he would. There were other ways to follow lines than through the official channels. Old families had left their own markers in the land. Stones scuffed in just the right place. Symbols scratched on walls. If he could not see the path the old earth wizard used, he might still see where it shook the ground. He would not have the sword, but he might know where it was pointed. Harry could not shake the feeling that he should be writing a note of his own. He stared at the small scrap of parchment in front of him and tapped his quill against his thumb. What would you even say? Ron asked from the end of the table. Dear Hagrid, gone to stab a cursed ring, back for tea. Do not worry. Hermione looked up from her own sheet, where she was making a neat list of spells they could use without touching the line. We cannot tell anyone, she said. Not yet. Not until we know it works. If the wrong ears hear that we are still learning, they will come at us then, not later. Harry set the quill down. You are right, he said. But it feels wrong to leave without saying anything. You are coming back, Hermione said, more firmly than she felt. We all are. Amir checked the straps on his pack. You can leave a note for Hagrid in my care, he said. If the worst happens, I will decide whether to send it. Ron shuddered. That is cheerful, he said. It is honest, Amir said. Harry forced himself to write a few simple lines. Hagrid, taking a trip with Amir to look at some old scars in the land. It is important. Tell the spiders to behave. Harry. He folded the note and handed it to Amir. The older man tucked it into the inside of his coat. Let us make sure he never sees that, Hermione muttered. They stepped out into the valley. The sky was a thin, bright blue. The stream murmured. The line under the ground pulsed steady. Harry took one last look at the cottage and the stone circle up on the ridge. Then he picked up the sword. The first step along the line was small. Amir drew a symbol in the dirt that matched the one he had used for the practice scar, but with tiny differences that only Hermione and Harry noticed. He murmured a word. The ground tilted. When they righted, the valley was gone. They stood in a wide, empty field with a ring of trees at the far edge. The air smelled of damp grass and something faintly metallic. Hermione steadied herself with a hand on Harry's arm. Ron swayed and squeezed his eyes shut. Still hate that, he said. Dumbledore looked around. The old Roman road would have run that way, he said, pointing toward the trees. There used to be a watchtower near here. Fell long ago. The line still remembers where the stones Saturday. Amir laid his hand on the ground, nodded once, and drew another symbol. The second jump was sharper. When Harry opened his eyes, the world felt thinner. They stood on a slope dotted with scrub and broken rocks. The sky here was a dull gray. The wind smelled stale, as if it had not moved for a long time. Ahead, the land dipped into a little hollow. A shack hunched in the middle of it. If Harry had seen it from a distance with no magic in his bones, he would have thought it was just a rotten old hut. The roof sagged. The door hung crooked. The walls were patched with planks that did not quite match. The ground around it was bare. No grass grew within a certain distance of the walls. The soil there was an odd color, neither brown nor gray. His scar gave a slow, heavy throb. That is it, he said. Ron made a face. It looks like it smells bad from here, he said. Hermione's grip on her wand tightened. This is where Voldemort's mother grew up, she said quietly. Where his grandfather raved and his uncle cursed and he first learned to hate everything. There must have been so much ugly magic here before he ever touched a wand. The line would have been weak already. Easy to hurt. Dumbledore's face was set in lines Harry had not seen before. I came here once with Tom, he said. He was a boy then, still at Hogwarts, and I was foolish enough to think I could understand him if I saw where he came from. He looked at this place and smiled in a way I still do not understand. I left that day with more questions than answers. He looked at Harry. Today we do not come for answers, he said. We come to take away one of his toys. Amir laid a hand on Harry's shoulder. Remember the practice, he said. Draw the wound first. Do not rush. Respect the ground even while you hurt it a little more to make it better later. Harry nodded. His stomach felt tight and cold. He walked forward until he stood at the edge of the bare patch. The air changed. It was not as strange as the Fey circle, but close. Sounds seemed to pull away. The wind dropped. The shack sat in the middle of a quiet that felt more like a held breath than peace. Hermione stepped up beside him. Let me mark the anchors, she said. Then you go in. Ron took position to their left, a little behind so he could see both the ruins and the tree line. Dumbledore stood to the right, wand loose in his hand. Amir stayed further back, near the point where the line felt less damaged, ready to anchor them. Hermione took 3 stones from her bag and placed them on the ground in a triangle around the bare patch. She added 2 more, creating a rough pentagon. More points, she said. More places to bleed off the backlash if the ring fights. Dumbledore flicked his wand at each stone in turn. A faint shimmer wrapped them. A little extra stability, he said. Courtesy of the wand folk. Amir grunted. Try not to tangle my work with yours, he said. Harry forced a breath in. He stepped into the dead soil. The ground under his boots felt wrong at once. Cold, not from weather but from something in the magic. It reminded him of standing on the hill in his vision where the black spike had sat. He shut his eyes and let his senses drop. Under the shack, the line twisted like a rope that had been tied in a knot and then hammered flat. Power pooled and spilled in strange directions. He could feel something at the very center. A sharp focus point of wrongness. The ring. He opened his eyes and knelt. He drew the main path of the line in the dirt. It ran under the hollow from one side to the other. He sketched the knot beneath the shack as a messy bundle. Then he marked a tiny circle right at the middle. "This is where the ring sits," he said. "The rest of the wound wraps around it. If we get that out without snapping the main line, the rest of the scar should ease." Hermione copied his sketch in quick strokes. Ron watched the shack. "I do not see any wards," he said. "No lines, no runes on the outside. Just rot." "Tom was arrogant," Dumbledore said. "As long as this place was hidden and unpleasant, he thought no one else would ever bother with it. That is its own kind of ward." Amir walked in a slow circle around the bare patch. His eyes narrowed. "There are traps," he said. "Not structures. Thoughts. Impressions pinned to the node. Old curses without a clear shape. When you step inside, they will not know what to do with you. That makes them more dangerous, not less." Harry rose. "I will not go alone," he said. He looked at Hermione and Ron. "You two stay behind the first anchor line," he said. "If something jumps, you pull me back, you do not run in front of it. Dumbledore and Amir can handle knocking whatever it is sideways while I keep hold of the line." Ron opened his mouth to argue. Hermione spoke first. "Fine," she said. "But if you start to fall, I am not waiting for permission to grab you." He almost smiled. "That is fair," he said. Dumbledore gave him a small, proud look. "Lead on, Harry," he said. "We follow." The shack smelled worse than it looked. As Harry pushed the door, the hinges gave with a dry shriek. A wave of air rolled out that stank of damp, rot, and something sharp. Old magic. Old anger. He stepped inside. The floorboards groaned but did not break. The room was small. A broken chair lay on its side near the cold hearth. A narrow bed frame sagged in one corner. A cracked picture hung on the wall, the glass long gone. Dust lay thick on every surface. Under the dust, the air crawled. Hermione waited just outside the door with her wand up. Ron stood near her shoulder. Dumbledore was at the edge of the bare soil. Amir stood with one hand flat on the earth. Harry let his eyes adjust. The wrongness pressed in on him from all sides, not just from the center. Words had been spoken here in rage for years. Spells thrown in cramped anger. The line had taken every hit. He centered himself on the point he had marked on his drawing. The ring sat under the floor. He could feel it. A tiny, dense knot of Tom Riddle's presence. Familiar and disgusting. Tasted like the shard in his scar, only heavier, more focused. He took the sword in both hands. The blade cleared the cloth with a soft pull. The air in the shack shifted at once. The wrongness pressed closer, then recoiled as if something inside the walls had felt the threat. "Talk to me," Hermione called from the doorway. "What do you feel?" He swallowed. "It is under the floor," he said. "In the center. Like someone pushed a nail through the line and left it there." Dumbledore's voice came from outside. "The ring was hidden in a little hole under a loose board near the hearth," he said. Marvolo thought he was clever. Harry stepped carefully across the floor until he reached the hearth. He tested each board with his weight. Nothing shifted at first. He crouched and set the tip of the sword lightly on the wood. The line shivered. A pulse of power ran down the blade into the floor. It was not a strike, just a touch. It was enough. The board under the tip rotted faster in an instant and collapsed inward. Dust and splinters flew up. Harry covered his mouth with his sleeve. Hermione coughed at the door. Through the little hole, Harry saw nothing at first. Just dirt. Then his scar burned. A small ring lay in the hollow. It did not look like something that could hold a soul. Plain gold. A black stone set in the middle. A line carved around the band. When Harry looked at it, his vision blurred for a second. Something inside the stone seemed to move. He dragged his gaze away. "Found it," he said. His voice sounded strained. Hermione shifted in the doorway. "Do not touch it with your hand," she said at once. "I was not planning to," he said. The shard inside his scar had gone very still. Not quiet, still like a creature poised to jump. He could feel its attention fixed on the ring. It knew that piece. It wanted it. "Do you feel anything from it?" Dumbledore asked from outside. Harry nodded, then realized they could not see that. "It feels like the pain in my scar in winter," he said. "Sharper. The line hates it. It sits like a stone in a river. Everything bends around it. If I knock it wrong, the flow will break." Amir's voice carried in. "How deep does it sit in the node?" he asked. Harry shut his eyes again. He let his awareness drop into the dirt under the shack. He felt the line there, bruised and twisted. He felt the knot where the ring anchored. The object itself sat like a spike hammered halfway into a tree. Not all the way through. Enough to hold. "It is not welded through," he said. "More like jammed in. The ritual nailed it to the node, but the land did not accept it all the way. There is space around it." "Good," Emery said. "That space is where the sword moves. You are not cutting the line. You are cutting the nails that hold the spike." Hermione shifted. "What if the ring tries to defend itself?" she asked. "Can it throw curses on its own?" Dumbledore answered. "The magic tied to it can," he said. Tom would have liked the idea of a ring that lashes out at those who touch it. He would have built in protections. "That is what you must be ready for." Harry kept his eyes closed. "Then tell me when it moves," he said. "I will be busy." He lifted the sword and settled the tip in the air directly above the ring. He did not stab down. He let his magic slide along the blade in a slow, steady line and seep into the soil. The line shuddered. As soon as his magic touched the knot, the world screamed. Not with sound. The scream ran along his nerves, through his bones, inside his teeth. The ring woke. Power burst up from the hollow. It was not wild. It was focused, directed outward, looking for a mind to grab. It hit Harry first. He saw flashes of things that were not his. A cold room with stone walls. A boy in ragged clothes standing in front of a woman who would not look at him. A wand in a stolen hand. A man laughing while another begged on his knees. Tom Riddle's memories crashed against him like cold water. The shard in his scar lurched forward at the same time, trying to ride the wave. For a moment his own thoughts were gone. He was Tom standing in the shack, looking down at the ring. He was Tom pressing the knife into his own skin, saying words that split his soul. He was Tom laughing as the line screamed. A hand grabbed his shoulder. "Hermione." "Harry!" she shouted. "Stay here. Stay with us." Her voice cut through the rush. He clung to it. He forced himself to remember the feel of the valley under his feet. The smell of pine. The weight of the sword in his hand that was not Tom's hand but his own. He pulled his magic back from the wave and pushed it instead along the edge of the blade, around the knot, not through it. The sword responded. It did not drink the ring's power, pushed it aside. The channel he had made in the Roman scar had been narrow. Here it had to be finer still. He imagined the knot as a cluster of sharp bits stuck in soft wood. His job was not to smash them. It was to work the blade between them and pry. He felt for the places where Tom's ritual had bitten deepest into the node. He found 3 small points where lines crossed. He angled the sword slightly and pressed his will through the metal into the first point. The ring shrieked again. Hermione's anchor stones flared. Outside, Dumbledore's wand snapped through the air, casting quiet, layered spells Harry did not have names for. They wrapped around the shack in a muffling net, keeping the noise of the ritual from spilling over the fields. Amir stood with both hands on the ground now, his jaw clenched. Ron paced just outside the door, eyes flicking between the trees and the shack, wand ready for any curse that might leak through. Harry hardly saw any of that. His world was the knot and the blade. He slid the sword point along the edge of the first anchor and felt it give a fraction. He did not push harder. He moved to the second point, then the third, spreading the strain. The shard inside his scar fought him. It wanted to surge down into the same path, to reunite with the piece in the ring. If he let it, the ritual would twist. The sword would not be a needle anymore. It would be a spear. He set his teeth. "You do not get to grow," he said through them. "You do not get more ground." He pushed his own magic between the shard and the blade. The pain in his scar spiked. Hermione's fingers dug harder into his shoulder. Her voice was closer now, right in his ear. "Harry, breathe," she said. "Do not hold your breath. You will fall." He had not realized he was. He dragged in air. The knot flickered for a moment. In that flicker he saw it clearly. The ring was not just sitting in the node. It was tied to Tom's idea of himself. Pride, heritage, his claim to Slytherin and to death. The ritual had nailed those ideas into the land as much as his soul. He could not cut the soul anchor without slicing through the symbols as well. "So slice them," he whispered. He sent his power along the blade with that thought. The sword did not answer in words. It answered in action. The sharp line of its own purpose slid neatly between Tom's pride and the soil. Something snapped. Not the line. The first of the 3 anchors sheared away. The backlash hit. Power rushed up into the sword, tried to rush into Harry, into Hermione, into the shack walls. The anchor stones flared. Amir shifted his stance and grunted with the effort of redirecting the surge out along the safe parts of the node. Dumbledore's net tightened, catching the edges. Harry felt some of it anyway. For a heartbeat, he saw every Gaunt who had ever stood in this room. Their anger, their fear, their hatred. Then the image broke apart like smoke. His arm shook. The ring's presence shrank a fraction. Some of the pressure eased. He moved to the second anchor. He repeated the same careful slide. The scream came again. This time he was ready. He let the sword take more of it. The blade hummed under his hands. Not eager. Not angry. Simply steady. The second anchor snapped. Harry felt something peel off the ring and slide along the sword into the earth behind him, where it dissolved into the wider line. The third anchor fought hardest. By the time he reached it, sweat dripped into his eyes. His fingers ached from how hard he held the hilt. His scar burned like a coal. The shard inside him threw itself against the stone door he had pictured with Hermione on the ridge. He imagined that door again now. He saw it in his mind, set deep in solid rock. He pictured himself slamming it and leaning his back against it while something on the other side clawed at the stone. He took one more breath. He pushed. The sword sliced through the last of Tom's bindings. For a single, breaking moment, everything in the shack went still. Then the ring burst, not with a bang, with a sound like glass under great pressure finally giving way. In Harry's mind, something tore. The shard in his scar screamed. The sound ran along every line he could feel. The air around him warped. Hermione shouted his name. The floor seemed to fall away. White light flooded his vision. He felt himself tipping forward, still holding the sword, as the first Horcrux died and the land decided how much of the pain to give back. Harry was still falling when the sound stopped. 1 second he felt the floor drop away under his knees and his head fill with white light. The next, everything slammed back into place. He hit the boards hard. The sword stayed in his hands. He clutched it because it was the only solid thing in a world that had gone strange. His ears rang. His vision swam. His scar burned so badly that for a few heartbeats, he was sure someone had pressed a brand into his forehead. Hands grabbed him. He heard Hermione first. "Harry, breathe. In. Now." He could not answer yet. Air went in and out of his chest in short, panicked pulls. The shack came back into focus. He was on his side on the floor near the broken board where the ring had been. The hole smoked faintly. The air stank of scorched dirt and something sour. The same smell the diary had left when he had stabbed it. Hermione knelt beside him, one hand on his shoulder, the other tight around her wand. Ron stood just inside the doorway with his wand up and his eyes wide. Dumbledore had both hands raised, wand in one, as if he had been about to throw a shield over them. Amir was visible beyond the door, out in the bare soil, his palms still pressed to the ground. "Are we all still here?" Ron asked. His voice shook. "Because I cannot feel my legs." "That might just be fear, though." Harry forced his lungs to slow down. "I am here," he managed. His throat felt raw. "Ring is not, I think." Hermione eased her grip a little but did not let go. "What did you see?" she asked. "You went still. Your eyes looked wrong." Harry swallowed. His mouth tasted of ash. "Tom," he said. "Everything he pushed into that ring. The shack, his family, his ritual. He tried to drag me in with him when it broke. He did not say that for a moment he had been sure he would not come back, that he had felt the ring send a last grab toward any mind it could take with it, and his had been closest. Dumbledore lowered his hands by slow degrees. "Is it done?" he asked quietly. "Do you still feel the Horcrux?" Harry shut his eyes again, but this time he did not let them slide into the ritual. He just listened. His scar ached. The shard inside it seethed, furious and frightened, but smaller. It no longer had the sense of reaching toward something nearby. The pull that had run between him and the ring was gone. Under the shack the line still hurt. The main wound remained, but the sharp spike that had sat right at the center was missing. "It feels empty," he said. "Not calm yet, but the worst part is gone. The knot is a bruise now, not a nail." Hermione let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "One Horcrux down," she said. "If it really worked." Dumbledore stepped carefully over the broken board and looked into the hole. No ring, just charred dirt and a thin crack in the earth where power had rushed out. "There should be something left," Hermione said. "The diary left ink and pages. The ring should leave metal." "You said so." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "In most cases, yes," he said. The sword changed the way the magic flowed. It did not simply pierce the object. It cut the ties between Tom and the node and let the land pull the rest apart. The Horcrux did not just die. It was taken back. Amir spoke from outside. "The line has eaten its share," he called. "It feels less twisted than it did. Not whole, but less poisoned." Harry pushed himself up with Hermione's help. His arm shook. His vision blurred again for a second, then steadied. Ron stepped closer, still watching the floor. "Any chance the ring crawled off under a bed?" he asked. "Because I would rather not have a cursed bit of jewelry jump at my face." Harry forced himself to check. He opened his awareness just a little and swept the shack from wall to wall. Dust. Old curses pinned to corners. A heavy residue of rage near the bed frame. No focus point of soul. "No," he said. "It is gone. Whatever is left is just bits of metal and memory dust. Nothing that can get up and walk." Dumbledore let out a long breath. "You did it," he said softly. "You took away one of his anchors before he could put his hand back on it." Hermione squeezed Harry's shoulder. Ron sagged in place and then tried to straighten quickly again. "I knew we would," Ron said. "I mean, I did not know, but I was hoping, and now I can pretend I was never worried." His joke wobbled, but it still made Harry's mouth twitch. The shard in his scar gave a last, angry twist and then settled into a steady ache. For the first time since they had stepped into the shack, Harry let himself feel the relief. He had survived touching a Horcrux with Excalibur. So had the land. He looked at the sword in his hands. The blade was clean, no scorch marks, no dark residue. It looked exactly as it had before, but when he focused, he could sense a new layer to its presence, as if it had added the feel of this node to its memory. "Does it feel different?" Hermione asked, following his gaze. He nodded. "It feels heavier without weighing more," he said. "It knows what we did. It remembers the way the knot sat. If we ever stand near a scar that feels the same, I think it will react faster." Dumbledore studied the sword with open curiosity and a shadow of something else in his eyes. "You held in place against a piece of Tom that I have not yet managed to remove from your scar," he said. "And you cut one of his anchors without letting the line lash back. That is a rare thing, Harry." Harry looked at the floor rather than at the pride in the old man's face. "If Hermione had not set the anchors right, the shack would be in the sea by now," he said. "And if Amir had not held the node, the line would have snapped when the ring broke. It was not just me." Hermione flushed a little but looked pleased. Amir snorted. "When this boy finally learns to take credit without turning into a puddle, the land will have a real problem," he said from outside. Ron moved toward the door. "Can we argue about who saved who after we are out of this stink?" he said. "My nose feels cursed. That cannot be good." Outside, the air felt different, colder but cleaner. The bare soil around the shack had lightened a shade. A few stubborn blades of grass poked up near Hermione's anchor stones, as if the ground had taken a first cautious breath after years of holding it in. Amir stood just beyond the pentagon of stones. Mud streaked his hands and trousers. Sweat beaded his forehead. He looked tired in a way Harry had never seen. "Are you all right?" Harry asked. Amir wiped his face with his sleeve. "Better than the shack," he said. "Old wounds do not like being touched. They remember every hand that ever hurt them. For a moment there, it thought I was one of those men with Latin on their tongues. Tried to bite." He flexed his fingers. "The sword did what it was meant to do," he added. "It kept your magic from tearing the node open. I felt the ring try to drag the whole thing with it when it went. The blade blocked most of that pull." Dumbledore stepped out of the doorway and into the thin rain. He glanced back at the shack, then at the ground. "Does the line feel stable enough to step away?" he asked. "Or do we need to set anything else before we go?" Amir crouched and pressed his palm flat to the earth again. He stayed that way for a long time. The wind tugged at his hair. Rain dripped down his nose. He did not move. At last he nodded and stood. "It will hold," he said. "It is not healed, but it is no longer bleeding. The land can do the slow work by itself now. We do not need to cut again here." Hermione crouched to pick up the anchor stones. They were warm to the touch. The runes carved into them glowed faintly before fading. She turned one over in her hand. "The pattern changed a little from the practice scar," she said. "The third stone flared later than I expected. I want to write that up before I forget. It might matter when we touch something stronger." Ron rubbed his arms as if he were cold. "We already touched something stronger," he said. "Unless the next Horcrux comes with a choir and fireworks. I do not see how it tops that." Harry's stomach twisted. He knew they were not done. One ring was gone. There were other spikes on the map. The shard in his scar was proof. Felt lighter but not small. Tom still had anchors. Dumbledore looked at the shack again. "For now we step away," he said. "We have tested the sword. We have cut one anchor. We must not stay here long. Old places like this sometimes wake things we did not plan for if we linger." Ron shivered. "Fantastic," he said. "More reasons to leave. Can we go now?" Harry did not argue. He took one last look at the bare hollow, then turned his back on it. As they walked up the slope, his legs wobbled. The climb felt longer than it should have. His head throbbed in time with his heartbeat. Hermione walked close enough that her shoulder brushed his arm every few steps. Ron kept glancing over his own shoulder. Dumbledore and Amir spoke quietly as they walked, voices low under the wind. "Butterfly," Hermione said after a few yards. Harry blinked. "What?" he asked. She flicked her eyes toward his hand. "You are gripping the sword so hard your knuckles have gone white," she said. "I thought if I said something ridiculous you might look down instead of up at the shack." He let out a short, surprised laugh. "Thank you," he said, "for both the word and the observation." He loosened his fingers. They reached the spot on the slope where the line felt less twisted. Amir drew his symbol. "Ready?" he asked. "No," Ron said. "But do it anyway." The ground jumped. The wraith in the forest woke to pain. He did not sleep in the usual sense. He drifted. He clung to the edges of life. He fed on small things when he could reach them. Rats, snakes, the fear of travelers who felt a chill and did not know why. It took a great deal to make that haze sharpen. The death of a Horcrux did it. The pain did not come from his borrowed body, that had no nerves to feel it. It came from the part of him that still remembered what a soul was. Something tore away from him. He screamed without lungs. Leaves rustled. Birds burst from branches and flew, calling in alarm. The wraith clutched at his own insubstantial chest. He felt the empty space where the ring had once sat on the circle of his will. He had known the diary was gone. That loss had been sharp, but expected. He had sent it into danger on purpose. This was different. No one should know about the ring. No one who followed him now had ever seen it. Only he had held it at the very end. Another spike had vanished. Someone had touched his anchors in a way the stupid craving for immortality in his followers never would. Someone had cut at the node itself and lived. The wraith's rage burned hot enough that the air around him dropped in temperature. The small creatures of the forest scurried deeper into their burrows. The wraith floated in the hollow of an old tree and whispered one word. Dumbledore. The name tasted of old frustration and grudges. If anyone in Britain knew enough to walk the lines and speak to whatever lay in the cracks, it would be him. The wraith did not know about the sword yet. He knew that somewhere, a piece of his soul had been torn in a way that tasted of old earth and cold water, not the usual crack of simple curses. He knew someone had found a language that answered back when the land was called. That knowledge lodged like a splinter. He would not forget. The world righted itself in the valley. Harry staggered as the ground came back. This time he dropped to his knees at once and did not try to fight it. The familiar feel of the node under the cottage steadied him. The line here was strong and even. It did not twist. It did not have a Horcrux nailed to it. His stomach still churned. He swallowed hard. "Sit," Hermione said. She was already on the grass beside him. "Head down. Breathe." Ron flopped down on his back nearby. "If you are going to be sick, warn me," Ron said. "I will be sick as well, and then we will both feel worse." Harry managed a rough laugh. "I am fine," he said. Came out unconvincing. Amir stood for a moment with his eyes closed, feeling the valley under his feet. Then he nodded once. "The line here knows what you did," he said. "It hums a little louder. It likes that you hurt one of the nails in its cousin." Dumbledore looked older than he had that morning. His shoulders slumped a fraction. The hand that held his wand trembled slightly before he tucked it into his sleeve. "One anchor gone," he said. "Many to go." Hermione glanced up at him. "You thought it would work," she said. Not quite a question. "I hoped," Dumbledore said. "Hope is better with proof." Ron turned his head enough to squint at Harry. "How long until Tom notices?" he asked. "You said he would feel it." Harry rubbed his scar. "He knows now," he said. "I do not know exactly what he felt, but when the ring tore, something in him felt that pull. He will know a piece is missing. He might not know how yet." Dumbledore nodded. "Then he will move faster," he said. "He will cling harder to the anchors he has left. He may send his followers to poke around old places that smell of lines and swords. Lucius among them." Amir snorted. "He has already started," he said. "I felt a trace on the road when we walked out. Someone has been trying to track where the line jumps. They have not managed to follow it into the valley, but they know it moves." Hermione frowned. "How?" she asked. "You said most wizards do not even believe the lines exist as more than theory." "Most," Amir said. "Old families keep secrets. They remember the days when people asked the land for favors instead of simply forcing it with incantations. They do not use that knowledge for what it was meant for. They use it to watch." Ron sat up. "So Malfoy might have some dusty book that lists places where the ground feels odd," he said. "He cannot step through, but he can stand nearby and sniff." "Something like that," Amir said. Harry dragged his hand down his face. "We knew that when we read the letter," he said. "We knew we had a clock. Now at least we have proof that the sword can cut anchors before he gets his hands on them." Hermione set her notebook on her knees. "I am writing up what happened at the shack before we do anything else," she said. "Not just the spells. The order, the way the ring reacted, what your scar did. If Tom tries to twist any of those things against us, I want to have them written out clear so we can see what changed." Ron rubbed his neck. "Can you do that after food?" he asked. "My stomach has not decided if it is going to forgive me for today." Amir nodded toward the cottage. "Eat first," he said. "Think with a full belly. The land is calmer when the people on it are not faint with hunger." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "For once, I agree with your mentor word for word," he said. Inside, the cottage felt almost too normal. The fire in the hearth crackled. The table looked exactly as they had left it, with the map rolled up to one side and a loaf of bread and some cheese on a plate. Harry sat down slowly and leaned the sword against the wall within reach. Hermione poured water into cups with hands that only shook a little. Ron slid into his chair and stared at the food for a moment as if he did not remember how to eat, then took a huge bite of bread as if to prove he could. Dumbledore sat at the end of the table. He took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Amir moved around the room with simple efficiency, putting more wood on the fire and pulling down a jar of something that smelled faintly of herbs. He set the jar on the table. "For the headache," he said. "Whoever feels like a hammer has been living behind their eyes. Drink some." Harry picked up the jar first. The liquid inside tasted bitter and sharp. He grimaced and swallowed. Warmth spread from his throat up into his head. The pressure behind his eyes eased a fraction. His scar still hurt, but the pain smoothed out from burning spikes into a dull, steady throb. Hermione took a sip next. Her face wrinkled, but she drank. Ron sniffed the contents and made a face. "If I end up with my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, I blame you," he told Amir. Then tipped the jar up anyway. Dumbledore watched them with a thoughtful expression. "You all did well," he said. "Better than I had any right to expect at your age. You stood at a place grown men have avoided for decades and did work they never tried." Ron swallowed his mouthful of bread. "Flattery will get you everywhere," he said, "including a spot on the list of people I will not yell at for dragging me to cursed shacks." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Ron," she said, "he is not flattering us. He is stating facts. We did something today that most wizards would run from." Ron waved his hand. "That is what I just said," he replied, with fewer big words. Harry leaned his elbows on the table. His muscles protested. He could feel a tremor in his hands now that the adrenaline had worn off. "The ring is gone," he said. Saying it out loud helped. "That part is real. No matter what Tom does now, he has one less way to hold on." Dumbledore nodded. "Once his body returns, he will be weaker for it," he said. "He may not know why at first. His mind will reach for anchors that are no longer there. That confusion will cost him." Hermione hesitated, then looked at Dumbledore. "What about the symbol?" she asked. "On the ring. Did you see it before the sword tore the rest apart?" He froze for a fraction of a second. Harry did not miss it. Hermione did not either. Ron, chewing on cheese, blinked. "What symbol?" Ron asked. Hermione looked at Harry. "You saw it too," she said. "Before the ritual grabbed you, there was a mark on the stone. A triangle and a circle and a line." Harry nodded slowly. "I saw it when I first looked," he said. "I could not stare long. It made my eyes feel strange. But I remember the shape." Dumbledore's gaze dropped to the table. His fingers traced an invisible design there. "I have seen that symbol before," he said. "Many times. On old stones. In books that should not have left family vaults. It stands for something older than Tom's greed. He used it for his own reasons." Ron frowned. "What does it mean?" he asked. Dumbledore's eyes were sad when he looked up. "A story for another day," he said. "For now, it is enough that the part of that tail which sat on his finger is gone. We have enough to carry without adding more legends." Hermione's mouth pressed into a thin line. She clearly did not like that answer. Harry did not like it either, but he saw the strain around Dumbledore's eyes and let it pass for now. They would come back to it. They always did. Later, when the plates were empty and the fire had burned lower, Hermione finally opened her notebook again. She wrote in short bursts, stopping often to ask Harry what he had felt at each step. "When did the shard push hardest?" she asked. "Was it when you first touched the ring, or when the first anchor snapped?" He thought back. "Both," he said. "It tried to rush down into the ritual as soon as my magic met the ring, but the sword blocked most of that. The worst was when I cut the first binding. It wanted to join the pull. It felt like a door trying to swing open and the sword pushing it shut." She scribbled that down. "What about the line?" she asked Emery. "Did it try to jump out of the node when the ring burst, or did it sink?" Amir rubbed his chin. "It tried to rush into the gap," he said. "When you took the spike out, the pressure around it snapped. The sword held the path so the flow did not fall into the wound. It spread into the wider ground instead, like water when a stone is pulled out. It sloshed, but it did not break the bank." Harry caught the corner of his mouth twitching. "You said that without using a metaphor," he said. "Proud of you." Amir snorted. "I am old," he said. "Not blind. I know when a boy with a scar has rules." Ron pointed his quill at Hermione. "Make sure you write down that I bravely did not faint," he said. That is important. History needs to know. Hermione rolled her eyes but wrote something anyway. Harry watched them and felt a strange mix of exhaustion and steadiness. He had touched something that had terrified him for months. He was still here. The scar on his forehead still hurt, but it felt different. The constant pressure from the shard had eased just enough to notice. It was still there. This fight was not done. He did not expect it to be. He reached for the sword. His hand closed around the hilt. A faint vibration ran up his arm. Not uncomfortable, more like a quiet acknowledgement. "We have one," he said softly. Hermione looked up. "One Horcrux," she said. He nodded. "First of many," Dumbledore said. Ron pulled a face. "You say that like we are going to have to do this more than 3 times, he said. "Please tell me he did not chop his soul into more than 3 bits. That would be ridiculous even for him." Dumbledore hesitated. "Tom never did anything by halves," he said. "We cannot count on him stopping at 3. For now, we focus on what we can reach. There is the diary already destroyed. The ring now gone. The others will reveal themselves in time." Ron groaned. "I hate that answer," he said into his arms. Hermione patted his back. "You will hate it less when we have a list," she said. "We cannot fix what we do not see." Harry set the sword back against the wall. His body felt heavy. His eyes stung. Amir stood. "You need sleep," he said. "All of you. We will not touch another scar tomorrow. Or the next day. The line needs time to balance around what you did. So do you." Dumbledore rose as well. "I must return to the school," he said. "Minerva is patient. But if I am gone too long, she starts moving my books around in revenge." Ron snorted. "That sounds right," he said. Dumbledore looked at Harry. "Before I go," he said, "tell me one more thing. When the ring broke, did you feel anything else? Any sense of where the other anchors sit? Sometimes when you pull one thread, the rest of the pattern shifts." Harry frowned. He thought back to the moment when the white light had flooded his vision. There had been the shack, the ring, Tom's ritual, the line. Under that, there had been a flicker of something else. He had been too busy staying in his own skin to pay much attention. But now, with the worst of the pain gone, he could just about catch the echo. "I felt a pull in more than one direction," he said slowly. "Like the shard in my head wanted to run along several ropes at once and could not choose. One felt far and cold. One felt closer and busy. One felt deep under a lot of stone." Hermione leaned forward. "Can you point?" she asked. He stood and let his awareness open just a little. He turned in place until his scar gave a faint, resentful twinge. He pointed toward the north. "Cold," he said. "Far. That might be the one the woman in the pool hinted at. Something tied to old magic in another land. Maybe the place Dumbledore went last summer." Dumbledore's mouth tightened, but he did not deny it. Harry turned slowly until another, sharper ache flickered. He pointed east and a little south. "Busy," he said. "Crowds. Noise. That feels near people. Maybe even in a house with parties." Ron made a face. "You think he stuck part of his soul in someone's sitting room," he said. "That sounds like him." Harry turned again until the last pull answered. He pointed down. "Stone," he said. "Deep. Maybe a place with tunnels. Or caves. Might match the memory of the cave you told me about, Professor." Dumbledore nodded once. "It fits," he said. "We will test those guesses against the clues we have. You have given me more to work with than you know." Harry sat again. "Good," he said. "I like it when something useful comes out of nearly having my head torn open." Ron winced. "Please never put it that way again," he said. "I would like to sleep sometime this week." Hermione shook them awake in the middle of the night. For a second Harry thought the pain in his scar had pulled him out of sleep again. Then he realized it was Hermione's hand on his shoulder and her urgent whisper in his ear. "Harry, Ron. Now." He pushed himself up on his pallet in the loft. The moonlight that slipped through the small window painted everything in faint silver. Ron sat up too fast on his own bedding and smacked his head on the sloped ceiling. "Ow!" Ron hissed. "What?" "Someone is on the line," Hermione said. "Amir woke me." He felt a touch near the outer stones. Not a full step, but a probe. He wants us down there. Harry's heart started thudding again. I thought they could not get in, Ron said as he grabbed for his clothes. You said the valley had its own wards. Hermione pulled on her jumper. It does, she said. That does not mean they cannot poke from the outside. Come on. They scrambled down the ladder. The main room glowed with banked firelight. Amir stood near the door with his coat on and his boots laced. His face looked carved. Dumbledore was not there. He had left hours ago. What is it? Harry asked. Amir jerked his chin toward the ridge. Something brushed the line near the old circle on the other side of the valley, he said. Not a person. A charm. Someone said a spell where the lines run near the surface and told it to watch for big jumps. When we came back from the shack, it felt us and tried to follow the echo. Ron's stomach dropped. Malfoy, he said. Or someone like him. Amir nodded. Likely, he said. They cannot see us in here, but if they leave that charm in place, every step we take from the valley will light up for them. Hermione pulled her hair back with both hands. How hard is it to remove? She asked. Can you peel it off the node? Amir's mouth twisted. I can try, he said. But touching a foreign charm on a line is like grabbing someone else's wand while it is casting. It might blow in my face. Or it might lead them right to me if I push wrong. Harry stepped forward. The sword, he said. If it can cut Tom's anchors, maybe it can cut this too without hurting the line. Amir looked at him for a long moment. If we use it on every problem, the land will start to expect it, he said. But this time I agree. This is not just about us. If they leave that charm on this line, it will watch every person who steps near this node. Not just us. That includes anyone who uses the valley in the old way. Ron frowned. Anyone else uses this place? He asked. Amir shrugged. Not often, he said. But there are creatures who walk the lines without asking me. Centaurs. Goblins. Things older than both. They would not like an old family watch spell on their paths. Hermione already had her boots in her hands. Then we go, she said. We do not fight. We do not take risks. We step to the outer circle, nip the charm, and come back. Ron groaned. I really miss bed, he said. Bed does not usually involve curses. Harry grabbed the sword. It felt heavier than it had earlier. Not in weight, in significance. He slung the wrap over it and followed Amir into the night. The valley looked different under the moon. The stream shone. The hills were darker shapes against the sky. The stone circle on the far ridge sat in a patch of pale light. Harry could feel the line there from the moment they stepped outside. It hummed under the grass, content and alert. As they climbed, that hum changed. A thin, whining note had wrapped itself around the steady pulse. Amir grimaced. Can you hear that? He asked. Hermione nodded. It feels wrong, she said. Like burn on top of old skin. Ron shuddered. I cannot feel anything and you both look unsettled, he said. That is enough for me. At the top of the ridge, the circle of stones stood clear. Amir stopped just outside it. He crouched and put his hand on the ground. Harry closed his eyes and reached out as well. The node here was strong. A cousin to the one the sword had woken in the mountains. Wrapped around the outer threads, a new pattern sat like a web. It did not go deep. It skimmed the surface, tasting the lines that brushed past. Felt slick and thin. The charm did not belong here. It is clever, Hermione said quietly. It does not try to grip the line. It just sits near it and watches the way it shifts. Every time someone jumps, the charm notes the direction and the size of the move. Amir grunted. Malfoy clever, he said. Enough to be irritating. Not enough to respect the ground he set it on. Harry opened his eyes. How do we cut it without slicing the line? He asked. Hermione pointed at 3 of the stones. It has 3 anchors, she said. Here, here, and here. That is where the charm ties itself to the world. If we break those links, the whole thing should fall apart. Amir looked at Harry. The sword will not like being used on a trick this small, he said. It was forged for bigger work. You must ask for less, not more. A light touch. Harry nodded. He unwrapped the sword and stepped closer to the circle. The air felt colder as soon as he crossed the invisible threshold. The charm noticed him. He felt the thin pattern around the node shiver, then tighten, recognizing the taste of the same magic that had stepped along the line to the shack. "It knows me," he said. Hermione's voice came from just outside. "Then do not give it time to think," she said. "Scars first. Feelings later." He took a breath and let his power seep into the blade. He did not send it down into the line. He kept it right on the surface, along the outer threads where the charm sat. The charm tried to move away from him. It slid along the node, searching for a place where it could hide in the noise of the natural pulse. There was nowhere to go. He focused on the first anchor Hermione had pointed out. A small knot of foreign magic clung to the base of one stone. He let the sword touch that knot. The metal did not cut the rock, cut the charm off the stone. The first anchor snapped with a tiny, sharp sensation, like a strand of hair breaking. The thin pattern around the node shrank. The whining note in the line faltered. Hermione's shoulders dropped a little. "One," she whispered. He moved to the next stone. The second anchor fought harder. It tried to sink deeper when he approached. He pulled his magic back for a moment, then sent it forward in a quick, clean slice instead of a slow push. The anchor did not have time to wriggle away. It broke. The whining note dropped again. Ron exhaled. "Please say that is it," Ron said. "One more," Hermione replied. Harry stepped to the third stone. The last anchor sat higher up, almost at the top. He had to lift the sword above his head to reach it. His arms protested. He did it anyway. As soon as the tip of the blade touched the charm, it flared. Power raced along the thin pattern and tried to rush down into the sword. For a moment he felt someone on the other end. Not a full mind. A trace. A signature of the person who had cast it. Cold. Polished. Too pleased with itself. Lucius. The magic tried to climb into his spell and follow it back to him, to the valley, to the cottage. He did not give it time. He slammed his intention down through the sword. "No," he said aloud. The word rang in the circle. "You do not get to see." The anchor snapped. The charm collapsed. The whining note cut off at once. The node hummed steady again. Harry staggered back. Hermione grabbed his sleeve. "Got you," she said. Ron peered into the circle. "Is it gone?" he asked. Harry listened. He felt only the natural pulse of the line. "Yes," he said. "It is gone. Whoever set it will know it broke, but they will not see where it was when it died." The sword blocked that part. Amir stepped inside the circle and put both hands on the nearest stone. He closed his eyes and listened for a long breath. Then he nodded. "Clean," he said. "No more foreign tricks." Hermione let out a sigh of relief. Ron sank down on the grass. "I liked sleeping better than this," he said. "We should do more of that and less of nighttime curse cutting." Harry sheathed the sword in its wrap. "It was not too much?" he asked Amir quietly. "Using it like that, on something that small." Amir studied him. "The sword was forged to answer the land," he said. "Part of that work is keeping snakes out of its skin. This counts. Just be careful not to reach for it every time someone stubs a toe. It should touch the world for real scars, not ego scratches." Harry nodded. "I know," he said. "I just did not like the idea that Malfoy had left his mark on the node. Felt wrong." Hermione shivered. "He will know it snapped," she said. "He will know someone cut it. That will not make him happy." Ron snorted. "Good," he said. Lucius Malfoy woke before dawn with a jolt. His wand, on the table beside his bed, vibrated once. He picked it up at once. A charm he had set on an old stone out in the countryside had just died. He swung his legs out of bed and walked to the window. The sky outside was dark, with only the first pale hint of light on the horizon. He tapped the wand tip against the glass. A faint pattern appeared, lines and dots that showed the last notes of the watching charm before it snapped. He watched as they shimmered. Direction, intensity, break. His lips thinned. The charm had seen something powerful step along the line. It had traced the echo to a valley. Then someone had felt it. Someone had cut it off clean. Not forced. Not burned. Cut. Lucius smiled slowly. "So," he murmured, "you did not like my fingers on your little secret path." He could not tell exactly where the valley lay. The charm had not lived long enough. He knew roughly which part of the country the echo had come from. He knew someone with enough sense to see a line-watching spell had also had a tool sharp enough to remove it. Dumbledore again. It had his style. Lucius did not yet know about the sword, but he knew that whatever Dumbledore was hiding was worth this much effort. He would keep watching. One charm had died. He could always set more. He would be more careful next time. They made it back to the cottage without anyone falling over. Barely. Harry's legs wobbled with each step down from the ridge. Hermione stayed close enough to catch him if he tripped. Ron yawned every other breath. Amir moved with the steady gait of someone who had walked the valley in worse weather and with worse news. Inside, the room still held the warmth from earlier. Hermione shut the door and leaned against it for a second. "We need a better way to keep them off the lines," she said quietly. "We cannot spend every night doing this." Amir nodded. "There are ways to blur the taste of this node," he said. "Old tricks. We can make it harder for outside spells to get a clear grip. That will be tomorrow's work. Tonight you will sleep." Ron groaned in agreement. Harry set the sword down and sagged onto his pallet. His eyes closed almost before his head hit the rolled blanket that served as a pillow. Just before sleep dragged him under, he felt Hermione's hand rest for a moment on his arm. "Do not run off into someone else's scar without me," she muttered. He managed a faint smile. "Would not dare," he said. Her hand squeezed once, then withdrew. He was almost gone when he felt the lightest brush of something warm on his forehead, just above the scar. He blinked his eyes open long enough to see Hermione's face very close to his, cheeks flushed, eyes worried and annoyed in equal measure. "You scared me," she whispered. Then she kissed him, quick and firm, right on the mouth. His brain stalled. By the time he remembered how to think, she had pulled back and crawled to her own bedding. She turned away, shoulders tense. Ron, already half asleep, made a confused noise and rolled over. Harry lay there with his lips tingling and his heart beating fast for a very different reason than magic. He wanted to say something. His tongue did not seem to know where to start. In the end, all he managed was a hoarse, soft, "I am sorry." Hermione's voice came back, muffled by the pillow. "Good," she said. "Do not do it again without warning." He smiled into the dark. Sleep took him with the sound of the line humming under the valley and the memory of her kiss still warm. Morning came with thin light and the smell of porridge. Amir had already been up for hours. He had lines of chalk and pebbles laid out on the table when they stumbled down the ladder, bleary and stiff. Ron yawned so hard his jaw cracked. "I had a very odd dream," he said. "There were stones, and Malfoy, and a triangle that would not go away. Then I woke up and there are stones again. I am not sure which is worse." Hermione's cheeks pinked as she avoided looking directly at Harry. He tried not to stare at her mouth. Amir tapped the table. "Today," he said, "we work on making this valley harder to sniff from outside. We will blur the taste of the node without dulling it for you. Think of it as putting a cloak over a fire so that you still feel the heat but not the smoke." Ron reached for a bowl. "Simple," he said. "We only have to stop an unknown number of smug old wizards from poking their noses into our business while we break bits off the Dark Lord. No pressure at all." Harry picked up his spoon. The porridge tasted better than anything he had eaten in days. He felt tired down to his bones, but there was a steadiness under the exhaustion. They had cut a Horcrux. They had kept the valley invisible for now. Tom knew something was wrong. Malfoy knew someone had sliced his charm. The board had shifted. Harry met Hermione's eyes over the table. She held his gaze for a second, then gave a slight, fierce nod. Ron slapped his hand down next to the map. "So," Ron said, "what is next on the list of terrible ideas that are somehow also the only ones that work?" Amir smiled, thin and sharp. "Next," he said, "we teach the land how to lie for you." Harry's scar gave a faint, uneasy throb. The sword leaned against the wall, quiet and ready. Outside, the valley line hummed. Far away, in a dark forest, a wraith nursed a new fear. The work had only just begun. The storm did not look like much at first. Harry noticed it as a smudge at the edge of the valley sky while he scraped the last of his porridge out of the bowl. A thin smear of gray, low over the far ridge, where the line in the stone circle had hummed under his feet the night before. He frowned and leaned closer to the window. "It is too early for that," Amir said behind him. "The weather is wrong." Hermione came to stand at Harry's shoulder. Her hair was still damp from the basin, curls frizzing a little in the warm air of the cottage. "It came in fast," she said. "There was nothing there when we woke up." Ron dragged himself to the table with his bowl in both hands. "I do not care what the weather is doing as long as it stays outside," he muttered. "My legs hurt. My head hurts. Parts of me I did not know I owned hurt." Amir did not answer. He stepped past them to the door and opened it. Cool air slid in, tasted like iron and wet stone. Harry followed him out onto the little patch of grass. The sky above most of the valley was still clear, pale blue with a few thin clouds. The stream glinted. Birds called. Over the far ridge, the clouds had thickened into a dark band that did not move with the wind. They sat there, low and heavy, as if someone had pinned them in place. The hairs on Harry's arms lifted. "That is not a normal storm," he said. Amir nodded once. "The lady warned us that the land would answer when you used the sword on a true scar," he said. "I thought she meant the lines. I did not expect her own people to come this soon." Hermione stiffened. "The Fae," she said. "You think this is them?" Ron made a small sound. "We just went to a cursed shack," he said. "We cut a soul pin out of the ground. We dodged a spy charm in the middle of the night. Now we are getting a visit from the Fae. Is there a reason we could not have spaced these things out?" Amir's mouth twitched, but his eyes stayed serious. "The surge when the ring broke would have run along every node in this part of the country," he said. "The Fae circles feel those kinds of jolts. Some of them have been quiet for a very long time. This woke them. The resurgence was always going to happen. I had hoped for more time." Hermione glanced at Harry. "You said the woman in the pool hinted at that," she said. "That when Arthur's blade was used again, the old treaties would wake with it." Harry remembered the red sky in the Fae circle, the black spike, the lady's eyes when she had asked him whose side he wanted the land on. "She did," he said quietly. "I thought she meant when we finished, not after one ring." Ron looked from the ridge to the sword leaning inside the doorway. "Do we need to hide that?" he asked. "Or wave it around?" Amir shook his head. "If they wanted to come in secret, they would have come on a mist that never lifted," he said. "They chose a storm where everyone in the valley can see the clouds. They want to talk." He looked at Harry. "They will ask for you," he said. "You are the one who took the blade from their circle. You are the one who bled on their stones. They will want to see if you still know what you promised." Harry's scar gave a faint, steady ache. Not the sharp burn of Tom's anger. Something older. "Then we go," Harry said. Hermione drew in a breath. Ron made a face. "Of course we do," Ron said. "Why would we not hike straight into a Fae storm with a legendary sword and a head full of Horcrux problems?" Amir cracked the smallest of smiles. "Bring your notes," he told Hermione. "Bring your wand, both of you. Bring the sword, Harry. We are not going into this circle as supplicants. We go as people who have already done something that matters." By the time they reached the ridge, the storm had sunk lower. Clouds brushed the tops of the stones. The air inside the circle was thick and cool. Drops of water hung in the air without quite falling, as if the rain had forgotten which way was down. Harry stopped just outside the ring. Every part of him wanted to step back and at the same time to step straight in. The line under the stones hummed louder than he had ever felt it. Felt crowded. Hermione shivered. "It is like the first time," she said. "Only stronger." Ron puffed out his cheeks. "I would like it on record that I still think this is mad," he said. "Then I will be quiet and let the clever people talk to ancient forces." Amir stepped into the circle without hesitation. The air rippled around him. "Amir, son of no one," he said in that older cadence he had used by the mountain pool. "I come as I have come before. I bring the boy with the sword you threw. I bring his shield and his witness." Harry realized a second later that he meant Ron and Hermione. Hermione straightened. Ron stopped shifting from foot to foot. Harry drew in a breath and stepped across the line of stones. The air changed at once. Sound dimmed. The valley noises outside faded. The only things he could hear clearly were his own heartbeat and the low hiss of the strange not rain moving against the rocks. Hermione came in at his right shoulder. Ron at his left. The sword felt heavy on his back where he had slung it in its wrap. Almost warm. For a moment the circle was empty. Then light bloomed over the central stone. It did not come from above. It rose from the stone itself. A pale glow, like sunlight in deep water. The lady stepped out of that light. She looked as she had in the pool. Dark hair, bare feet, simple dress that did not quite move with the breeze in the circle. Her eyes were the color of the lake in his vision. She smiled without showing teeth. "You did not cut the black spike when you had the chance," she said. "Good. It means you can be taught. You used my mistress blade on your own earth instead." "Better." Harry bowed his head a little, not taking his eyes off her. "We took one of his anchors from a node," he said. "The land there feels less hurt. He knows it is missing." The lady nodded. "The shock ran along the lines," she said. "It woke more than the ground. It woke circles that had been sleeping since the age when men asked us for names for their kings. Some are pleased. Some are not. That is why I am here." Hermione cleared her throat softly. "Pleased and not pleased with what?" she asked. "That someone finally did something about the scars. Or that someone touched those nodes without asking first." The lady's gaze moved to her. "You are the ink mind," she said. "The one who draws what she cannot yet feel. You see patterns before they finish weaving. That is useful. Also dangerous." Hermione flushed but held her chin up. "It is better than not seeing them at all," she said. The lady's mouth curved. "True," she said. She turned back to Harry. "You have 3 kinds of storms coming," she said. "The first is your little wizard war. A man who tore his own soul to cheat the end. Now angry that pieces are missing. That is your problem. I only care where his tricks bite the ground." Harry's scar throbbed once. He nodded. "The second," the lady went on, "is the thunder in your ministries. Men in robes who think paper is a spell. They will not like that the lines move in ways they cannot count. That has begun already. You have seen it in letters and in charms set where they do not belong." Hermione shot Ron a look. Ron winced. "I was trying to help," he muttered. The lady tilted her head. "Intent matters," she said. "So does result. Your brother's reply carries 2 cents now. One of family. One of snake." Ron swallowed. "We know," he said. "We are trying to fix it." "You are," she agreed. "The third storm is ours." She lifted her hand. The air above the stones shivered. For a moment Harry saw not the ridge but a flicker of other places. A grove of trees where every leaf glowed faintly. A ruin half swallowed by roots and moss. A lake shrouded in mist that did not touch the water. Lines of power ran through all of them, bright and clear. "We have circles that were buried when your kind built roads," she said. "We have gates that were shut when your kind made laws that named us creatures and nuisances. Some of those gates cracked when your lord cut his soul. Others shut tighter. Now that you have pulled one of his nails, the strain has shifted. Old doors have opened. Fae who do not remember your face have stepped out." Harry felt the weight of her gaze. "You woke them," she said, "with my blade and your choice. So you will stand in front of them when they come to ask who taught your hand." Ron let out a low breath. "So no pressure at all," he said under his breath. Hermione's fingers brushed his sleeve in a quick, warning squeeze. Amir cleared his throat. "What do your circles want?" he asked. "Words on parchment. Blood. Land." The lady's eyes came to him. "You, Stone Walker, know the answer," she said. "We want respect for the lines. We want your councils to remember that the land is not just something they put buildings on. We want a say when you choose to throw war magic in places that still carry our marks." She nodded at Harry. "We also want to make sure the boy who carries our blade does not forget who gave it to him when your ministers shout loud enough to drown his own thoughts." Dumbledore's voice came from the edge of the circle. "I would prefer if they did not shout at him at all," he said. They all turned. The headmaster stood just outside the ring of stones. Rain from the storm beaded on his robes. His beard looked damp. His eyes were sharp and tired at once. Harry had not felt the line jump when he arrived. The lady must have let him walk in on a path of her own. "Albus of the Long Watch," she said. "You came quickly." He stepped into the circle and bowed his head. "When the valley sky grows strange, I pay attention," he said. "When the Fae who threw a sword in my student's face arrives in my mentor's circle, I hurry." Ron muttered, "Fair." Under his breath, the lady smiled again. "I did not throw it at him," she said. "I offered. He bled for it. That is a different thing." Dumbledore's mouth twitched. "Words matter," he said. "That is why we need to have this talk now, before my ministry hears rumors of strange clouds and decides to pass a law against storms." Hermione snorted despite herself. "That sounds like fudge," she said. The lady looked amused. "Your minister is a small man with a fat fear," she said. "He worries more about his chair than his world. He is not the one I care about." Her gaze returned to Harry. "You cut an anchor at a place where one of our own circles was cracked long ago," she said. "The land there remembers us as well as it remembers your lord's nastiness. That is why the shock caught our attention. You have woken 3 old courts already without meaning to. If you keep cutting, you will wake more." Harry swallowed. "What do they want from me?" he asked. The lady tilted her head. "First," she said, "we want you to keep cutting. The Lord of Snakes offends us. He carved his petty immortality into our skin. Take his nails out. We will not weep." Ron blinked. "That sounds almost easy," he said. The lady lifted a brow. "Nothing I say is easy," she replied. "Listen to the second want before you start smiling." Hermione leaned in a little. "We are listening," she said. "Second," the lady said, "we want you to remember that every time you use that blade on a scar, you change the way the lines feel. That has consequences. Some good, some bad. You must tell us where you plan to cut next. We will tell you which circles you risk waking. In return, we will keep the worst of our own storms away from little minds that would break under them." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Coordination," he said. "A shared map." The lady inclined her head. "You are old enough to understand that power shared is sharper than power hoarded," she said. "Third, we want a voice when you deal with your ministry. You have people who call themselves protectors of magical creatures. They know nothing of us. We want that to change." Hermione's eyes lit despite the tension. "You want representation," she said, "in the ministry, or at least in whatever council deals with the war and with the lines." "Words again," the lady said. "Yes." Ron scratched his neck. "How do you imagine that?" he asked. "You walk into the ministry lobby and take a numbered ticket." Hermione elbowed him. The lady smiled. "Not quite," she said. "But we have walked into your halls before when it suited us. The difference now is that we would rather not do it as ghosts or threats. We would rather have one of your own speak for us when the old men argue. The stone walker, the ink mind, the boy with the blade, the one with too many brothers, the old man with too many regrets." Ron blinked. "You want us in the room," he said. "Yes," she said simply. Dumbledore's expression tightened. "The ministry will not like that," he said. "They will claim you are forcing their hand." The lady shrugged. "They are free to like or dislike whatever they wish," she said. "Our circles do not ask their permission to exist." Harry felt the weight of their eyes again. "The war with Tom will not wait for Fudge to get used to the idea of Fae in his corridors," he said. "We cannot make him understand the lines before we cut all the scars. We need a plan that works while he is still pretending none of this is real." Hermione nodded. "Which is where politics and deception come in," she said. "We do not need Fudge to understand everything. We just need him to adjust his behavior in ways that help us and do not help Tom." Ron looked between them. "You say that like you have an idea," he said. Hermione's mouth tightened. "I have several half-ideas," she said. "But Ron is better at turning them into moves." Both Ron and the lady looked surprised. Ron flushed red. "I am really not," he said. "You are," Hermione said. You see the board when the rest of us are staring at one piece. Harry met Ron's eyes. She is right, he said. You saw how to use the letter even when it was a mistake. You are the one who thinks in terms of where people will move when they panic. Ron shifted his weight, uncomfortable. So what exactly are you asking me to plan? He said. A Fey-Human War Council. Because that sounds like a thing I am not qualified for. Dumbledore sat down on one of the stones. His knees creaked a little. We need to do 3 things at once, he said. We need to keep cutting Tom's anchors. We need to stop his friends from tracking our steps. And we need to change the way the Ministry looks at the lines and the creatures who walk them, without letting Tom use that chaos to his advantage. He looked at Ron. You know how both my order and your brothers talk, he said. You know how a frightened official thinks. You also know how a sneering man like Lucius Malfoy will react when he thinks someone has taken a thing that should belong to him. Use that. Tell us where to poke and where to leave bait. Ron stared at him. You want me to set up a trap, he said slowly. With the Ministry on one side, Fey on another, Tom's friends sniffing around, and us in the middle with a sword tied to the land. Yes, Dumbledore said. Ron swallowed. Right, he said. No pressure. He scrubbed both hands over his face and took a breath. Fine, he said. First thing, we stop acting like we can keep everything secret from everyone. That never works. People guess. People gossip. The wrong people listen. So we choose who hears which part of the truth. Hermione nodded. Controlled leaks, she said. Ron pointed at her. Exactly, he said. The Fae want someone in the room when the Ministry talks about lines. The Ministry will not invite them in on purpose. So we give the Ministry something that scares them enough to accept help, but not so much that they send Aurors all over the countryside and trip every circle in sight. Harry frowned. What does that look like? He asked. Ron thought. The story of the shack, he said at last. Not with Horcrux and Fae and Excalibur. Just the fact that someone took a very old curse off a bit of land and the land nearly kicked back. We let it slip that the Ministry was not watching it and that if it had gone wrong, a village on the other side of the hill would have felt it. Hermione's eyes widened as she followed. So they feel guilty for not seeing it, she said, and worried that there are more like it. That pushes them to listen if someone offers to help them map the worst scars. Ron nodded. That is where Dumbledore comes in, he said. He shows up with a nice neat map of a few safe nodes and offers to help them set up a new committee. One that deals with old Earth damage. He argues that they need people in that room who understand more than wand spells. That is where Amir and maybe a Fey envoy walk in. Amir looked impressed in spite of himself. You have a devious mind, boy, he said. Ron half smiled. Thank my mother, he said. I grew up watching her stare at a pile of chaos and turn it into breakfast. Same skills, just with more magic. The lady looked thoughtful. You would put one of us in that committee, she said. Not as a weapon, as a voice. Ron nodded. If the Ministry thinks they invited you in to fix a problem they ignored, they will behave better than if you burst in and start making demands, he said. You sit on that committee. You insist that any plan they have for moving people or armies takes the lines into account. That gives you a way to nudge them away from circles you do not want touched. Hermione bit her lip. And while they are busy with that, she said, picking up the idea, we keep our real work quiet. We do not tell them about Horcruxes. We do not tell them exactly where we cut. We just let their new committee think they are managing old battlefields and train routes. Dumbledore tapped a finger lightly on his knee. It would also give us a way to feed information to the right ears without looking like we are sneaking, he said. If I sit on that committee, I can use it to shift resources away from any place we plan to cut next. Less chance of Aurors blundering in at the wrong moment. Harry chewed the inside of his cheek. That still leaves Tom and his friends, he said. Lucius. The ones who already know something is happening. Ron grimaced. That brings us to the traitor, he said. Hermione straightened. The one from the letter, she said. The person who tampered with the owl post. The one who added that smug note. Dumbledore's expression turned flat. I had a chat with the man Lucius visited, he said quietly. The director you met in that unpleasant room. He has been letting certain letters pass to certain hands. He tells himself he does it to keep his job. He is not marked. Yet, he is a coward, not a fanatic. Harry's jaw clenched. You did not say, he said. I wanted to be sure before I brought you into it, Dumbledore said. I am now sure. Amir folded his arms. Did you break his toys? He asked. Dumbledore's mouth twisted. I broke some of them, he said. I also made him a promise. If he continues to help Lucius in the same way as before, I will see him in chains. If he takes direction from me instead, I will keep him out of Azkaban long enough to be useful. Hermione looked uneasy. You are making him a double agent, she said. Is that safe? Not safe, Dumbledore said. Necessary. Lucius trusts him enough to use his channels. That means Tom will trust anything that comes through that path as well. If we want to feed false information to my old student, we need someone like that director. Ron huffed out a breath. So we do not get rid of the rat, he said. We teach it which way to run. Harry felt his scar give a faint, cold prickle. What are we going to feed him? He asked. What lie? Ron's eyes went unfocused for a second, the way they did when he stared at a chessboard. We tell Lucius that the sword is going to move, he said. That Dumbledore is planning to take it out of the valley and bring it closer to Hogwarts. Maybe to some old ruin where everyone assumes Arthur once went. A place with a strong line that looks tempting. Hermione nodded slowly. A bait node, she said. Somewhere that already has a scar so they will not notice if the lines jump around a bit. Somewhere we can prepare. The lady's eyes glinted. Somewhere that touches one of our circles, she said. So that when the Lord of Snakes walks in, he does not find a quiet ruin. He finds a Fey storm. Ron pointed at her. Exactly, he said. He thinks he is ambushing Dumbledore and stealing the sword. We arrange for him to step into a place where the land itself likes Harry more than him. Where the Fae can twist his curses apart before they hit. Where his anchors are weaker and ours are strong. Harry's heart sped up. You are talking about leading Tom into a trap built on the lines, he said. Not just a room with wards. A whole node turned against him. Amir's mouth curved in something that might have been satisfaction. Now you are thinking like a geomancer, he said. Hermione exhaled slowly. There are a lot of ways that could go wrong, she said. If we misjudge the lines, he could grab them before we do. If the Fey storms are too strong, they might hurt our people as much as his. If the director panics and warns Lucius that the information is false, we lose the path. Ron shrugged. There is no way to make a perfect plan, he said. We can only stack the odds. We pick a place where the land hates soul scars. We make sure we have more anchors there than he does. We tell the director the lie in a way that gives him a way to pretend he did it for his own safety. People like that grab any excuse to survive. Dumbledore looked at the lady. Do you have a circle you would put forward for this? He asked. One that can weather Tom's temper without shattering. She considered him. There is a place, she said at last. A ring near an old lake where your first king made a promise. The lines there are deep. They remember his oath and his mistake. They have been quiet, but they are listening. If we wake that circle carefully, it could hold a storm. Harry's stomach flipped. You want to drag Tom to the edge of the same lake where you held my trial, he said. The lady shook her head. No, she said. That lake belongs to the Blade and to my own court. This is another, a sister circle. Still ours, but with more room for your people to stand without drowning. Hermione chewed her lower lip. That will tie the war to the old stories in a way people will notice, she said. If word ever gets out, they will call you the new Arthur. Harry made a face. They can call me whatever they like after this is over, he said. Right now I just want Tom's soul pins out of the ground. Ron let out a short laugh. I will make sure any future ballads are less ridiculous than the ones Percy likes, he said. Amir raised his hands. Enough planning for one circle on one ridge, he said. We have a shape. That is more than we had an hour ago. The details will come with maps and more arguments. He looked at the lady. You have your say, he said. You will get a place in our councils. You will get warning before we cut. In return, You help us pick the ground for this trap, and you keep your wilder cousins from tearing the country apart while we set it." The lady considered him. "You ask much," she said. Amir shrugged. "So do you," he said. Silence stretched for a heartbeat. Then she nodded. "Very well," she said. "We have a bargain. The storms are gathering already. Better to aim them than to hide. The resurgence will happen whether we like it or not. At least this way some of the thunder falls where we choose." She stepped closer to Harry. He felt the temperature drop a little. "You will be called Arcane Knight and worse before this is done," she said quietly. "Do not let the names eat you. You are a boy with a blade and a scar, not a story. Remember that when they start to chant." He swallowed. "I will try," he said. She reached out and touched his forehead lightly, just above the scar. A cool pressure settled there like a fingertip of water. "For that," she said, "I will give you one more gift. When you stand on the trap circle and the Lord of Snakes tries to twist the lines, you will feel which way he pulls a heartbeat before he does it. Use that, or you will die." Harry's breath caught. "Thank you," he said. She smiled once more. "Do not thank me until you survive it," she said. The light around her body brightened. She walked backwards into the stone as if it were air and vanished. The strange not rain thinned. The clouds over the ridge loosened and began to drift like normal ones. Sound from the valley drifted back in. Ron let out a long breath and dropped down to sit on one of the outer stones. "Please tell me that was the most terrifying friendly conversation we are going to have this week," he said. Hermione sat beside him, legs trembling a little. "It was not unfriendly," she said. "She could have come in with curses. She came with terms." Harry rubbed his forehead where she had touched him. His scar still hurt, but there was a new layer to the sensation. A sort of clear edge at the back of the pain. Dumbledore watched him closely. "What did she give you?" he asked. "A warning," Harry said, "and a chance to see Tom's moves before he makes them. If I am paying attention." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "We will make sure you are," he said. They spent the rest of the day at the cottage table. Maps covered the wood. Hermione's notes on anchor patterns sat next to Amir's sketches of nodes and circles. Dumbledore added marks for known Death Eater safe houses and Ministry watch posts. Ron had an ink mark on his nose by midday and did not notice. "Look here," he said, pointing at a point where several lines crossed near a lake on one of the older charts. "That matches what the lady described. Deep node. Old stories. Not too near any big village." Hermione frowned. "Is that close to any school travel routes?" she asked. "We cannot risk a group of Hogwarts students ending up in the middle of a Faystorm by accident." Dumbledore shook his head. "No," he said. "The nearest school-approved apparition point is much further away. This place has been left alone for a long time. People tell too many ghost stories about it to build cottages nearby." Amir traced the lines there with a finger. "It will bear weight," he said, "if we set anchors with care and warn the circle before we bring a war to its edge." Ron leaned back, stretching until his shoulders popped. "Then that is our bait node," he said. "Now we need the story to go with it." Dumbledore pushed his glasses up his nose. "I will talk to the director tonight," he said. "I will tell him that I intend to move something precious along a hidden route for its own safety. I will mention this lake as one of the stopping points. I will not say what the object is. I will let him assume." Hermione chewed on the end of her quill. "Let him fill in the gaps with his fears," she said. "Lucius will take one look at the pattern and decide it must be the sword. He will run to Tom with his discovery. Tom will not be able to resist the idea of pulling an old king's blade out of your hand in front of the land." Harry's stomach twisted again. "Everything in this plan depends on Tom behaving like we think he will," he said. "If he decides to ignore it, or to send a lesser Death Eater instead of going himself, the trap loses half its bite." Amir shrugged. "They are not wrong," he said. "But your lord is not good at ignoring insults. He made Horcruxes because he could not stand the idea of losing. The thought of someone else holding a tool that can cut his soul will pull him like fire." Ron pointed the quill at Harry. "Also you have a piece of him in your head," he said. "If anyone can guess what makes him twitch, it is you." Harry grimaced. "That is not a comfort," he said. Hermione reached across and squeezed his wrist. It is still true, she said. Night came before they finished arguing about details. Dumbledore left for the school with a promise to meet the director in a private room that did not echo. The lady had taken the storm with her, but the valley sky carried a faint shimmer now, as if the lines had more to say. Harry lay awake on his pallet longer than he meant to. Ron snored softly nearby. Hermione's breathing was steady. He stared at the dark rafters and felt the valley hum. They had cut one anchor. They had woken circles. They had made a bargain with the Fae. They were about to set a trap for a man who had cheated death more than once. His scar pulsed. For a heartbeat he felt a chill that did not belong to the valley. Far away, in some gap between trees, the wraith that was left of Tom Riddle stirred. Harry did not see him clearly, but he felt a push of anger and a sharp, greedy interest. The loss of the ring had not broken him. It had made him focused. Harry rolled onto his side and pulled the blanket up. He thought of the lady's warning. He thought of Hermione's hand on his wrist and her kiss in the dark. He thought of Ron hunched over maps, muttering about moves and counter-moves. He thought of the sword leaning against the wall, quiet and ready. "Fine," he whispered into the dark. "Come then. But we choose the ground." The line under the cottage answered with a steady pulse, like a heartbeat. The storm outside the valley thickened somewhere out of sight. The gathering had begun. Dumbledore came back to the valley with rain on his beard and new lines around his eyes. Harry noticed the lines first. The headmaster stepped through the cottage door as if he had only been gone an hour, not a day. His robes were damp. His hands were steady. His gaze was tired in a way that had nothing to do with the walk. Amir looked up from the map on the table. "You spoke to your paper men," he said. Dumbledore nodded. "I did," he said. "The director understands that his choices are to be useful or to be in chains. He chose useful. Lucius has the story we wanted him to have." Ron leaned forward. "He bit," Ron said. "Properly." Dumbledore touched the map. "He believes that I intend to move a very old artifact from the valley to a safer node near an old lake," he said. "He thinks I will step along the lines at dusk 3 days from now and camp at that node overnight before taking the last step back to the school." Hermione's quill hovered over her notes. "And Lucius thinks the artifact is the sword," she said. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. "He is imaginative in all the ways that suit us," he said. "He has already sent an owl." The director did not see the words, but he felt the way the ink burned. The message went straight into the dark. Harry's scar gave a faint, cold prickle. "He knows where to find us," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "Yes," he said. "At least he thinks he does." Ron exhaled. "Then the bait worked," Ron said. "He will drag Tom to the lake. We make sure the lake is ready." Amir tapped the circle marked in charcoal near the page edge. "The circle there is deep," he said. "The lines cross under the water and under the stone. The ladies' court has not walked it for a long time, but they still remember the shape." Hermione chewed her lip. "How much time do we have?" she asked. "To set anchors, talk to the Fae, plan the fight." 3 days, Dumbledore said. The director heard Lucius ask for a carriage reservation to a village near the lake for that night. "He will have other paths as well, but that one is enough for us." Ron grimaced. 3 days to prepare a trap for the worst dark wizard in recent memory, he said. Plus Fae storms. Plus the ministry watching for odd weather. Nothing simple at all. Harry looked at the sword leaning by the wall. His fingers itched. "We do not have time to feel ready," he said. "We have time to set what we can, warn who we must, and then trust the land to do its part." Amir nodded once. "The boy learns," he said. They did not waste the next 3 days. Mornings went to the lake. The node sat where the map said it would, in a hollow where the ground dipped toward still water. Old posts stood half sunk in the mud at the shore. Someone had once tried to build a small dock and given up. The circle did not look like much from a distance. Just a ring of low stones half hidden by grass. Harry felt it from the first step. The node there was not quiet. It hummed even before they stepped in. A solid, steady pulse under the soil. Felt older than the valley, older than the shack. It felt like a place that had watched a great many bad and good decisions and would watch more. As soon as they crossed the outer stones, the air cooled. Light shifted. The lady was already there. "This circle remembers oaths," she said, standing by the central stone with bare feet in the short grass. "Men once promised things here and then broke them. Your king swore never to raise his blade against the land itself. His sons forgot. The node still carries that anger." Harry swallowed. "And we are about to drag a wizard who carved his soul into that land to the same place," he said. The lady's smile was thin. "Yes," she said, "which is why this ground will help you if you do not repeat the same mistake. You are not here to force the lines. You are here to cut nails out of them." Amir walked the circle with his hand brushing the stones one by one. "The lines here are strong," he said. "They curve under the lake and back under the hill. There is room for a storm." He knelt and pressed his palm flat on the ground. "I ask for a favor," he said quietly. "We want to use your strength to break a man's grip, not to claim the node for ourselves. Help us hold him. Help us cut him loose. We will not chain you." The air in the circle thickened for a moment. Harry felt a pressure in his ears. The hum under his feet rose and fell once, like a breath. Then it settled. The lady nodded. "It hears you," she said. "It will bear the weight. Now you must mark your anchors." Hermione set to work. She had refined her stone pattern from the shack. This circle would carry more than a ring. Here they expected a full living body and a soul that knew how to twist the ground. She placed 9 stones around the central node, not 5. Each stone had a different rune carved into it, layered with spells that did not touch the lines themselves, only the surface. "These carry our shields," she said to Harry as she worked. "When Tom throws curses at us and at the circle, they will redirect some of that force sideways instead of down into the node. Amir will catch the rest." Ron carried the stones, passed them to her, and then stepped back to check the pattern for blind spots. "If he breaks one of these," Ron said, "which gap does that leave? We need a path to pull you out if he rushes you and the lady at the same time." Hermione nodded. "The gap between the 7th and 8th stones is the exit line," she said. "If everything goes wrong, we use that one. It lines up with the safest path back to the valley." Amir grunted. "Let us try not to use that," he said. "Running from a storm often invites it to follow." Afternoons they spent in the valley again. Harry trained with the sword until sweat ran into his eyes and his arms shook. Amir did not teach him new tricks. He drilled the same ones until they were automatic. "Tom will pull at the node fast," he said. "He will try to rip the lines away from under your feet. You will not have time to think about fancy shapes. You need simple cuts. In, block, twist." He made Harry stand barefoot on the grass with his eyes closed and feel small changes in the node while Hermione tapped stones around the edge. "Left," Amir said. Harry moved before the shift finished, turning his foot, lifting the sword. "Right," Amir said. Harry pivoted in the other direction, blade ready. Again, again. By the end of the second day Harry could feel the slightest tug before Hermione's spells landed. He also knew where his balance broke and where it held. Hermione learned to read the line in her own way. Amir had her anchor small charms on harmless nodes, watching how the pulses changed when she shifted a stone or a ward. "You will be his second set of senses," he said. "You see patterns he does not. When Tom pulls, you will see a path through the knots he does not know exist. Tell him where to cut." Ron did not get out of training just because his job was on the map. Amir did not know house chess, but he did know how to throw sand. He set up scenarios in the valley with small stones for aura groups, coins for Death Eaters, sticks for Fey circles, and had Ron move them while Hermione and Harry threw in problems. "What if Fudge sends auras to the wrong place at the same time?" Hermione asked. Ron moved a stone. "Then we let them see the storm from a distance," he said. "Not close enough to die. Close enough to believe the committee needs funding." "What if Lucius runs the first time Tom flinches?" Harry asked. Ron nudged a coin. "Then we do not chase him," he said. "We let him run with the story that his master is not untouchable." Fear will do more work in his circles than any speech we make. At night, when they were too tired to train, they sat at the table with Dumbledore and Amir and went over the same plan again and again. Tom will try to take the node as soon as he steps in, Dumbledore said one evening. He will expect us to rely on wards cast by wands. He does not believe the land itself can choose against him. We must let him believe that for as long as possible. Harry rubbed his scar. What happens if he tries to ride me? He asked. Like he did in the chamber. Like the shard wanted to when the ring broke. Amir's face went still. Then the sword is the last wall between you and him, he said. If that happens, you hold on and cut inside yourself instead of outside. You slice his hold off from the inside. It will hurt. It will not kill you if you do not let go. Hermione's hand found Harry's under the table and squeezed hard enough to hurt. Do not let go, she said. He squeezed back. I am planning to be very stubborn, he said. On the third day, the lake waited. They went at dusk as planned. Dumbledore apparat in from the school to meet them at the foot of the hill. His face was calm. His wand rested loose in his hand. The director passed on exactly what we wanted him to, he said. Lucius sent a reply through channels he thought were private. Tom knows we will be here. He will not be able to resist. Harry did not say that his scar had already told him the same. The shard inside his head had been restless since morning, twitching toward the north. As they walked toward the lake, the ache sharpened. He is close, Harry said quietly. Amir led them into the circle. The lady was there again, but she was not alone. Two figures stood at the far side of the ring, half in shadow. One had broad shoulders and eyes that glowed faintly green in the dim. The other was slight, with hair the color of frost and a long knife at their belt. Old courts, Amir murmured. Not just her own. The lady inclined her head. You asked for our storms, she said. These are two of the hands that carry them. They will not step fully into your fight. They will hold the circle steady when you pull on it with your tricks. Harry bowed in return. Thank you, he said. The taller Fae gave a brief nod. Do not waste our help, they said. Their voice sounded rough and young and old at once. The smaller one smiled with sharp teeth. And do not fall, they added. It is difficult to rescue people who drown in their own bargains. Ron muttered under his breath. I liked the ones who only spoke in riddles better, he said. Hermione elbowed him lightly. Focus, she whispered. They took their places. Hermione stood by the anchor stones, wand ready, notes tucked into her sleeve where she could glance at them without taking her eyes off the node. Ron took position at the edge of the circle, near the planned exit line, close enough to see everything, far enough to run messages or throw spells where needed. Amir knelt at the central point of the node, his hand flat on the ground, the other on a smooth stone the lady had given him. Dumbledore stood between the inner circle and the outer stones, a step behind Harry, ready to step forward if curses flew. Harry took his place near the middle, just far enough from Amir not to be in the way. The sword sat in his hands. It vibrated once, then settled. You do not need to look for his pulls, Hermione said softly. She stood close enough that Harry could see her out of the corner of his eye. You will feel them. Then you say the direction and I adjust the anchors. Between us and Amir and the Fae, we keep the node ahead of him. Harry nodded. Left, right, down, he said. Simple. She smiled a little. You can do simple, she said. Most of the time. He smiled back despite the knot in his stomach. Ron raised his wand. Here we go, he said. Last chance to pretend we all decided to take up knitting instead. Harry took a breath. Too late, he said. They felt Tom before they saw him. The air outside the circle went colder all at once. The usual sounds of evening in the woods around the lake cut off. No birds, no insects, no rustle of small creatures in the grass. The Fae on the far side of the ring straightened. He comes, the taller one said. The shard in Harry's scar shrieked without sound. For a heartbeat, Harry tasted the rush of a mind that had once filled his head in the chamber. Arrogance, rage, hunger. The lady tilted her head as if listening to something far away. He is using another man's bones, she said. Crude, Fast. It will not last if you hit it. Branches snapped in the trees. Lucius Malfoy stepped out first. His hair was perfect, his robes neat, but sweat shone faint on his pale face. His wand was in his hand. Behind him came two other Death Eaters Harry did not recognize by face. Masks up, eyes wary. Behind them came a shape that made Harry's stomach turn. The man who walked out of the shadow was thin and tall and wrong. His skin had a gray cast, too smooth in some places and too tight in others. His eyes were red, the pupils slitted. His nose was flat. His hands were long and pale on the U-wand. He moved as if the air around him bowed a little. Tom Riddle had a body again, not a perfect one. Every time he stepped, the node shivered in Harry's ears. The ritual that had built this shell pulled on anchors across the country, all at once. The force of that pull ran through his horcruxes and the lines they dug into. Harry felt it like a grating in his bones. The lady's mouth twisted. "Ugly work," she said softly. "He has nailed himself into the world again with stolen nails. That makes him heavier. Easier to cut if you know where." Voldemort stopped just outside the circle. His gaze swept over the stones, over Dumbledore, over a mirror. Then it landed on Harry. "Ah," he said. His voice had the same smooth rasp Harry remembered from the back of Quirrell's head. "The boy with the scar. You have been busy." Harry lifted the sword. "Thought you might notice," he said. "How does it feel?" "Missing a few pieces." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "You presume too much," he said. "You think one childish game with a diary and a foolish boy's ring makes a difference. I am still here." He stepped forward, onto the outer edge of the node. The lines under the ground flinched. Harry felt the first pull. "Down," he said at once. He pointed the sword tip at the earth between them. Tom reached for the node the same way he had in the shack, but with more force. He tried to push his will into the line and turn it, to make it hold him up and throw the rest aside. The lady's gift sharpened the sensation for Harry. For a heartbeat, he felt the direction of that intent before the magic landed. He pushed his own power into the sword along a path that cut across Tom's. The blade met the pull and sliced it sideways. Amir grunted. Hermione shouted. "Anchor 3, flare," she cried. The stone she named lit up. Her spell wrapped around the sudden strain and pulled it away from the center of the node. Tom's first grasp slipped. His eyes flashed. "Interesting," he said. Dumbledore's wand snapped up. "Not half as interesting as what happens next," he said. The first curses flew. Voldemort did not waste time on show. A jet of sickly green light shot from his wand straight at Harry. Dumbledore's shield met it in the air. The spell splashed sideways, hissing where it hit the outer stones. Lucius and the other Death Eaters threw curses at the anchors, at Hermione, at Ron. Ron threw shields and stunners back, teeth clenched, eyes fixed on their hands, not their faces. The Fae did not cast spells like wizards. The taller one lifted his arms. Wind roared around the circle. The curses that would have flown wide skimmed along the wind instead, turning from straight lines into curves. Some hit the ground outside the ring. Some fizzled in mid-air as the storm swallowed them. The smaller Fae stepped onto a stone and stamped. The node shuddered. Harry felt the pulse under his feet twist and then settle again in a new groove. He did not try to control that. He let them set the rhythm and matched it. Tom tried to take the node again. "Right," Harry gasped. He felt the pull gather near one of the anchor stones. Hermione pointed her wand. "Anchor 6 damp," she shouted. The stone dimmed for a brief second, drawing power away from the path Tom aimed for. His grasp hit emptiness. For the first time, frustration flickered across Voldemort's face. "You learned new tricks," he said. "Dumbledore always did like to collect lost toys. A sword, an earth wizard, a few children. You think this will save you?" Harry stepped forward, keeping the sword between them. Sweat ran down his back. "Not save," he said. "Hurt. That is enough for today." He swung. The sword did not shine. It did not flare. It simply moved, clean and precise, through the air between them. Tom threw up a shield. The blade did not care. It was not a bolt of light that could bounce. It was the thing that spoke for the node itself. When it hit Tom's shield, the ward screamed. The sound ran along the lines under the ground. Harry felt the Horcrux's answer. He felt the diary's absence first, a gap where a response should have been. He felt the missing ring as a second hole. He felt other anchors flare, one to the far cold north, one under a cave near the sea, one tied to a snake that was not here. The one in the cave flared brightest. Tom had tied part of his ritual for this body through that anchor. It had fed power into the bones that walked here now. The sword touched the shield. The node under the lake jumped. Hermione's eyes widened. "Harry!" she shouted. "He is leaning on the cave anchor. Cut that line." He felt it now that she named it. A strand of power ran from under his feet through the node, out along a line under stone and water, to a distant cave full of cold. He swung again, aim shifted a fraction. The sword cut not at Tom's body, but at that strand. Light stabbed through his vision. The node roared. Down in the sea cave far away, a locket screamed. Tom staggered. For a moment his body flickered, the lines of his shoulders blurring. His eyes went wide. "No," he hissed. Harry pushed. The sword bit into the strand with all the weight of the node behind it. Something snapped. Harry heard it all the way in his teeth. The power that had run from the cave into Tom's shell cut off. In that cave, salt water slammed into a crack in a rock and flooded a small hollow. A Horcrux that had thought itself safe drowned as the spell that held it broke. Tom's body buckled. He dropped to one knee. His followers shouted. Lucius tried to grab his arm. Ron hit Lucius with a stunner that lifted him off his feet and dropped him hard on the grass. One of the other Death Eaters tried to rush the circle. The lady flicked her fingers. Invisible force hit him and flung him back into a tree. Blood sprayed. The taller face snarled. "Do not bring your petty war into my storm," he said. Voldemort pushed himself upright. His borrowed body trembled. His skin looked thinner, as if it barely held him. He glared at Harry. "You dare," he whispered. Harry's scar burned. Pain lanced through his head. The shard inside him slammed against the door he had pictured so often. For a moment, Tom was not only in front of him. He was in him. Harry smelled snakes and old stone. He heard the laughter from the chamber again. He tasted the taste of the shack, the ring, the cave. He felt Tom's will reach for his hands, his voice, his magic. Hermione screamed his name. "Harry, stay here. Do not let him in." He heard her through the rush. The lady's voice came like cold water. "You knew this would come," she said. "Cut him off. Inside first." Harry clung to the image of the stone door. He saw Tom as a shadow pressing against it. Long fingers, red eyes, teeth bared. He raised the sword in his mind and drove it down between the shadow and the doorframe. The shard screamed. The pain in his scar went white. Outside, his body jerked. He fell to one knee. The real sword in his hands dipped, then steadied as Hermione grabbed his shoulder from behind and braced him. "Breathe," she gasped. "You are not alone. Hold on." He forced air into his lungs. The shadow clawed at him again, trying to ride the path between the node and his mind. He swung again, inside his own head. The sword cut that path. The shard shrank. It did not die. The piece of Tom in his scar was bound too deep for that. But it lost its grip. Tom staggered at the same time. For a second Harry saw his face in two places at once, outside and inside, both twisted with rage. Then the inner presence ripped away. The hold broke. Harry sucked in a huge breath. The world snapped back into one piece. Outside, Voldemort roared. The sound made the air shake. He tried to grab the note again, desperate this time, throwing his will out in all directions. "Everywhere," Harry gasped. "He is grabbing everywhere." Amir's face went white with strain. "Hold!" he growled through his teeth. The Fae dug their heels into the stones. Wind howled. Hermione fired 3 spells in quick succession at 3 different anchor stones, shifting their pull to spread the force. Dumbledore stepped forward, wand raised. "Tom," he called. "Even for you this is clumsy. You are tugging at strings you no longer own." Voldemort turned on him. He threw another killing curse. Dumbledore turned it aside. The curse hit the water. The lake boiled where it struck, then went still. Harry pushed himself back to his feet. His whole body shook. His scar felt raw. The sword in his hands felt heavier than ever. He met Tom's eyes. "You are weaker," he said, voice rough. "You know it. You look for your anchors and they are gone. The diary, the ring, the locket. You think your snake and your crown can carry all that weight by themselves." For a moment there was naked fear in Voldemort's face. Then it vanished under fury. "You know nothing," he snarled. He lifted his wand again. Harry could feel him reach out to one of the remaining anchors. The one far north, the cold one. He felt the pull gather. "Up in north," Harry rasped. Hermione flung a spell at the 9th anchor stone. The lady raised both hands. "Enough," she said. The node surged, not under Tom, under Harry. For a heartbeat the ground lifted him. He felt the lines under the circle answer him instead of the man who had nailed himself into them. Power ran up through his legs, his chest, his arms, into the sword. He did not command it. He did not have time to shape it. He only had time to aim. He pointed the sword at Voldemort and pushed. The node spoke. The force that came out of the blade was not a beam or a bolt. It was a shove. A solid, heavy, old push from the ground itself that grabbed the borrowed body and the soul inside it and threw. Tom flew backward. He hit the boundary of the circle. The outer stones flared. For a second, his shell stuck there, caught between the node and the empty air beyond. Harry felt the Horcruxes scream again. The one north flared bright. The one in the snake answered. The piece in his own scar twisted. He could not cut them all at once. He did not try. He focused on the one in front of him. He pushed the sword's power into the body and into the bits of soul tied to this ritual. "Out!" he shouted. He did not know if he spoke for Tom or for the pieces. The node obeyed. It grabbed the soul anchored here and tore. Voldemort screamed. The sound was worse than the ring. His borrowed body cracked. The skin split at his throat, at his chest, along his arms. Light poured out. Dark light. Sickening. Green and black and wrong. Then it was gone. The body fell like a puppet with the strings cut. It hit the grass and lay still, empty eyes staring at the dark. Harry sagged. His knees hit the ground again. Silence fell in the circle. No birds, no curses, only the sound of the wind dying down and the faint lap of water on the shore. Lucius lay stunned on the grass. One Death Eater lay where the tree had broken his fall. The other had fled when the storm first flared, disapparating with a crack that had tugged at the edges of the circle. The Fae lowered their arms. Amir slumped, catching himself with one hand. Hermione knelt beside Harry and put a hand on his back. Ron stood very still, wand still pointed at Lucius, breathing hard. "Is he gone?" Ron asked. His voice was thin. Harry swallowed. He could still feel the Horcruxes. The far north anchor still burned. The snake anchor still burned. The shard in his scar still ached. But the knot that had sat in front of him for the last minutes was gone. "There is less of him," Harry said. "A lot less. What was in this body is gone. The anchors still out there are smaller than they were. He is not dead. But he is not walking around either." Dumbledore looked at the empty shell on the grass. His face was grave. "A setback he will not forget," he said softly. "He will drift again, half-formed, clinging to what anchors he has left. It will take time for him to build another shell. That time is ours." The lady stepped closer. She did not look at the body. She looked at the node. "You tore him out of the lines here," she said. "The circle thanks you for that. His grip will not regrow in this place." Harry nodded. He felt sick and empty and a little light. "Good," he said. "One less place for him to stand." Hermione squeezed his shoulder. "You did it," she whispered. "You cut a Horcrux without tearing the node. Again. And you cut him out of your own head." Harry let out a shaky breath. "I had help," he said. He looked at her, at Ron, at Amir, at Dumbledore, at the Fae. "We all did," he added. Ron snorted. "If you try to make this a group project on your own—" "I swear, Harry," he said. "You just threw a Dark Lord into a wall with a sword and a bit of land. You are allowed to admit you did something big." Harry gave a tired smile. "Fine," he said. "We did something big. And stupid. And somehow it worked." The ministry arrived late. Not at the lake. Dumbledore had chosen the circle well. Its storms showed up on their charts as nothing more than a strange pulse on a quiet bit of land. They arrived instead in the valley the next day. The director came with them. He looked worse than he had in the office Dumbledore had described. His hair was messy. His eyes had the tight, jumpy look of a man who had slept badly. Fudge puffed into the valley with him, red in the face. "Hat Askew. Albus," he said loudly as soon as he saw the headmaster near the cottage. "What is the meaning of this? Strange readings on our monitors. Reports of storms that do not move. Anonymous hints of ancient circles. You cannot keep these things from the ministry." Amir stood with his arms folded. The Fae were not visible, but Harry felt a faint sense of attention at the edge of the node, as if the lady watched from one step away. Dumbledore smiled in that mild way Harry had come to recognize as dangerous. "Minister," he said, "good of you to come in person. Let me introduce my friends. This is Amir, who has spent his life walking the lines your charts barely admit exist. These are my students. They have seen firsthand what happens when old scars in the land are ignored." Fudge sputtered. "Children," he said. "You bring children into this madness." Hermione stepped forward before Harry or Ron could speak. "We walked into it ourselves the day the chamber opened," she said. "Ignoring it did not keep it from trying to kill us. We would rather understand it." Ron nodded. "Your charts showed nothing at the shack," he said. "That did not stop the Horcrux you never knew about from sitting there. Tom used that gap to pin himself deeper. We fixed it. You did not even see it." The director flinched. Fudge turned purple. "Horcrux," he repeated. "What nonsense." Dumbledore held up a hand. "Leave that term aside for now," he said. "Let us focus on what you have confirmed. Your own monitors recorded a surge when an old wound in the land eased near a forgotten shack. They recorded another when a storm at an old lake settled. Your ministry did not start either change. Something else did. You can either pretend it is nonsense until it cracks the foundations of your building, or you can learn enough to keep people safe." Fudge looked around, angry and uneasy. "Safe," he said. "You call whatever you are doing here safe?" The lady's voice came from the circle behind the cottage. "Safer than letting a man with 7 bits of soul pull on your lines until they break," she said. She stepped into sight. She had changed her dress. It looked almost like a wizard robe, though the cut was older. Her hair hung loose. Her eyes were bright. Fudge staggered back. "What?" he said. "Who?" The director swallowed hard. "Minister," he said weakly. "I believe that is one of the beings the older records refer to as the Fae." The lady smiled. "Your director can read," she said. "That is a good start." Fudge grabbed for his wand. Dumbledore put a hand on his arm. "Do not point that at her unless you want to see what old treaties look like when they burn," he said quietly. "She is here to make you an offer." Hermione glanced at Harry. Ron muttered, "Here we go." Under his breath, the lady folded her hands. "You build laws and call them protection," she said to Fudge. "You make lists of beasts and beings and see which boxes we fit. You watch apparition paths and call that safety. You do not watch the lines. You do not ask the land where it hurts. That is foolish. We are tired of cleaning up your messes without a voice." Fudge gaped. "A voice," he said. "In the ministry. Impossible. Preposterous." The lady shrugged. "Then keep stumbling until your Lord of Snakes grows himself another body," she said. "We will be busy elsewhere." The director made a strangled sound. "Minister," he said in a rush. "Her storms matched the surges on the monitors. If she walks away, we lose any chance of understanding that data. We will be blind." Fudge stared at him. Harry could almost see the thoughts running behind his eyes. Fear, pride, the sense that things were slipping out of his control. Dumbledore stepped into that gap. "Offer her a place on a new committee," he said gently. "You can chair it. You can call it whatever you like. Oversight of ancient nodes. Protection of magical infrastructure. It will sound very official. In practice, it will give you a room where people who understand these things can speak before you sign new laws. That is all she asks." Fudge looked from Dumbledore to the lady to Harry. "And the boy," he said. What does he want out of this circus? Harry had not expected the question. He thought for a second. Fewer Horcrux scars, he said. More people who know what a node is. Less ground for Tom to stand on. More time alive for my friends. If a committee helps with that, I do not care what you call it. The lady smiled. There you have it, she said. A simple demand from a boy who has already cut more poison out of your lines than any of your papers. Will you meet it? Fudge swallowed. Some sort of advisory group, he muttered. Strict terms. Regular reports. No strange storms on school property. He looked at Dumbledore. Fine, he said loudly. We will try it your way. I will authorize a small council. The director will arrange the details. You will sit on it? He jabbed a finger at Dumbledore. And you, he added, pointing at Amir. And one representative of these Fae, and no more than 2 students. I will not have children running the ministry. Ron leaned toward Hermione. That went better than I expected, he whispered. Hermione exhaled. We will make sure he regrets those conditions in the right way, she whispered back. Harry smiled, tired and real. He looked at the lady. You wanted a voice, he said. You have one now. Use it. She nodded. We will, she said. Do not forget your part. She glanced at his scar. Or the part of him that still rides your lines. Harry touched his forehead. I will not, he said. They left the valley a week later. Not for good. They would be back. The work on the lines would take years. Tom still had anchors. The far cold one. The snake. The piece in Harry himself. But for now they had done enough to make him drift again. The war had shifted from a hidden crawl in the dark to something bigger and stranger that touched Fae courts and ministry tables. The valley felt different. The hum under the cottage was stronger. The line there carried not just the weight of old scars but the memory of a boy with a sword cutting nails out of the ground. Amir stood by the stone circle on the ridge with his hands in his pockets. You will not be here every summer, he said. You will have school. War. Politics. You will have people shouting at you in halls. Harry stood beside him with the sword on his back. Hermione and Ron sat on one of the stones a little way off, bickering quietly over something to do with spell angles. Dumbledore had gone back to the ministry for the first proper meeting of the new council. You sound like you will miss telling me when my feet are wrong, Harry said. Amir snorted. You will find plenty of people who want to tell you what you are doing wrong, he said. Most of them will be useless. Remember the ones who can feel the ground shift when you move. Listen to them. Ignore the others. Harry nodded. I will, he said. Amir studied him for a moment. You did well, he said. You spoke for the land when it needed a voice. You took a blade all the old stories tried to turn into a legend and used it to do simple work. That is rarer than you think. Harry shrugged, feeling his ears go hot. Someone had to, he said. Amir smiled, just a little. Someone always does, he said. This time it was you. Next time it will be someone else. That is how it should be. The land does not belong to one king. It belongs to itself. He clapped Harry once on the shoulder. Go talk to your friends, he said. I am tired of your face. Harry laughed. He walked down to the stones where Hermione and Ron sat. Ron was waving his hands. I am telling you, Ron said. If you move the 7th anchor 2 feet that way, you get a better angle on the left side. It is just like shifting a rook. Hermione huffed. This is not chess, she said. It is a node. You cannot just shove things until it looks right. Ron glanced up. Harry, he called. Tell her that sometimes it is exactly like chess. Harry sat on the stone between them. Sometimes, he said. Sometimes it is more like not drowning. Hermione smiled. That sounds about right, she said. Ron leaned back on his hands and looked at the valley. So, he said, we have a Dark Lord with fewer anchors, a ministry that accidentally agreed to listen to Fae, a sword that can cut soul nails out of the ground, and a bunch of old circles waking up. What now? Harry looked at both of them. Now we go back to school, he said. We pretend to be normal for as long as we can. We write homework. We dodge Snape. We visit Hagrid. And when Dumbledore calls, or when the lady sends word, we step back onto the lines. Ron groaned. That sounds suspiciously like doing both school and war at once, he said. I am not sure I signed up for that. Hermione nudged his leg with her foot. You did, she said. When you followed Harry into the forest in first year. When you went down into the chamber. When you came to the shack. You signed up then. Ron grumbled. I really need to read those forms more carefully, he said. Harry laughed. The sound felt lighter than it had in months. He turned to Hermione. So, he said. About the thing where you kissed me before we went to cut a Horcrux. Her cheeks flushed at once. Ron choked. I am still here, you know, Ron said. I can go away if needed. In a slow and dignified manner, Hermione shot him a look that made him snap his mouth shut again. She met Harry's eyes. I was scared, she said. You were about to walk into a shack with a piece of Tom in it. You have a piece of Tom in your head. You have a sword that likes to solve things with cutting. I did not want you to go in there thinking you had nothing to come back to. Harry blinked. Oh, he said. She rolled her eyes. Honestly, she muttered. He reached for her hand. He did not rush. She let him take it. I came back, he said. Partly because you would shout at me if I did not. Partly because I wanted to be here. With you. With Ron. With all of this. Ron made a small gagging noise, but he was smiling. Hermione's fingers tightened around his. Good, she said. Because I do not plan to let you do any of this alone. He hesitated, then leaned in. She met him halfway. The kiss was not rushed or stolen this time. It was simple, warm, real. When they broke apart, Ron clapped very slowly. If you two start quoting ballads about knights now, I am pushing you both off the stone, he said. Harry laughed. No ballads, he said. I have had enough names for a lifetime. Hermione smiled. You will get more whether you like it or not, she said. Arcane Knight. Line Walker. Master of Arthurian magic. People will make things up. Harry looked out over the valley. The line under his feet hummed. The sword on his back rested, quiet and heavy. Let them, he said. We know what actually happened. We walked old stones. We cut nails out of scars. We made bargains. We kept each other alive. Ron nodded. That is enough story for me, he said. Hermione leaned her head briefly on Harry's shoulder. The sun dipped toward the hills. In the distance, beyond the valley, beyond the lake, beyond the forest where a wounded soul drifted, storms gathered. They would come. Old circles would wake. The council in the ministry would argue. The Fae would whisper. Tom Riddle would claw his way toward another shell. When he did, the lines would remember the boy who had already cut him out once. Harry stood up. Come on, he said. Hogwarts is waiting. And I think I still owe McGonagall an essay. Ron groaned. Hermione laughed. They walked down from the stones together. The valley watched them go. The land hummed under their feet. The sword did not sing. It did not need to. It had work ahead, and so did they.